Good morning. Thank you for attending the Ventura County Supervisor Board of Supervisor meeting on September 22nd, 2020 at 8:30. Thank you all for joining us. I please, if everyone can refer to public comments. We have a section on our second page of our agenda. If there's anyone who had wanted to make a public comment, to please read that. And also you can submit via email. Our Board of Supervisors building is closed due to the COVID pandemic, but you can always Zoom in, phone in, and also send emails to clerkoftheboard@ventura.org. Also, we do translations, so we have English and Spanish available. With that, let's get this meeting started, and we'll get a roll call, please. Clerk of the Board.
Supervisor Bennett.
Here.
I see him on. Let's make sure our technology is working. Supervisor Bennett, can you hear us?
Yes, here.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Supervisor Parks.
Here.
She is there as well. Supervisor Parks?
Good morning. Here.
Supervisor Huber.
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
Chair Long.
Here, and so we are all here, so thank you very much. Next is our Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Powers, if you could lead us, please.
Hand over heart, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And also, for those who are watching, we have Jeff Berg, our Auditor Controller, who is on Zoom as well. Wanted to make sure everyone knew. Next item is our minutes for the county for September 14th, 2020 and September 15th, 2020. Is there any changes on these minutes, or can I get a motion in a second?
Huber, move approval.
Thank you. Supervisor Huber is first.
Bennett, second.
And I'll take Supervisor Bennett as a second. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, and that motion is approved unanimously. Thank you. Next item is our agenda review. Mr. Powers, please.
Thank you, Chair Long. Board members, item 8, receive a report on the novel coronavirus-associated disease known as COVID-19. Comment letters from Judy Bruce, John Sinazoic, and Stephen Kozel have been submitted. Item 30, Ventura County Library, approval of the implementation of a fine-free program. Comment letter from Judy Oldenburger has been submitted. Item 35, CEO's office, receive and file the University of California Cooperative Extension Ventura County report of work for fiscal year 2019-20. A PowerPoint has been submitted. Item 36, County Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters. Authorization for the Auditor Controller to process the necessary budgetary transactions to establish increased appropriations and revenue for the Clerk's Elections Division to conduct the November 3rd, 2020 general election. A comment letter from Cynthia Bryant has been submitted. And finally, item 37, Resource Management Agency. De novo hearing to consider granting of a modified conditional use permit and final revised subsequent environmental impact report of an existing oil and gas facility for a 25-year term. A PowerPoint, errata memo, A and B, and 30 comment letters have been submitted. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisors, do you have any modifications on the agenda? In hearing none, I will get a motion to approve.
Huber, so moved.
It's been first by Supervisor Huber. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Parks. I'll take that one. And a roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, and that motion is approved unanimously. Thank you very much. Today it's my privilege to bring a little moment of inspiration as we enter into fall. I think it was 6:59 this morning as I'm driving in. It was kind of nice. Hopefully the fires will be all out and we'll get rain for water that we need and some snow maybe. But with that, in fall, we also have a celebration, a reason to make sure everyone remembers. We have Fall Prevention Week. And you might not think that that's the leaves, but it actually is for our seniors. And so I have Dr. Duncan here. We have Gina Ferreira, Miss Diaz, Carol Vaughn, Elise Midgrill, and Susan Gruffy. And so I will have you come to the podium, Dr. Duncan. And this is Ventura County's Elderly Fall Prevention Coalition. So Dr. Duncan, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And thank you, CEO Mike Powers, as well as Supervisor Long for having us, as well as the rest of the Board of Supervisors. We've been coming here over and over again in terms of having a proclamation awarded to bring awareness about our Falls Prevention Week. It turns out that this is a National Falls Prevention Week, and we're partaking in many activities across the nation. Initially, as you know, COVID-19 has changed things in regards to how we maneuver through the complex interplay of our world. And we were supposed to have an event in April. That got canceled. We were supposed to have one in September in person. That got canceled also. But then Monique, who is the Deputy Director of the Ventura County Area Agency on Aging, approached me in regards to potentially holding a virtual event. And I wasn't too keen on it initially because, I tell the story every year about my dad who fell several years ago in his early 80s. He ultimately had some health issues from the fall, and ultimately he died in July, on July 5th. And so I wasn't keen on moving forth with any events per se, but I took a step back and said, what will he want to have done if he was still alive? And I think because of the kind of person he was, he'd want us to keep pushing the issue of bringing awareness in terms of falls and protecting our elderly. So having said that, we're going to be holding a virtual event this Friday on the 25th. It's going to be at noon, and we have Carol over here, who is our Tai Chi instructor, Eloisa, Susan, Jeanette, and Gina, and I'm not sure if Grail is here, but there's going to be an event that will be produced by virtual means, and hopefully we can have a lot of people tune in and view it, and thereby keep them upright and out of our emergency departments and our hospitals in general. So I thank you very much for allowing us to come forth and make awareness of our Fall Prevention Week, and hopefully we'll come back next year in a different form.
Thank you, Dr. Duncan, and it is so important. Thank you for all of you being here today. I have a resolution that I will bring down with you, and we can take a socially distanced photo. That's the in thing these days, I hear. And
Supervisor Bob,
yes,
I have a question for Dr. Duncan.
yes.
Dr. Duncan, with seniors in particular not moving around as much because of COVID, have we seen a change in the statistics in terms of the number of falls?
Well, we've seen a slight uptick in the numbers, and hence the reason why we're holding this virtual event. Carol usually has a Tai Chi class. I was just talking to her a few minutes ago, and it's socially distant, so they can do that on the outside. In addition, if you have the ability to tune into a virtual source, you can conduct activities at home to prevent you from falling. And the goal is to get up and move around and not sit too much, because once you sit and don't do a lot of activities in terms of movement, then it causes you to have the ability to fall more.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Dr. Duncan, I really want to thank you for all the good work you've done year after year after year. You know, before COVID-19, I attended quite a few of your presentations, and I remember when you spoke about your dad and how important it was for him to get up, and walk and so forth. And unfortunately, but you mentioned that he passed away now. So but I know that he was the role model for a lot of individuals. And some of the things that you shared at the time was make sure that the carpets at home, the throw rugs are in a position where they don't obstruct people's walking and so forth, and the many things that a senior or other people should do to prevent falling. So this 2020 virtual fall presentation forum, I think, is going to be great. But again, I want to thank all your staff and everybody for the excellent work you do in fall prevention. And I've just wondered how many people you have saved as a result of your efforts and the result of your staff with the fall prevention program. I'm sure there's numerous people that you have saved because of your efforts. So I want to thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Powers.
I just thank you to Dr. Duncan. I know what a passion project this is for you because of your father. And you think, here's the chief of trauma at a trauma hospital. What's his role in all this? Well, he sees it at the back end and wants to get out on the front end and prevent this from happening at all. So thank you to you, Dr. Duncan, and your whole team for making this happen. This was just a pilot a few years ago. Started out, will it work? Is it going to matter? Well, it turns out it matters a lot. So thank you for your leadership and the whole team.
Yes, definitely. And it was important to me to have you come today because we have so many people at our home. And many times, like you stated, they just sit. They're not as motivated to go get exercise and take care of themselves. And with the COVID-19, we're also hearing that there is a lot of mental health associated with it, a little bit of depression, a little bit of anxiety. And for our elderly, it is really important to get out and do that exercise. Something in motion continues to be in motion. And so I always remember that. And so I thought this was really important to highlight to all. Even if you are not elderly, you need to be moving. And also to have those that are watching to check on your family, your friends, your neighbors, to make sure. Because fear is that they fall and no one's home to check on them. That the EMS at the trauma unit now has to take care of them. Hopefully someone got to them. And that's a worst case scenario. And so I really appreciate you coming here, the EMS, our hospital system, Ventura County Office of Aging. Just the collaboration here is really powerful to have this for our community. So I know tomorrow we have a press conference. I'll make sure we talk about this so that people that are watching will then tune in. And I just really appreciate just the thought that goes along with this of prevention versus waiting till something happens and then doing something. So thank you so much. I have a proclamation. Are there any other supervisors that would like to speak before I come down for a photo? And I'll ask everyone to come up if possible. And seeing none, I will put my mask on and come down with the proclamation.
Supervisor Long, while you're coming on down, I just realize when you look at the statistics, how many people, elderly, end up shortening their lifespan if there is a fall. And so how important that is, as you were saying, in saving lives. And I do also want to thank Dr. Duncan for his great work and passion.
Hopefully it wasn't holding it upside down. Thank you so much.
Thank you, doctor and staff.
So I hope everyone is motivated to get out and move and get some exercise. Helps also the brain. Now we'll move on to our consent agenda for items 12 through 30. Are there any comments from our board members on any of these items?
Move approval.
Move approval, Huber.
Okay, I will take a move approval from Supervisor Huber and a second from Supervisor Zaragoza. And roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
I know she's there.
Yes, thank you.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, and that motion is approved. Thank you. If we could take a 2-minute break, we're just gathering something for our COVID-19. So for everyone watching and on Zoom, we'll be back in a minute. Well, I feel like Arnold Schwarzenegger. We'll be back. All right, are we on? Great. Thank you very much for understanding that we needed to take a minute break to finalize some items for our COVID-19 update. Appreciate everyone's time and efforts, and so we will now pass that on to Mr. Powers to start it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Long, board members, and community members. Yes, appreciate the time. It's a long 2 minutes, I know, but one of the things that we were working with Dr. Levin and Mr. Vargas on is communicating with the state on behalf of our county. So we are engaged in a good dialogue with them. So more to come there. But here's what we're going to cover today. And you can see, where we're at with the new statewide blueprint for a safer economy. And I won't go through all the items, but we're also going to touch on the state's new health equity focus and explain a little bit about what that will look like going forward. But just to start off with, on the positive side, our numbers are heading in a good direction across the board. Positivity rates down, case rates down, hospitalizations down, and that's good. Unfortunately, it's not good enough to get us to the next year. And so I'll have Mr. Vargas come up and update your board and the community about where we're at and where we're going. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Long, board members, CEO Powers. Just a real quick introduction here in terms of this slide. Nothing's changed in terms of the tiers, and as Mr. Powers indicated, we want to thank Ventura County residents for their continued efforts to lower our numbers, and they are lowering. In fact, both the critical current metrics that allow a county to move within tiers, we've made significant strides on both. Our case rate is expected to be around 7.4 today. Last week it was 8.4. It was a little bit lower than 8.4 because an adjustment factor for our testing volume, which is another actual critical thing that we want to touch on a little bit later. But overall, without an adjustment factor, we went from 8.4 to 7.4 in terms of case rate. And then the other important metric that the state currently uses for movement within tiers is positivity rate. And positivity rate, as we indicated last week, actually that positivity rate, we would be in the third tier had we been judged just on positivity rate. We would be in the third tier. And that factor that we're doing so well, we dropped from, I believe it was 4.2 to 3.8. We're going to be at 3.8. Again, that positivity rate would put us in the third tier. And then our hospitalization numbers and our testing volume we're all doing really well in those tiers. And so that's one of the things that we're bringing up to the state's attention is the fact that on the factors that they had previously used to monitor counties, we are doing very, very well. And in fact, again, we would be in different tiers had they selected, for example, positivity rate. So that's what we wanted to highlight on this slide, that while we're still considered in the widespread because we're more than 7, we're only slightly over 7 in case rate. And again, while we're in dialogue with the state, we want to urge all Ventura County residents and our business partners and our city and other officials to continue to work with us to continue to make strides. And that if not for this conversation that we're having with the state currently, if it isn't for this week, we feel very positive that very soon we will be moving tiers.
So what, Madam Chair, what's it take us to get down to that 7 or below 7?
Yeah. So, yes, Supervisor Zaragoza, so that's the case rate, and right now, the 7 marker is the average daily cases for a given week. In this case, it's the week ending September 12th, and so it is an average of cases. And so,
For 100,000.
yeah, per 100,000 daily average over a 7-day week period. So bottom line, it's still a number of cases. We need to bring down our number of cases. There's some indication that if you test less, yes, you're going to find lower cases. But I think that only short-term benefits any county. And if some counties are playing the numbers game, I think it's a matter of time that if they don't detect, if they decrease the volume in testing and they don't detect the cases that are really out in widespread community transmission, then their numbers eventually, those people are going to infect others and their numbers will increase. And then that also may lead to people getting seriously ill. So we don't want to do that.
So
We want to increase testing volume. We
very
want to detect. But if we do it on a timely basis, the detection and the contact tracing, then we can control further spread. And then soon enough, we will be in the next tier just by doing the right thing, which is, again, testing and detecting early.
So Rigo, we're very transparent, just saying,
Yeah, we're doing everything
right up front.
the way I believe.
And we're still going down.
And we're still improving, yes. We're just so slightly over still the darn 7 marker, but we are very close. And again, we are making a case for a potential adjustment. Just like other counties, we've learned, are getting some adjustment factors to their numbers based on the other metrics.
Well, and Rigo, I appreciate it. Go
I
ahead,
think Mike said
Supervisor Zaragoza.
we're in the 1-yard line, getting ready to cross the line there, so.
Yeah, we're really close. Again, 7.4 is our case rate. We need to be at 7. In fact, we're also going back and forth with the state on some cases that might put us actually at our true case rate at 7.2, not at 7.4, still over 7. But 7.2 clearly better than 7.4, and so we're so close. It's just a number of cases that is keeping us from the path towards, being in the next tier. And I say path because I want to remind the listening and viewing audience that we actually need to meet the new metrics for 2 weeks. And then after that, when you're in a tier, you need to be there meeting the metrics for 3 weeks. So, that gives us some hope that actually, if this week or next week we start on a path towards being in the red tier, then it'll only take 2 weeks total for us to be into the next tier.
And Madam Chair, that really help us. I'm getting a lot of calls, like all of us, about opening our businesses and allowing, things to flow a little bit better for us, economically wise and economic wise, excuse me. So anyway, thank you for that.
Well, and we mentioned it last week about our county being on the kitchen cabinet for California State Association of Counties. We've been working since March every week, working closely, and I appreciate the relationship that we have with the state. To be able to be doing phone calls right now is that shows the respect on both sides. Yes. And the information that is being done. I did mention last week about the question of the testing. We're at, it was 241%, and the goal was 150. Mm-hmm. And you're right, if I'm a data miner, if you're looking at data and you see, okay, well, if we test less, then we show less positives, but that's not good for the safety of the community. And I think it's really appropriate that we stress the fact that our hospitalization is down, mm-hmm. that we are taking all these different steps to make sure that our community knows as soon as they are positive so that they can stay home and treat themselves so they don't have to go to the hospital and, be away from everything that, is very scary, going to the hospital without your loved ones and stuff, or the thought of being on a ventilator. So having this step preventative, which is what we were supposed to be doing, I think is very valuable. And so please, if you are, have a question, as anyone is watching this, if you feel that you think you might have COVID, please get tested. We're not saying don't get tested. That's right. We're just stating that we need to negotiate with the community. Because I think also people forget, but yes, we're an urban county, but we have urban, suburban, and rural mm-hmm. areas in our county. It's not just a one-stop shop. And we're very jealous of the fact that San Diego County and Orange County can go to red. And when I talk about red, what does that mean? That means that restaurants can start doing things indoors, that the gyms can start doing things indoors. And as we go into fall and we have air quality, the heat and all that, that is very helpful for our businesses to continue. And we need to do everything we can. So thank you for everyone who's been sending us those information and emails and so forth. But I just want to make sure people know that we are having those conversations with the state and doing our best to get things opened. So I appreciate all the work you guys are doing. It's tremendous.
Yeah, and I think we can take a few more questions, or perhaps I can go through the slides while CEO Powers and Health Officer Levin are, I believe, in a conversation right now as we speak with the state on
Yes.
these issues that we've brought to them. So,
Okay.
pleasure of the board and
Yes,
the
if you
chair.
could, please.
Okay.
I'd appreciate
Okay.
that. Thank you.
So we'll continue with the slides here. So these are some of the points that we're making to the state since last week. One of the things, as you may recall, that we're making points to the state was our jail inmate cases contributed towards us not being under 7, and but nevertheless, we were also pointing out that we have very good other metrics. Some of these I've already pointed out, and you have as well, Chair Long, in terms of our testing volume. The expectation from the state is for there to be 150 tests per resident for residents based on the county of our size. We continuously exceed that marker. And hospitalization, we've talked about. We have excellent capacity, and our numbers are going down. Also, our in terms of our business compliance, overall public compliance with the safety and health orders is just excellent. Again, for the state's own strike team to come on to Ventura County unannounced in the evenings and on weekends and have visited over 31 businesses and only have issues with 3, that speaks to the compliance.
Excuse me, we want to thank him for that because they're really helping tremendously by following the guidelines and the protocol.
Yes, so we need the businesses, we need residents, all of us to continue to follow the safety guidelines, again, for whether it's for the safety and health or for also to maintain, the businesses to be open and for us to move within tiers. We need that compliance, and again, our businesses have just been doing an outstanding job with that as that indication that only 3 were cited when the state visited 3,100.
Could I comment?
Yes.
Supervisor Parks?
Thank you. I know, Rico, we had hoped last week that this week would be the week when we would actually meet the case rate and be able to move to the next tier. So it is disappointing, but I hear you say, any time now we're going to meet that. And we know also that one of the reasons is because of the jails. And as you had pointed out in your slide, that we say there shouldn't be much difference between how the state treats our local jails from what they treat the Fed and state jail prisons, where they don't count them. So the question I have, as I look at the rationale for saying that they are going to count our state jail inmates or our county inmates, is that many of them will be released to our community, and so they should be added to our cases. But I wonder, do we have statistics on the percentage of inmates that are released to Ventura County versus other places like Los Angeles County? Because that might, if we make that case and we find that, only 75% of those in our county jails actually end up in Ventura County, maybe we can get that number reduced. I don't know if we've used that argument.
Yeah. Supervisor Parks, thank you for that question and that point. Yes, even from a standpoint that we've shared with the state, we believe that, it's a congregate setting, and that while, yes, perhaps there's going to be more local jail prisoners that reside in Ventura County, there's a number, and I'll get that. I don't have the number, either total or percent, but there is a number of jailed inmates in Ventura County that are not from Ventura County. And so we've pointed that out to the state. We can provide the specific number, and overall of what we have shared with them is that it's a congregate setting, and so whether they're state, federal, or local inmates, there really should not be a difference, and they already disallow in other counties when they have state and federal prison numbers, they don't include those numbers. So that is an ongoing discussion there, and so we can point out the actual number.
Can I also, Supervisor Parks, thank you for asking about that, because I appreciated the undersheriff had reported to us that in our county jail, there are multiple different counties residents that are in our jails. We did talk to our lobbyists and also with the state association in regards to the county. And for some reason, there's a differential between state and federal inmates and how they're treated versus the county inmates, how they're treated, because the county inmates are under the local public health officer. And so we did stress the fact that they are treated the same as state and federal, and that they do go, either they're here for a couple days and then they go to other counties, or they live in different counties, and that we believe that they should be treated the same as the state and federal, because the local public health directors are following the state orders. So it's all the same. So there's some frustration, but for some reason the state believes that the county should not be a part of it. And so I appreciate you continuing to work on that, and Mr. Powers as well.
Absolutely. And when you think about it too, how detailed we get with if someone unfortunately dies, to make sure which county it is in. And, there's a lot of real granular looking at all of these cases, and to just blanketly say everyone in your jails, they're now part of your county. Mm-hmm. And then also Rigo was talking about some counties may be playing with the numbers a bit, but if you do play with those numbers, the way that the state has put it together is you need to close again. And that would to me, that would be pretty devastating. We know what it is for a business to open and then, 4 days later to have to close again would just be pretty devastating. So we want to be strong in our numbers.
Mr. Powers?
Thank you, Chair Long, and thank you, Supervisor Parks. And yes, as has been alluded to, we have made that case to the states on multiple fronts, that, how do we explain to a business owner why it matters whether it's the state or the county managing the local jail. Nevertheless, right, as you've heard, they're very firm in their position. I did want to report out, sorry, that Dr. Levin and I had to step out. We did reach out and engage with Dr. Ghali, the Secretary of Health, this morning, and he was gracious enough to call us back pretty quickly, so that's why we wanted to step out and speak to him. And just really plead our case. The bottom line is that he's not in a position to change the metrics at this point. I think his perspective is that we're going to get there naturally in the next couple weeks. But we did emphasize, as you can see, as I'm sure Mr. Vargas has already done, our numbers are all heading in a good direction. The case rate, positivity rate, which would put us actually in the next tier ahead. Our testing rate, which is much higher than the state standard, but that's not the standard they're using. They're using the state average of 217 for an adjustment factor. And graciously, Dr. Ghali offered to provide more testing resources, which we really appreciate, but we also then explained to him how much testing capacity we have, and when we explained that, he says, oh, looks like you've got enough testing capacity, and we're focused in high-density areas, and he was high-density, low-income areas. He was very complimentary of that. And we really focused on the hospitalization rate. This is one where we know Dr. Levin sees this as a critical measure in RIGO, and the state does as well, and it's one of their previous measures, and ours is heading in a great direction. But again, they're not ready to make that move. I just want your board to know, too, that we did highlight the high rate of business compliance based on the state's strike teams, not just ours, but the state strike teams. Over 3,100 businesses visited, only 3 citations. So, I think I know we're doing it right here in Ventura County. We'll talk more later about equity measures. They're looking at that, how to make sure, that everyone is being treated equally in terms of the public health impact and support services. And I think our county your board has invested a lot in that. And so we've done a lot of that. He was complimentary of that. So we have reached out and engaged, and we will continue to engage individually and collectively with our CSAC organization. Because, as I say, I think we're doing it right here in Ventura County, and we know we can move safely into that next red tier. So, more to come, but happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Powers, the other thing they're concerned about, from my understanding, is what happens if you move forward a tier and then you have to move back. So I understand that red is highly sought out for because schools get to go back to kids get to go back to school and so forth. So I understand, but I want to make sure that our community knows that even if we do go to the red, we need to do everything we can because we don't want to go back out. There are some communities or some counties right now that could actually happen, and we want the businesses to keep working and maintain. So we'll be working with the state also on those measures to make sure we understand and they understand what it means if we had to fall back. Yep. The purple too, because we did that once and then we had to shut everything down, or we
Very
didn't,
painful.
but the state made us. And so we don't want to do that again either. So it's a complicated process.
To be sure. Good. Thank you.
So I think next is Dr. Levin with some slides, and I'll return in a bit.
Great. Thank you, Rigo. There we go.
Good morning, Chair Long, supervisors, Mr. Powers, members of the community. For the record, I'm Dr. Robert Levin, health officer. This is, okay. So the state is working on new guidance for gatherings. I have personally been resistant to this from a pure infectious disease control point of view. But the reality is that we are human beings and we strive for human interaction. We need it. And if we're not allowed it, we sneak around to get it. And I've heard some of the ideas, and the state has, that they're putting forward. They haven't come out with anything yet for guidance on gatherings. And these guidance ideas on gatherings are anticipated to be less restrictive than what we currently have, which could not be more restrictive. And I think some of the ideas are good and can be practiced safely. So depending on what the state comes out with over the coming days or week or two, I feel that there's every possibility that I can feel really strong about supporting it. We have made some new changes locally, and those are long-term care ombudsman employees, not volunteers, will be allowed as of today, although I think it's going to be a few days before they can get up to speed, to go into long-term care facilities, as can nursing students as of a week or two ago. Now, both of these groups will be expected to comply with rigorous safety standards. They're going to have to take a course. They're going to have to take a pre-test and a post-test, and they're going to be watching a very good and excellent video that our communicable disease nurses created for our county that a lot of people are recognizing as really top quality. So I think that will be a safe entry into our long-term care facilities. The other thing, another change that's been made is door-to-door political canvassing will be permitted in these days leading up to the election. But of course, people will have to wear masks, will have to maintain social distancing. There cannot be touching of one another in this setting. And then the other thing is, as of today, and I don't know how quickly restaurants can comply with this, but we will be able to move from restaurants being open until 10 p.m. in our county until 11 p.m. It doesn't seem like a lot, but some feedback I've had from people who own restaurants welcome this quite a bit, and I'm hopeful that it will make a significant difference for
Doctor,
business.
that won't entail indoor dining, right? It's
It
still
will
outdoor.
still not entail indoor dining. That can occur when we move from purple to red, and then indoor dining can occur at 25% capacity.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Please,
Maybe
Supervisor.
Rigo can help out too on this one, on the door-to-door political. I understand, people might want to drop off their flyers and so forth. But just going back to the COVID testing, over at 9:30 and 9:33 in Oxnard, can we double the efforts that we're doing there with our testing for COVID-19? I know we're talking about political science here, but can we double that up? Because that's probably where the highest COVID individuals live, and can we double that? Whatever we do in testing, talking to people, educating, and giving out flyers and putting out signs that says, COVID-19, something anyway, just to help us there in the 9:30, 33 areas of Oxnard.
We're already paying more attention there.
Oh, good.
The word doubling, I'm not sure that we can hit double exactly, but I'm hoping that we can triple it. I'm hoping
Thank you.
that it's not just a matter of testing, but there's a lot of different focus that we can bring
Education
to that area. Public information that is culturally appropriate, that looks specifically at where our problem areas have been and addresses those in an amicable, in a cooperative fashion.
In Spanish and English.
Yes, and
Thank you.
Mixteco, et
I
cetera.
know this is political, but we want to commingle everything, and make sure that we double up on those, especially this 9:30 and 9:30 and 33 area of Oxnard.
We talk about those areas
Every day.
numerous times every day.
Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor
is it-
Parks, go ahead.
Is it recognized in the community that you're in a hotspot? And is that advisable to present it to the community that, you are in a community that has high rates and understand the urgency and importance?
That's the education that's needed. That's exactly what I like to see, yes.
So I just wanted to clarify, so you were asking to see if staff could have people walk door to door,
Yeah.
providing a flyer of some
Yeah,
sort
educating people.
for the education.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I
I'm sorry, I
was
wanted to
clear on that.
It's a good
Yes,
point.
thank you.
I'm glad that I was a part of this, overhearing this conversation, because this is a great idea that had not occurred to me, but that people who are politicking in that area, it would behoove them and it would get them votes if they would help do some of the work of public health and educate people while they're doing that.
Right, but making sure they don't put it in the mail or tape it to the door.
No, but
They have to follow the right guidelines
But
when providing that.
I know you talk about it every time that you meet, but that's so important that we help in the education in Spanish and Mixteco and make sure that we really, really go out and help those individuals there. And working with the schools, and it's extremely important.
Any other supervisor have questions for Dr. Levin?
I just wanted, I didn't want that to go by without sharing that.
I'm not really clear on Supervisor Zaragoza's suggestion. I can see where the county would do that, but I think is the suggestion that candidates are people doing campaigns, because I didn't know campaigns were allowed to go door to door.
I'm not sure.
They are now.
Yeah, that's.
Are they? Okay.
We've just opened that up.
So that's why I mentioned that. That's why I mentioned the last bullet point. If we can take advantage of that, I think it'll help us. Thank you, Doctor.
So for our nursing schools, I want to say thank you on behalf of them. They've been asking since March to be able to continue their students' education, and part of that is their internships. And so they've been on hold this whole time, and we need nurses. That's a big push for us to make sure we're developing organically our nursing program. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. The door-to-door politics, maybe because we're the county, we can stay out of the politics side and see how we can communicate the education in those hotspots. I like the idea of going door to door, just like we do with the census, in regards to educating our community, especially when they're not the addresses and stuff might be mixed up.
And Madam Chair, it doesn't have to be politics. It's just our people just go out and knock on doors, door to door.
Exactly. And then also with the restaurants, just making sure, is there still a 90-minute time frame that you're supposed to abide by?
Yes, there still
And
is.
if so, why?
That is to keep people from staying there, drinking longer, getting more agitated, perhaps a bad word, but we don't want people interacting, with alcohol too long a period of time, because it just leads to louder voices and perhaps interaction between tables that might not otherwise occur.
Okay.
And so we're trying to limit that.
I just wanted to confirm, because restaurants have food and so forth, and sometimes a meal takes a little bit longer to get served. I understand if you were like talking about a bar or something of that nature where you're there just to drink and socialize and dance and listen to live music and you get butt up together, but at restaurants and you've got food, I wanted to ask. So maybe to consider for later is that 90 minutes what you're talking about, or is it 2 hours? Just so that I understand. Thank you.
Supervisor, I don't think, and I hope that no restaurant is kicking people out 90 minutes into their meal if the meal's still in progress.
Okay, thank you. You know how it's very much black and white some people are, or some
Sure.
businesses, and so I just want to make sure if someone is actually going to spend the time to go to a restaurant, and I would like it to be an enjoyable time, not a hurry up, you have only 2 more minutes and blah, blah, blah. So,
Sure, I understand that, and I
Thank
hope it is understood.
okay,
Thank you, Doc.
thank you.
Okay, so my next slide. Oh, where do I? Just push.
I'll do it. There we go.
Whoops, back up. There we go. Thank you. So our numbers, as I think, I wasn't in the room when Mr. Vargas was speaking, but I think he pointed out that our numbers have continued to come down. And for me, most dramatically, the COVID positive patients in the hospitals all across our county. Yesterday, they were down to 39, and we have not seen numbers that low since the beginning of June. And so what that leads me to say, since it is now a significant amount of time after 2 weeks and 2 days, is it, after Labor Day, that our county has done a wonderful, wonderful job at not gathering and not exposing one another to the possibility of COVID infection. And I think it shows that if we try, we can make a huge difference. I know we've been trying all along. I think that we've had lapses over holiday weekends, but what a terrific job we did over that weekend. And that's, I think, going to be a driving force that gets us from purple into red over the next couple weeks. So continuing to review case numbers in our county is something that we're doing all of the time. We are questioning our assumptions at the health department about how we are approaching lowering numbers. We're asking ourselves, are there better ways to communicate with our groups that we're finding outbreaks in? Are there more effective ways to learn if our positive cases have been to certain places of business where they've been in contact with others? What events have they been to? So we're going to just figure out how to get more deeply into this discovery so that it will benefit us in terms of slowing down or stopping the spread of this infection. One of the reasons that our numbers, our case numbers, for instance, might be higher than other counties is that we have been very effective in sampling those areas that are at highest risk. And it could be that other counties' approaches are to sample people across the board, in which case we're going to wind up doing a much better job of driving down the actual rate in our county. And so perhaps it's leading to our having a slower descent, but I think it is a real descent, and I'm hopeful that this lowered average, this lower number in our county as we progress through the tiers will keep us in a position where we will not be bouncing back and going higher up. And just as an aside, it would be tragic, of course, for businesses for that to happen. But the state has said that this will not mean that schools will need to close. If schools are open because we moved into red, they'll be able to stay open, but I don't even want to go there as a possibility. And then I am trying to make this thing move to 8
Next slide.
and having a bit of trouble.
There we go.
Okay, thanks for the assistance. Appreciate it.
We all have your back.
I appreciate that. So, so far in terms of schools, we have had now 28 grammar schools with reopening waivers that have been submitted to Ventura County, and 24 of those have been approved. We also have rigorous standards that we are comparing these submissions to and expecting that those will be met. 4 of the waivers are under review, and I want to say we've had 1 public school waiver submitted, and this is a public school system with 5 grammar schools. So we may soon be seeing public schools entering this community of grammar schools that have waivers, and I'm really happy about that. There also is another school system that is considering doing this. There is, aside from the waiver issue, there's something called cohorting, which the state has also established. And that is a cohort of, I'll say kids, but it's originally seen as 14 kids and 2 adults. And this is of all ages through 12th grade that can be brought together, but it doesn't have to be 14 and 2. It can be almost any combination of 16. And this is specifically meant for children with special needs, for English learners, and for kids that are academically behind who will benefit from special help. And we have now seen a public school that is planning on opening a special needs cohort. So that is also a hopeful and positive direction. And I would like to see as many of these that address kids in these areas open in our county that we can see. I think that would be a marvelous thing, because the educational gap, of course, widens, and I think COVID might be magnifying that problem. And those are the comments I have.
Dr. Levin, could you give me some information in regards from the state? This is a thorn in my side. So private schools can submit, there's so many thorns. Private schools can submit waivers so that their students, TK through 6, can go to school. And then we have those that are in public school that are stuck not being able to go to school. And we know that the education is so key and that being in person is extremely important. I have disadvantaged communities in my district all throughout Ventura County, and those kids are not getting the same type of education. And, so wonderful. I have conversations with people, and I'm very frustrated to hear, yes, certain people that can pay to get the education are getting the education. And those that can't afford it are in their homes, maybe by themselves as a latchkey, maybe with grandparents or something, maybe with no internet because they only have the bandwidth for 1 computer. It's very frustrating to hear that there's only certain people that are going to get the education that our kids need and others aren't. And my understanding is public schools are there so that we can serve all. I have kids in public school. I choose to have them in public school because I think that's very important. But I have a great concern where I hear only one public school is taking advantage of this TK through 6. And I understand with the teachers, I have a bunch of friends that are teachers, and God willing, they do the job that they do. And I have a sister who's teaching bilingual Spanish as kindergarten, and she's jumping up and down, and she's her own show, basically, on Zoom, trying to reach these little kids that don't have the will to do it themselves. I'm very frustrated by this, that our community is lacking the education I think they all need. And you can agree or disagree with me, but how do we get more public schools opened?
And I agree, because that's happening over in Nyland Acres, where
Yeah.
now the Nyland Promise with Mike Powers and the Real School District are trying to get internet to all the kids there, because
Mike Baber?
Barber. It's my mask.
Yeah, yeah. So,
So anyway, that's important, right?
and I appreciate educating and talking with our Office of Education, Stan Mantooth, and all the different superintendents, and how they have to navigate their parents, and each parent is different, but the opportunity, I think, we're really missing. And I'm just trying to understand from the state's perspective, they have the control with the Office of Education and so forth. Why is it the waivers are, only private schools? Why can't we open it to the public? And why is it, well, if you consider it childcare, then they get educated? I'm confused on this.
This is something that I've been concerned about and been pushing for since the first whiff of the idea of waivers came up, because therein lies an important equity standard in our county. I have spoken with the schools, I've spoken twice in the last few days with the schools at high levels. I've spoken repeatedly with the superintendent of schools. He would love to see the schools open. I mean, this is why he exists, is to educate kids. I think that he would explain best himself the concerns. I don't begin to understand the complexities of it, but he's faced with tremendous amount of complexity. And some of this comes from teachers' unions, and that can be a real drag in movement forward.
Well, and I understand, I heard some schools spent $4 million to put all the COVID-19 stuff in their classrooms to make sure. I don't, possibly our public schools don't have that type of funding to do all the COVID separations or the smaller class sizes, or the distancing, or maybe it is unions. I understand if you're a teacher, you don't want to bring COVID back home and you don't know where these kids have been. And we know with kindergarten, you can get germs pretty quick because we just touch. I understand that, but to tell me that I can have 24 schools of K-12, TK to 6 being able to get educated, and I can't get populations that I really need educated, I don't like picking. I don't like choosing.
It's a funding, I think.
Yes, so if
would
anyone's
think.
watching, that's definitely my message with the schools.
I think anyone who can come up with creative ideas to somehow push this thing forward, to get this thing off the mark, because I think we all want to see public schools open. And hopefully they'll all be open 2 weeks after we move into red. That's when it's totally legitimate to open. So that is on everybody's radar.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Powers, do you have any other insight?
Just to Dr. Levin, really just hit it right there. That's another reason why we need to move into red as soon as we can.
Yeah.
And I will say, I've watched Dr. Levin and Rigo from the get-go, from the beginning, work very closely with our Office of Education, Dr. Stan Mantooth, and just really consulting with them on a regular basis to come up with ideas of how to open safely.
Very important.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you very much.
And also thank you for the adjustment on the Halloween rules and regulations, that it is not recommended. We've had a lot of contact on that and appreciate it. So I wanted to say thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Levin. Now I'll turn it over to Mr. Vargas, Public Health Director.
Yes. Good morning again. Rigo Vargas, Public Health Director. We'll continue with some of the slides, but before I do that, I did just get the preliminary numbers for today, so I'd like to start with that. Again, I usually don't have a slide on this because it's not always clear by when we will have the preliminary numbers. And we have some of those today. We're going to be reporting 44 new cases of COVID in Ventura County. And so that we'll be at about 12,000, almost 12,300. And in terms of newly tested, we're going to be reporting about 1,374, so a pretty good number for Tuesdays. Usually Tuesdays are significantly lower than Monday's numbers. The good news is also that we're not going to be reporting any additional deaths, so we'll remain at 146 Ventura County residents that have passed away while they've been infected with COVID. And so that's good because several days in a row we've been reporting deaths. And our hospital numbers, I don't have them for today. Yesterday's numbers were very good. I believe both Dr. Levin and Mr. Powers indicated that our number yesterday was among the lowest that we've had in really in weeks since I believe early June. And we were at 39 hospitalized. So I don't have the numbers for today, but those numbers in our hospital capacity, number of hospitalized has trended downward, and yesterday was a new low.
Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Long. Mr. Vargas, so we're all focused like a laser on this case rate number, trying to get it below 7. How does today's number, for example, of new cases, 44, fit into that?
Yes. So today's number is what we expect the state to show is a 7.4 case rate, a drop. And in fact, there's still a chance that what they actually published today will be closer to 7.2. We've had some dialogue on a few cases that might drop it down to 7.2. Nevertheless, even with that possible adjustment, we'll be slightly over the goal of 7 cases. That's a daily average for the week ending the 12th. And that is a significant improvement. Last week, we would have been at 8.3 or 8.4, and then we got an adjustment for a high volume during last week's measurement week, and so that brought our case down to 7.8, but a true decrease from really 8.4 to 7.4 is significant in 1 week. Again, we're short, unfortunately, of the 7, but to decrease by 1 whole average case is very significant, so we're definitely in the right path.
So we got an adjustment factor for our high testing volume.
We did last week, yes.
That's one, that's right. But also, so if every day as we're looking at that case rate, to get below 7, it needs to be below 100 or 60?
It's, I believe it's 65.
So
yes.
44 is heading in the good direction.
Yes, yes, definitely. We've made that reminder that on for the size of our county, that translates, slipping right now, if it's 60 or 65, the number of cases, definitely 44 is on the good side of that measure. And that 44 will contribute to that case rate dropping for the next measurement week. Thank you for that, Mr. Powers, for that reminder. So with this slide, I believe all of you are familiar, and so again, 7.4 is the tentative number that we expect that the state will publish today. It might be a little bit lower, nevertheless, over 7. The other numbers, I mean, are just, and that really, again, those 5 green measures are other measures where our county is just doing very, very well. We've already pointed out the other measure that the state uses for movement within tiers, that is the 7-day testing positive rate at 3.8. We were at 4.2, I believe, last week, and today the state, we expect that they will publish 3.8 for your county, our county, and so that number is just great. Again, if it was just a movement within tiers, one or the other, we would be in the red, but the way the state has it right now, both of those numbers, the 7-day average case rate and the positivity rate, both need to be in the green or meeting the goal to move. But we are still making our case that given that 3.8 really would put us in the orange tier 3, And given that the rest of those green metrics there, we're doing so well, and we already talked about the business compliance and just overall trend downward, that we believe we should get an adjustment and move tiers
I think
sooner than
we
later.
need a chance. That's so great, you know, they ought to give us credit, like you said, for that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
Well, and then also, how many are in ICU right now?
Yesterday, I believe we were at 14. We've been at a low at as low as 6, which was unprecedented earlier last week. It fluctuates, so we've had other days that have been at 11, but that number is also stable and at times trended downward as well, very much so.
And our capacity is?
Our
Without putting the surge plan in place,
Yeah.
what is our capacity?
Yeah, that's there you see our hospitalization is actually in the trending in the right direction, even a minus. They allow for a 10%. But in terms of our percent ICU bed available, 42% of our ICU beds are available without going into the surge capacity. And then our ventilator capacity is just outstanding as well at 87%. So when we look at the state's own original metrics for the data monitoring of counties, 5 out of 7 areas, or 5 out of 6 that we're just doing so well. It's not even that we're borderline on these other 5 areas. We're doing extremely well. And that's what we're trying to make a case that there should be some additional consideration for counties like ours.
Well, and I think that's where people are having a really hard time understanding. We first planned for a surge and for hospitals to make sure they were protected. And now we are having such great decreases, but yet businesses aren't open, kids can't go to school. And then my concern is that, like Halloween, people are saying, Halloween protests, like that is where people are jumping now. And that's the mindset we can't have. Because they're gonna say, you know what, screw you. I'm just going to do what I want to do and not use masks, not do anything. And how do we make sure we get buy-in from our community? I think that's where we're all looking at, and with the state. So I appreciate these numbers, and I really hope that the state will start working with us because we're doing a good job.
And I think you said something important. They're so good. We want to maintain that, and we don't want to go back, by helping out, by distancing, by having the masks, by all the businesses, everybody complying. That's why we're there. And if we relax it to a point that we destroy all that, and then we're back to square one.
Yeah. So we got to hold steady with our continued social distancing and all the recommendations, mask wearing, and for the long run. But our numbers of Ventura County residents are making a difference, and while not meeting the marker for case rate, nevertheless, our numbers are going down, and we hope to continue to press the state and make our case. And even without an adjustment, we're still trending in the right direction. Within a couple weeks, if not next week, we might be on our own there. But again, we feel strongly that on our own with these metrics, we should have the ability to move safely into the next year. All right. Real quick on the next couple of slides, you've seen these now. Overall, again, reinforcing that we're still trending downward on our case rate. The goal is 7, and we're just above it, but a significant decrease from previous week. And as Dr. Levin mentioned, I also want to thank Ventura County residents for, doing a very good job during the last holiday. And while we saw a slight uptick in cases, overall, they remain steady in terms of what's coming into our office. For a number of cases that is affecting our case rate, it's pretty much stable or downward trending. And then the positivity, we already said we're doing very well, and the last report period shows a slight decrease, but it's very modest. And we don't expect to see a spike in cases, rather just a short increase there associated still with the holiday, but not of significant concern for us at this point. Our hospitalization numbers, we've said, continue to do well. We want to thank everyone that, especially our hospital partners that provide good quality care for Ventura County residents that have been in the hospital and in the ICU unit, and they're being cared for very well, compassionate, excellent care, and I think that shows both our these numbers, number of daily average of confirmed cases, people that are in the hospital, those that are in ICU, but also our fatality rate is among the best in Southern California. So that is, again, a testament to the quality care that they're receiving in our hospitals and in the first place of people not coming down with significant illness to warrant additional hospitalizations or deaths. Now, this is a different slide, so I'll go into this one just in a little bit of detail. This is a breakdown of cases for the week of the 6th through the 12th. That is the week whose metrics were being looked at, and that the state, for all counties, is going to publish today. So this kind of gives us an insight as to where our cases came from during that week and why also we didn't meet the marker of 7, even though we were so close. So a slight breakdown includes that we had 153 cases where more than one person in a household was positive. So this is a common theme that we've seen in Ventura County, is that multiple individuals in a household are positive. One infects the other, or multiple. And so that is something that we want to, again, continue to address by doing timely contact investigation, which we are, and also doing the tracing. And even if our tracing leads us back to the same household, we still work with them to do isolation and quarantine and keeping other family members safe. And also so they could also keep their coworkers and the public safe by knowing that they are positive and in isolation or quarantine if they're a close contact. We've had during this week 50 cases, or about 11%, being a large gathering during the incubation period that really was the Labor Day weekend. So while again overall we didn't see a significant spike in cases, there is an ongoing case where or situation where a significant number of our cases are through large gatherings, and this is just one confirmation of that 50 cases during this week were in large gatherings from our contact investigation information that we've gathered. 33 cases, or about 7.5%, were residents or staff members of long-term care facilities. So an ongoing number of cases each week, including this week, is from long-term care facilities. In this case, 33 cases were during that week that, again, added to our total number of cases that, again, just causes us to be a little bit shy of meeting the goal. 16 cases, or 3.5%, were from an outbreak that still is connected to the main jail. These were cases that were found during this week of the 12th. The majority of them, about 75 of the cases, or 65 of the cases, were counted for the previous week, but some of them were counted during this week. A same number, 3.5%, involved cases among healthcare workers, and we also had 7 cases among farm workers during this case, during this week. So that's just an indication of where our cases are coming from week to week, and specifically this one week.
So Rigo, Madam Chair, that farm worker cases have gone down dramatically, right? The last bullet point, that's gone down quite a bit.
Yes. Our percentage of farm workers is still around 5%, and so a little bit lower than that. And so during this week, we had 7 cases, but as a percent of all of our cases, our farm worker case is quite low.
Fantastic.
Well, and because also we had a couple of items where it was either a production plant or an H2A housing, we were able to get that in control and make sure the education is out there so the numbers would drop also.
Right.
On this slide, I really appreciate that our county targeting the data as to where it is the most percentage we need to look at. So one thing that as we talk about the flu, as we talk about being sick at home, is just to make sure we're educating, and I know you guys are doing this, but if you have one person in your household who else is exposed, to make sure that they get tested. That I think is a really, really crucial one. I've had it where a family has only gotten one person had the COVID and no one else did, but they still took the same precautions for the whole household just to make sure that it didn't get spread. Because from what I hear is sometimes you'll get it, you get tested on day 1 and you were negative, and then day 4 you were positive. Between those 4 days, if you didn't stay home, you wouldn't have known who you were interacting with. And so I think for those households, as we do get to open up, is making sure they're educated as to if someone in your family gets exposed, what should all of you try and follow? And am I wrong on that?
No, Supervisor Long, you're right on mark there. That is the focus of our contact investigators and our contact tracers, is that education and also providing that assistance we have with your board support. Social workers also working alongside the contact tracers to provide resources, whether it's housing, food, just any assistance that they need to be in a quarantine or in isolation. And that message around protecting their family members and the public is reinforced each time.
And then also just this week, was it this week? Oh, it blends. About the H2A housing and checking on that. Could you touch that real quick?
Yes.
I know our public health just put that in, and I've gotten a lot of emails in regards to what Santa Barbara County did, Ventura County, and I know the Star put an article out, but I just thought it would be a great opportunity for you to talk on that.
Yes, thank you for the prompt, Supervisor Long. So last week, Dr. Levin issued a health officer order that very much mirrored Santa Barbara County's, that seeks to further protect those in homeless shelters and in what we call H2A. That's a program of guest workers that are brought to this country, this county in this case, and provided housing, H2A program. And so it covers housing at shelters and at housing sites for these farm workers. And what it does is we were doing already, working so well with both shelter operators and HUA housing operators, working so well for them to, protect the safety of their residents. But in this health officer order, it specifically outlines for them to do continuous monitoring of symptoms and temperature checks, and to work very closely with our office in the instance of one case, so that we can work with them so closely to to prevent further exposure. And so that is a new health officer order. And again, we did it in alignment with our colleagues, and we appreciate the support from our community advocacy organizations that also encouraged us to adopt that health officer order.
Well, thank you. And I know Supervisor Zaragoza and I both really appreciate it because of the farm workers and making sure that there is focus on that.
Exactly right, especially the recess and all, yeah. Thank you.
All right. I believe this is my last slide. It is a new, different slide. Mr. Powers referenced the health equity metric. This is an introduction to that concept. The state has not rolled out a health equity metric. What they're looking at is urging counties, and again, your county has been doing very well in addressing health inequities when it comes to COVID. Yes, we still have high rates in certain communities, but the rates have been dropping, and I'll explain how this slide documents that improvement. But before I do that, I wanted to give you an overall introduction to what we believe is going to be an upcoming additional metric that the state will come out. They call it a health equity metric, that it seeks to decrease the difference in case rates and positivity rates in communities. And usually the inequity or the difference is profound in low income and in high ethnic makeup communities. In our county, that tends to be Latino communities in the lower income parts of Oxnard, Santa Clara Valley, including Santa Paula, Fillmore, community of Piru, and Greater Oxnard I mentioned.
And Rigo, that's why I was talking to Dr. Levin about 33, this 83,000 people just in that zone, that zip code, excuse me. So, by doubling up there on in our efforts, or tripling, I think is what Dr. Levin said, it's important.
That's right.
30-30.
Yes, and so we're working, you see here what, with this slide, it is busy, but I'll go through it, in some detail, only highlighting certain things, and then we can cover that in additional time or through questions. But what we try to do here is show that the case rate that was in Ventura County by zip code, 7-day average, so consistent with how now we're being monitored. But we look back on the week of July 11th, ending that week, and the average case rate is there for each of the zip codes. And you see that at that point, some of our lower income, high Latino community had very high case rates. So for example, Fillmore, we had a case rate at 4.9. It dropped for the week ending the 12th from 4.9 to 4.2. We had the Oxnard zip codes, they're at 27.9, dropping to 14.3. And then we had the other 93030 zip code of 36.9, dropping down to 13.4. The previous one was 27.9, dropping to 14.3. And so again, this was at a time comparing when we had very high case rates right after the holiday of 4th of July, comparing it to this week that ended on the 12th, this measurement week that also coincides with the week after the holiday. And you see that we made great strides in all zip codes, a significant drop in the average of cases, and including in those high case areas. We're working very closely with community-based organizations, our city partners, community-based organizations to have a promotora outreach and engagement program, lay trusted community health workers working with businesses and residents in these communities, in particular of Oxnard, Santa Clara Valley, to address the issue of these high case rates. And while there still continue to be overrepresented, the case rate is still higher proportionally in Santa Clara Valley and Oxnard. You see, though, that there has been significant stride. And so back to the overall state health equity metric, what they expect is a further drop. Once they release the health equity metric, they expect a 10% improvement between the high case areas and the lower case areas, which roughly will translate into low-income communities, into more affluent or higher income communities. And so they want to see the difference between the high case rate areas and the lower areas, a 10% improvement. And while a 10% can be, and we should be able to achieve that reduction, what we want to point out, and we have to the state, is that we've been working closely in these communities that are being disproportionately affected by COVID due to their types of jobs, and types of, at times, their housing situations, their income situations. But we've been working with them, the residents, and leaders in those communities, the community-based organizations, and we've already sustained a significant improvement in case rate. So now for the state to potentially come down and expect a further improvement of 10%, while modest and achievable, it is a little bit concerning that with this well-intended health equity metric, it might still put a community at risk of moving into a tier if they don't achieve that 10% improvement, which in our county, we've already really achieved this. And that's what really this slide alludes to, is that we, first of all, have had overall improvement in COVID rates, and including in the low-income, high Latino communities of our county. So I believe Mr. Powers has some thoughts and comments on this as well.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Long and Rigo. Rigo explained it very well. Just to let your board know, as you know, I'm participating on this so-called kitchen cabinet with CSAC board members and a couple other CEOs, where we're engaging with the governor's office on this and other topics. But this is this will be a big change, and we appreciate the governor's office and Dr. Gali listening, because we don't want unintended consequences, as Mr. Vargas said, of sort of penalizing counties who've been prioritizing equity from the get-go, as your board has. Some of the ways that you can do that to address and minimize that gap between high-income and low-income communities is to have things that we have, which is high-volume testing in low-income, high-density areas. So it's high-volume testing, it's no cost, it's evening and weekend hours, as well as engaging with the community in culturally meaningful ways, including with our farm worker resource program, in English, Spanish, and 3 indigenous languages as well on a regular basis, and having our backpack medicine, VCMC physicians go actually out to the fields in case of farm workers, and also having isolation support resources for folks who can't safely isolate on their own. So we feel like these are the best practices that the state is wanting us to engage in, and I think your board has fully supported that, not just recently, but before the pandemic, actually, and once it started from the very beginning. And so we're just I want your board to know and want the community to know that we're sharing that message with the state, because we applaud them for prioritizing it, but we also want them to know that counties like yours, like this one, have been prioritizing it from the.
And Mike, Madam Chair, and we
Supervisor?
need to continue to convey that information to our public,
Yeah,
especially there in South Oxnard. I think
right.
It's extremely important. And that's good data.
And Chair Long,
What you just
Supervisor
shared,
Parks?
this is just a really fascinating chart. Thank you for providing it. And it is wonderful to see the tremendous drops in some communities, going from like 54 case average down to 0 in Peru. And but what also it shows to me, and Supervisor Huber may think this too, is that East County meets the metrics big time, I just can't help but say it, if there was a way that these communities that all are meeting the metrics could open instead of being held back because of what's happening in a few areas. And that, I can't help but say that, I care for the whole county, but the idea that here you have such low numbers in the East County that are some very well below the 7.0 that we need to be and being held up.
Thank you for that
That's
comment.
why it's so important to concentrate on the service I mentioned.
And that's why I think it's very important that Ventura County has a seat at the table right now with talking to Dr. Galley and talking about this measurement, because if it's supposed to be an equity and a 10% decrease is what they want, where is that? Is it by zip code? Is it the whole county? I mean, you can see right now, we went from 18.9 to 7.4. We're already doing that. So what is it going to take for that 10%? One every 10,
and if I could just be more specific, and that is, didn't San Diego County, weren't they able to do a different requirements, splitting the county in half, or maybe it was Orange County? Is there any potential for that? That the East County could be treated differently than the West County in the tiers? And would that be worth looking at, or would that have negative repercussions to West County?
Yeah, Supervisor Parks, I've heard that topic and that request come up at meetings that Dr. Levy and I are on with the state. The state has indicated that they will continue to just looking at the measurement, the overall case rate by entire county. And I'm not aware of any other county having been able to have differences by or within the different cities in the county. I will say though that while this difference in East and West County that roughly also translates again to lower and higher income communities, and also the ethnic makeup differences, is that early on with this pandemic, it was the East County that had the higher rates, and so while I don't expect it to flip again to East County having higher rates than West County, at one point it was that way when the pandemic started. So I believe while this does highlight, as you rightfully pointed out, East versus West County with regard to the numbers, that it is important to stay united as a county, and that we're there so close. Again, 7.4, we're almost there at the 7. With regard to the 10% difference, the way that the state is looking at is they're looking at census tracts and what they have a health health index that takes into account poverty rates and unemployment and a few other rates, and they give a score by an index score by census tract that roughly will translate to some of the zip codes, and then they expect a 10% different improvement in the difference between the high case rate census tracts versus the low census tracts.
And Madam Chair, I think we need to stick together as a county. I think it's extremely important for all of us to fight this together.
Well, to me, I look at it, okay, we can open up Piru, we can open up Bell Canyon.
Yeah.
I mean, if you start breaking it down by zip code of only, that's like when we were talking earlier about Ventura County versus Los Angeles County and that county line, and it splits on a street, and the one side of the street can open and the other side can't.
And that's happened.
I mean, that just makes it even more complex. I totally understand Supervisor Parks' question, because we have to question the system and trying to get things more open.
Something that's happening 10 miles away is keeping our businesses shut. It is very frustrating to see that we're meeting the numbers out here, but we can't open. And so that it is just a frustration. I know that 2/3 of the county, though, consider east and west, 2/3 of the county meets it. Meets those numbers. It's just that the 1/3 that doesn't.
Well,
Go ahead, Mr. Powers.
the only thing I would add to that is, what are we doing about it? And I think what we want to make sure we convey to the community and to you is that we think we're taking all the right steps. And that's, as I say, having that high volume, no-cost testing in those lower income, high-density areas like Oxnard and Santa Paula, evening, weekend hours, and so forth, and outreach. Incredible outreach from the very beginning to these communities, pop-up testing, you name it. It's a whatever it takes philosophy. And so that's also why we hope we're going to be able to meet this improvement metric. But anytime there's improvement, we also just are mindful when you're dealing with statistics, that first 10% improvement is easier to do than that second 10%. And if you've already been improving, as you know, that second piece is a little harder. So we're just really engaging with the state to make sure that we don't get, that they wouldn't want to penalize a county that has prioritized equity from the outset, as your board has. And
also focusing on the congregate care, and
exactly.
even in our jails, we're doing everything we can, helping to get farm workers so they aren't having to live close together, and doing a lot of programs. And we were the first in the state to separate out those in the long-term care facilities. We put them in the hospital even though they didn't meet the need for hospitalization, just to keep them out of those settings. So we have done a lot, and really the jail is the one thing, and we have identified that before, for our whole county to be held back because of what's happening with inmates there. So, and again, we're doing all we can, as you point out, to try to get that number down in the jails. That's really a key too.
And Madam Chair, in the 3033 area too, we have a lot of essential workers that are here that are exposed every single day to the item. So the density and the essential workers are probably the majority of the people that live there are essential workers. And that has a lot to do with it too.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it speaks volumes of your education. And then also the question in those zip codes, what is the case rate of getting it again? Is it a one and done? Do we only get COVID once? And so then those zip codes later on are going to look really good because they've already gotten it. I mean, there's a lot of different questions. And I just hope that we all will continue to work together to bring this down.
This is Bob Huber. I want to thank Supervisor Parks for pointing out that the East County is meeting the metrics. I agree we should pursue a way to regionalize and allow the communities to meet the metrics to open up. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Huber.
It also reminds me of, there was mention at one point, the city of Westlake Village, which is in the county of LA, was saying, can't we come into Ventura County and use your numbers? But I can understand that we are stuck in our borders as it were, and we do need to work together on this. But it is frustrating to see that we've met it and our businesses would, definitely reap benefits if we could get separated. But I do understand the principle behind it.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. Mr. Powers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Long and board members. One thing I would say, though, too, is we're heading in a good direction. If we can get there in a couple of weeks, that'll be great. And one of the things we'll do is to make sure we engage with our business community, our chamber leaders, our school leadership, to use this time wisely, time to prepare, because we know what the red tier, the next tier looks like.
Right.
You know, there's some expanded capacity indoors, but, 25% in general, 10% for gyms and that kind of thing. So we can use this time to get ready for that when we do meet that metric.
That's right. One last point on this slide, though, is just to keep in mind that this is comparing 2 weeks, so it's a snapshot at a certain point in time. And so these differences are for that 1 week ending July 11th and September 12th. So, these numbers, every week, obviously, change depending on a number of cases that happen, whether at a large gathering, restaurants, or other places, as we indicated in the previous slide. And so next week, we'll have this slide again, and the numbers will be different. But I think the trend is the main important here is the important point here is that the trend is downward in all communities, and these numbers specifically are for those 2 weeks.
And then also, if we could request, you might be already doing it, but make sure that we're sharing this with our city council members, our city managers, our MACs, our, the neighborhood councils, to make sure that they know also the numbers, because there are our front lines with their communities. And the more we have community leaders talking about this and getting this information will be more helpful, I think, because if I have a Santa Paula City Council member and they notice those numbers and, they could get one more and really help, I think those are ways we can get more buy-in.
And I think the city manager in Oxnard has really give some good updates over in Oxnard, and on what the information you give, to or share, he shares it also there at the city council meetings.
And yes, we will do that, and we have, as you know, regular meetings with all the city managers a couple times a week.
That's right.
Mr. Vargas and Kim and Mike and everybody participate in that, as well as our elected officials calls every Wednesday. So we'll be sure to include this information in those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, because I know that Irene at the Piru Neighborhood Council is going to be just so happy to see it at 0. So just our unincorporated areas as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe next is Mr. Zimmerman. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Members of the boards, Mr. Powers, Barry Zimmerman, here to give a report on the testing, a quick update. Here I'm going to start with the trend graph. Last week, as I reported, our trend was headed down consistently over time. We've seen that spike back up this week, and so we don't account for that, but we continue to publicize and advertise that we do have the capacity, and we encourage everyone to receive a test that desires to have one. And so there's no limitations to receiving a test, and we've seen that turn back upward, which is also accounts for our high volume of testing that we report to the state. Just as an illustrative in our historical trend and volume that we've actually done within our testing system, we have not changed our testing system. We've improved some of the flow capacity as well as notifications over time. But you see, we have the capacity to basically run double what we currently are at today. So the capacity is there for people to take access of these locations there. And we continue to outreach and to advertise and to reach out to individuals. As you know, the approach to COVID is testing, contract tracing, and isolation. So compliance and isolation is the most important part, and we see that is probably the most difficult part to get people to choose to do. But we feel that testing is going well in that regard. So the numbers are large, and I think some of it is that we will look at how we message and communicate out. People are, I think in general, this is my perception, are becoming desensitized a little bit to COVID. It's on the news every day. It's in the paper every day. We have advertisements at all the grocery stores in the Oxnard region on what to do, where to get testing. And, people become numb to that. So we'll have to look on how to best communicate. And also the numbers are getting large in what we test. We're approaching, we'll in a month or two be over 200,000 individuals we've tested. And that's hard to comprehend, just the sheer volume and number of people that have been taking access of these testing locations there. So testing's going well. We continue to do it. The average test time We're well within 24 hours now on returning test results. On average, it's a day, 1.2 days that an individual gets it, so it's pretty rapid in that regard. And we're able to troubleshoot if anything happens with an individual. We get calls and we're able to respond to them directly. And we're able to offer that service to people to help them out, to ensure that they get the results they need. I'll just take a minute or two to explain. It was mentioned earlier that the state has offered expanded testing capacity there. I was on a Zoom meeting with Dr. Galley yesterday to go over the program that the state is offering. What, in essence, the state is doing is setting up a model similar to what we already have developed here associated with our drive-through sites. They call it a hub and spoke model, in which that they'll have a lab that they're working with exclusively that can turn around the performance time. We already entered into a contract with the lab very early on, great negotiation by OES and Patrick to run down the right labs when labs were scarce, and we entered in a great partnership with LGC to do that. So the state is doing that by setting up and creating a lab themselves with an entity that will be in Valencia, and that will be the hub, and then we would spoke from communities into that lab there. We already have that model in place and it's working very effectively. So at this time, it doesn't add any needed capacity or doesn't benefit us a whole lot. It is up to the partnering communities to provide the testing, the data collection, and the transportation of the samples to the laboratory. The state does not provide those to us. And our system, we already have that built in with the structure with our laboratory today. In addition, the state's program has not developed yet an electronic notification activity, so that would be a burden to be a manual activity on the local entity there. So that would be a disadvantage or a step back for us in that regard, since we already do have electronic notification that is automatic to the individuals. I did bring that up to Dr. Galley. He recognizes that. They are trying to work on that model to more replicate, I think, what we have established here. So I just wanted to make you aware of that when we hear the state increasing their capacity of testing, that is the program that they are offering. It will really meet those areas that they call testing deserts, more of those smaller communities that don't have lab capacity, don't have the ability to access testing results like
the turnaround time is excellent in 24 to 48
hours. 24, 48 hours. That is about the standard that is in the industry right now, up to 48 hours, but, we are well exceeding that standard.
Concerns in the past about 7 days and 2 weeks. And so
yes, when we had really high volume and we were doing manual notification, we lagged a little bit there, but we resolved all that. So that's what I'm indicating. Even if we double our capacity, I think our turnaround notification will be very high. So that kind of just gives you a quick summary of testing and where we're at today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For our testing information, you were talking about getting more out to our public. Are we also making sure that with our business compliance that they have a list of where the tests are? So if they find out their employees has it, or is it posted at a business to make sure? I just thought it was one more way of marketing.
Yeah, I'll have to check on the specifics, what they provide as far as our business ambassadors that work with individuals. I know part of the plan is that they have to have a plan on how to access testing, right? And most of them, all that information's on similar websites right there. So hopefully they're taking advantage. But I think our business ambassadors, my guess is doing a lot of that. I'm not personally aware of that, but the quality of work that I've heard, I'm almost positive they're doing that type of activity.
I think they are, but just to maybe reiterate to, even if it's a reminder email to the business owners, hey, we have all these testing locations. Make sure you're talking to your employees, because I'm on the phones with the state and they're like, well, it's the cooks that are getting it, or it's the grocery store. And it's just one more reminder.
Yeah, and we do have businesses that do send as a precautionary measure their employees that are in high-risk environments, that they're interacting with the public broadly. They come in regularly. We do know that is occurring. We also have been in conversations, not recently, but in the past as part of our planning with the schools, saying that our system is available to manage the volume that they would want. So if they want to do regular testing of teachers or so forth, the system is responsive enough and quick enough that they can take access to that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Barry. And then just lastly, of course, we continue to prioritize and support our vulnerable populations. You can see in terms of providing shelter, meal services, over 1.9 million meals now provided, healthcare safety checks, and you can see the rest. The Project Home Key Motel acquisition, that is, we have conditional approval as we discussed before, and that is moving forward. And you're familiar with the rental assistance program. Farm Worker Household Assistance Program, we've received, as you can see, over 2,600 applications so far. That window for application is open through the end of the month, I believe, September 30. And then just lastly, of course, want to give your board an update on the Business Assistance Program. As you've seen, the issue over a disclosure of business names, and we want to get that. We know it's a priority for your board to get that resolved quickly, and we've had good preliminary discussions with the Community Foundation, and my understanding is our respective legal counsels, Mr. Smith and the Foundation's lawyers, are going to have a discussion today so we can move towards resolution. So with that, again, just thank the community. As you can see, the efforts that you're making is making a difference, so thank you.
That's great news. Thank you very much for that, and we'll get that resolved quickly.
Yep.
Supervisors, any other further comments in regard to the presentation before I give to public comments?
I personally want to thank staff, and the continued excellent work that we do for the community, and good reporting and good data. It's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of our board members on Zoom? I just would like to say thank you for the continued outreach to our city partners, state and federal, new information coming out from the federal as well, and the state on a daily basis. So just thank you to our staff also for all your hard work and dedication that you're doing. We have so many people that are doing different jobs just to make sure that our community is getting the needs the items that they need. And just thank you for everyone just embracing this and doing it even better. So thank you. We do not have any live or emailed comments for this item. So this is a receive and file. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's Bob Huber. I also want to add my deep appreciation to our staff for a job well done on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Huber. I know everyone heard that one, so thank you. Okay, so it's just receive and file. The next item is our public comments. And as we have in our agenda on page 2, you can do public comments via Zoom, on the phone, and through email. And at this time, I believe we have 0 public comments.
Correct, no public comments.
Okay, then we will be moving on to board comments. Dr. Zaragoza. Ooh, I look at your mask and I think doctor. Okay, so Supervisor Zaragoza.
I was supposed to be a doctor, but Anyway, thank you so much. I like to share that we submitted a journal in memory of the folks that passed to the clerk's office. And also, we continue, by the way, we had a MAC meeting, and it happened through the phone and through the conference access last Thursday, and it worked out pretty good. And some of the reason we're having phone because some of the individuals, as we talked about, their Zooms are not working the way they should. So we continue to work with them, and they become very active and very informed, our constituents here in El Rio and Island Acres. And of course, we also continue to meet with other folks, either by phone or by Zoom. So, and that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Zaragoza. Supervisor Bennett. Supervisor Bennett. I think your microphone is muted. There you go.
Yes.
Please go ahead. Your comments?
I'd just like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. I also just want to thank staff. I know they're scrambling like crazy to try to make this all work in terms of COVID. And so the testing, and we have so many people in the county that are counting on us moving as fast as we can to try to reopen, and at the same time try to make sure that we reopen safely. So I just want to thank staff. I know it's a remarkable effort that they're making. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Supervisor Huber.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to recognize a special person from my district. His name is Lawrence Delbo, and he celebrated his 100th birthday yesterday. Lawrence is a longtime resident of Simi Valley. He's a veteran of World War II, serving as a corpsman in Guam and a field instructor in San Diego. He was a golf enthusiast, boasting 6 holes in one, and was married for 75 years to his high school sweetheart. They had 3 children, 8 grandchildren, and 10 great-grandchildren. He had a successful career as a business owner and salesman in the construction industry, as well as serving as president of his industry association. My best wishes to Mr. Delbo for celebrating his 100th birthday. In closing, I'd like to adjourn in memory of the folks listed that I have emailed to the clerk of the board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Huber. That's amazing what that gentleman did. Supervisor Parks.
Yeah, I hear golfing extends your life, huh? That's great. I also want to thank staff for the great presentation today, and just realizing all the hustle that goes on behind the scenes to do the presentation, but most importantly, all the hard work in the field too that's being done. So it's very much appreciated. We really stand out. I think the state looks at us as like this small county that's not as sophisticated, but we're actually, because of our size, I think we are heads and tails above the other counties in the state of California, because we are on top of things and we are able to be. So just our thanks to staff. As for my board comments, we had the Potrero bike lane ribbon cutting, which was fun, but what's coming up next is we're going to have a NOSCO, as we're naming it, the NOSCO bike lanes. We'll be having a ribbon cutting on Election Day, and that happens to coincides with the death of Mike NOSCO. So that is something that we're thinking about how to do that social distancing wise, and maybe doing a bike parade so we all stay 6 feet apart at least. Also, I noticed that we have a really neat feature with our elections coming up. That our elections division has a tracking ability, so you can actually track your ballot, and you can go to california.ballottrax, and they spell it BALLOTTRAX, but california.ballottrax.net/voter, and you can type in your name and your birth date, and it will tell you where your ballot is. So that's neat to see, and you can also get to that link on the elections website. I also wanted to highlight, we sometimes get complaints, but we got a really nice compliment this last week from one of the citizens out in Oak Park, Dr. Kozel, who was away for the weekend, and part of a tree landed in the street and was blocking things. And on the weekend, our great transportation department got out there and was able to take care of that and, put barriers around. So that was nice to see that exceptional service that we provide. I also wanted to mention that our CEO did kind of the CEO of Olympics last week, and doing 2 Board of Supervisors meeting, including passing the budget, and then 2 evening or 2 meetings of the state of the county. And I just this guy was everywhere and constant. I don't know where he got time to do anything else that people have to do in their lives, like eat food and things like that. So just kudos to Mike for an incredible, difficult and very well done a couple of days of full-time work there. So just really appreciate that good work. And then would ask that we close in honor of Barbara Heldeck, a resident of Thousand Oaks, and I know she'll be very much missed. So with that concludes my comments.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Parks. I would agree. We had over 574 logged in for our management council to hear the State of the Union by Mike Powers, our CEO. I thought that was fabulous because it's all for our staff to understand all the different facets that we have in the county and what's going on. And then to have the Economic Development Collaborative, Ventura County Taxpayers Association, CoLab, Camarillo, Conejo Valley, Oxnard, Santa Paula, Simi Valley, and Ventura Chamber of Commerce also host a State of the Union for our entire community. It was very good information, and I appreciate Mr. Powers really laying out what the county does for our community, because as with COVID and everything else, life does not stop. Our county still needs to serve, and it's over an hour and a half. You can go on our Facebook page for County of Ventura and watch it. We have been trying to promote it for our community so that they know what's going on. And so you did a very good job, Mr. Powers. Excellent job, I have to say. And so I just want to say thank you very much for continuing to support our community and representing us.
Madam Chair, I know you're making your presentation, but I also want to commend Mike because I actually saw part of it on the computer, and I told Mike, "Did you stop and have a drink of water?" Because he continued on, but he did it. But it did an excellent job. I want to thank you for that. I just wanted to share that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, and also Ashley Batista and everybody, Mike Pettit and Veronica, all those that put together and help. You know, it's not just one person that gets it done, it's everyone that supports us. And so I just really appreciate everyone's work on it and all the department heads. Along with that, as life does go on, I have the Fillmore Piru Groundwater Sustainable Agency and would love to report that we are getting water into our groundwater right now from Lake Piru and so forth. So that is great news. We're always talking water around here. And then also our EDC talking about broadband in COVID-19 and how we're connecting people to fast internet. Those are conversations along with starting up businesses, keeping businesses going, and so forth. And the team there is doing an excellent job with helping out our businesses. Also, census. Please make sure you get your census done. You can go to 2020census.gov to register your household. Don't forget even your little ones, because that's funding for the key services for our community. I'd like to say thank you for their dedication. Our Ventura County firefighters are out fighting fires for us in the state. And thank you to their families for supporting them and still getting things done while they're out there, not just serving our county, but the whole state, just like the whole state has come and rescued us so many times. And just thank you for that. And then lastly, I'd like to say that September 15th through October 15th is National Hispanic Heritage Month. And I would like to remind everyone that this is National Historic Heritage Month, which serves to honor the rich culture, history, and countless contributions of Hispanic Americans all over the globe. And then with more than 60 million across the country, including 15 million right here in California, and approximately 43% of our county's population, Hispanic Americans are the largest minority group in the United States and have played a vital role in our county's success. And on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I'd like to invite everyone to celebrate National Hispanic Heritage Month and recognize the significant contributions made by Hispanic Americans throughout the U.S. I know that we are not putting resolutions on our agenda because it's been very focused on COVID specific. But as the governor had announced this, I wanted to make sure that we also do celebrate and wanted to comment in my comments. And then also our adjournments, we had none celebration. Thank you. Be healthy and safe out in the community, and I appreciate serving you. So next is our CEO comments for Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Long, board members, and really appreciate those nice comments. I want to just say a couple things real quick. And I think Chair Long alluded to, knock wood, we don't have any active fires in our county right now, but we've benefited in the past from mutual aid from other counties. And last week, we had 82 county firefighters, Ventura County firefighters, providing that mutual aid across the state in these highly dangerous fires, helping out our whole state. So we appreciate that. And also want to let you know that it's not just our fire department, but our sheriff's office and Sheriff Ayub let me know as well that they sent 18 members of their search and rescue team to Butte County to support the efforts up there as well, so including many volunteers. So even when you don't see things happening locally here, your county is helping our statewide county family as well. On the state of the county, I really just want to thank the folks who help. I mean, I get the easy part delivering it, but the work that goes into putting it together and distilling all that down is many hours and nights and weekends, and that's, Ashley Batista really led that charge, partnering with all the departments. So we send out information, and all of the departments, 26 departments, send us information, so it's a reflection of their work, and Mike Pettit, Veronica Gonzalez, all putting that information there. And then the IT piece. In a Zoom world, when we're putting all this information out with videos, and we had really good connection on social media platforms for the community state of the county, making that go smoothly is very hard. It's like in football. The lineman's name only gets called when there's a problem, right? Well, I'm going to switch it up here, and I really want to call these folks out for making it work seamlessly. From IT, John Lynn, Glenn Shahagan, James Ringer. From GSA, Ethan Edmonds, Wayne Kirkland, Stephanie Perez, and also Management Council. Appreciate Christy Madden and team helping put that State of the County on. And of course, our folks who help with the moderating the questions and so forth, Monique Nolan and Patty Oliveras. CAPS, Patrick Davidson, they've been an amazing partner in our efforts to get videos and information out to the community, including our weekly press conferences. And then our hosts, all the chambers, EDC, the Taxpayers Association, really appreciate them generating support and interest for it, but also, so it was a free event, and speech was worth every penny, of course. But in terms of where did the sponsorship money go? All the sponsorship money went to the chambers to support local business. So I thought that was a very thoughtful event. So,
Can I hit one more thing
Sure, yeah.
that you might not comment on? Is the fact of viewership. So the viewership for the state of the county for our social media was over 10,750 in English and over 5,200 in Spanish. So my hats to everyone. That is a large amount of our community that you reached and shared that information with, and that's just very powerful. So I think this is our best year ever. So just thank you.
Thank
So
you.
your Spanish was very good.
Yeah, right. And then just lastly, let folks know, we are following closely, as your board is and as county council is, Becerra and the impact of the Supreme Court ruling, the pension ruling, and we're continuing to work on that. Mr. Smith made a presentation to the Becerra board, and I know it's something we're going to continue to partner with labor and our employees on, and our managers as well. So stay tuned for that, and again, appreciate all the support. Thank you.
All right, great things going on in the county. It's nice to see. Now we will be moving on, to our regular agenda. What time is it? Oh, we are ahead of things. As board members who are not here, I want to repeat that we are ahead of things.
Remember the 7
They were
minutes?
giving me a hard time just the last couple.
Remember the 7 minutes?
Yes, yes. So I have to celebrate the good things. So our first item is 31. Supervisor Parks, if I could hand this off to you. It's a recommendation.
Yes, I would recommend that we go ahead and reappoint Supervisor Kelly Long as our county's representative on the CSAC, which is the California State Association of Counties, and also our alternate member be Supervisor Zaragoza, at least through January or whenever, as long as we can keep him.
Thank you very much. So we'll take your recommendation as a motion.
Even though I'm going to be here for 90 days, but that's okay.
Okay, so
Huber,
Huber will second it. Thank you very much. And Supervisor Zaragoza, thank you for being
Yep,
the
absolutely.
alternate person on there, and I can't believe you're counting down 90 days. There's a couple people here that are retiring, and I'm just sad to see them go. So,
And you notice that Leroy's
Supervisor
very happy out
also,
there.
yes,
I
our
also
county,
wanted to thank you for your service on CSAC. You've been you have worked your way up into the leadership, and you have provided a lot of great information and contact and good things happening for our county because you serve on that board. So thank you for all the work and the time and the travel that you do to be on that board.
Thank you.
thank you. It's an honor. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, that motion is approved unanimously. Thank you very much. The next one is 32. I would like to appoint Manny Mahares to the Ventura County Transportation Commission. He did serve as a City of Fillmore council member, but has now stepped back and is retired, and I'd like to put him into this position, which is the Citizens Transportation Advisory Committee, Social Service Transportation Advisory Committee. So I will make that motion,
Huber, second the motion.
and Huber will second the motion. So roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion is approved unanimously. Thank you. Next item is our healthcare flex benefit program, health benefits, rates, and contracts from our CEO's office. Hello.
Good morning, Chair Long, members of the board, and Mr. Powers. For the record, my name is Tracy Sewell. I'm the benefits manager here at the county. I'm here today to recommend the plan year 2021 health plans and premium rates for our active employees, our non-Medicare retirees, and our COBRA participants. The current flexible benefits program plan year expires on December 26th of this year. The county currently offers 4 medical plans. We have our Ventura County Healthcare Plan HMO. We have 2 HMOs through Blue Shield, as well as a high deductible PPO through Blue Shield. We do have a dental PPO with MetLife and a vision plan with MES Vision. VCHP continues to provide affordable, comprehensive, and effective healthcare to the vast majority of our county employees and their families. While their average actuarial premium rate increase is 12%, the employee rates will increase 0.6% for employee only, 15% for employee plus one, and 17.4% for family coverage. Now, these increases differ from the actuarial premium increases of 12% due to the continued glide path toward our true actuarial tiered rates. There will be no plan design changes for VCHCP. Blue Shield actuarial premium rate increases are 16% for the HMOs and 83.8% for the PPO. However, the employee rate increases range from 0 to 17.5% for the HMOs, and 49.3 to 69.4% for the PPO. Now, the significant increases that we're seeing for the PPO rates can be attributed to the plan's claims experience loss ratio. In 2019, it was 170.2%. What this means is for every dollar of premium that they were bringing in, they were paying out $1.70 in claims. So that was for 2019. For 2020, in the beginning, this was January through April, 126.9%. So it still was not getting any better, unfortunately, which is why we're seeing these large increases. So to mitigate these large premium increases, we've applied approximately 18% of our Blue Shield reserves, and I'll speak later about how those have been accumulated. But this is about $584,000 of the reserves that we have. To reduce, this will reduce the employee-only rate 5% on the PPO, the employee plus one rate 7.5%, and the family rate 10%. We've also applied approximately 3.5% of those same Blue Shield reserves, which is about $111,000, to our Access Plus HMO plan to reduce the employee plus one rate by 1% and the family rate by 2% to bring these rate increases in line with the other HMO increases. And there are no plan design changes for the Blue Shield plans either. So we did explore other options this year. We did conduct through our Aon, our broker of record, we did conduct a medical plan request for proposal. There were 5 insurance companies who responded: Aetna, Anthem, Cigna, HealthNet, and UHC. However, all declined to quote. They cite adverse selection, being that majority of our employees are enrolled in the Ventura County Healthcare Plan. We did approach CSAC EIA. CSAC, for those who don't know, California State Association of Counties. They do have a member-directed insurance risk pool, risk sharing pool. They did review our data. They also declined to quote, citing adverse selection. We were approached last year, and this year we reached out to them. Dignity Health Premier Program. These are self-insured plans that are put together by Dignity Health. They did present us some rates and plan designs. However, the rates were still higher than our fully insured Blue Shield rates. So we decided we would recommend the Blue Shield plan, to stay with the Blue Shield plans. We're also proposing that the rate stabilization charge for all the Blue Shield plans be discontinued in 2021 due to the high increases that we're already seeing. There's only one exception, and that's for our Blue Shield Trio HMO employee-only rate. This rate was going to be a decrease of almost 3%, but then this charge, so this rate stabilization charge, this is what I was talking about earlier, how we accumulated the Blue Shield reserves. So back in 2019 and 2020, with your board's approval, we did add this charge to the Blue Shield rates just for this reason, to mitigate the impact of future premium increases. And then after this charge is applied to this Trio HMO employee-only rate, that rate will have a 0% increase. It'll be the same as last year. With regard to employees who elect not to participate in the county-sponsored health plans, the medical opt-out fee, which is calculated using an actuarial method, is recommended to increase by 11.3%. The opt-out fee was approved by your board in 1992 in recognition of the potential for adverse impact and increased premiums for participants in county-sponsored medical plans. Opt-out fees will subsidize health plan premiums on average $68.92 per bye week. Dental and vision plan premiums have a rate pass for 2021. There is some good news. And actually the dental plan's maximum annual benefit amount will be going up $500 for each person. So it's currently at $2,000 a year, and it will go up to $2,500 a year. And then the vision plan has no plan design changes. I'm pleased to report that while healthcare costs continue to increase, the County of Ventura premiums and out-of-pocket costs continue to be lower for similar type plans when we look at other counties, and in particular CalPERS. They have released their 2021 rates, so we were able to compare with them. So for CalPERS, their Kaiser HMO family rate is $809 per bye week, whereas our VCHCP's family rate is $755 a bye week. So this is a difference of $54 per bye week that our families are saving. If they were on CalPERS plans, they'd be paying $54 more per bye week. And then if you look at the Blue Shield Access Plus HMO plan, this identical plan is offered on CalPERS. Their family rate is $1,127. Ours is $923 per bye week. So that's a difference of $204 per bye week. These plan options and rates were presented to the Joint Labor Management Committee on September 17th. There were no objections. We will continue to work with our labor partners in ensuring that comprehensive and reasonably priced health plan benefits continue to be available to our employees and their dependents. And in closing, I just want to thank you for your continued support and your leadership, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I know that Sean Eton had a comment as well.
No, I really appreciate Tracy summarizing everything. I do want to just add that we recognize that this year was a tough year for the rate increases, but as Tracy mentioned, we have a we asked Aon to do a review of our rates compared to the market, and as well as our own review of the CalPERS. Our rates are still, although we received bigger increases this year than in prior years, we're still at the market rates, and we're trending in the direction of the market at this point. So we recognize this is going to be harder for employees, although the county, we've negotiated, and the management resolution, we've provided additional flexible contributions that will offset and mitigate these increases. So that's all I just really wanted to add, that we're within the sphere of where all the other agencies are, and we're well below actually in the PPO still, and we're in line with the HMOs.
And Madam Chair, you said something important, Sean, that flexible contribution is extremely important, that we help our employees with that.
Yes.
And that's a biweekly benefit, right?
Yes, and that was, I have to say, with your board and CEO Power's leadership and working with the unions, I think everyone recognizes that the healthcare costs increase at a much higher rate, especially in this time of COVID. In our discussions with the insurance companies, they have what they call a COVID premium because of the heightened uncertainty for claims costs. But with your leadership and work with the unions, we have increased flexible contributions that will greatly offset these increases in premiums.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Mr. Powers, did you have a comment?
Oh, I was just going to say yes, and it is, the increases are below the industry standard, but it's still high, and Sean said that the flex credits will help with that. But I just want the employees to know that there's a lot of effort that was done this year, and that will be ongoing to continue to try to rein in those cost increases. I mean, they looked at CSAC EIA, they looked at a self-funded program, they did an industry RFP, you name it. There's a lot of work that went to getting to this point, but this work is ongoing, and I appreciate their very creative efforts, Tracy and Sean, in trying to rein in these costs to support our employees.
And the comparisons with other insurances too, it's much lower too.
Right, and then also, sad to say, there is not a choice to say no. I just don't want to have an insurance increase. I think that is opposite what we can do. I'd love to just say no increases for anyone. How unfortunate that is that they are increasing, but I appreciated you actually explaining the different companies you worked with and the value they brought and the cost associated. I think it's important that our employees know there were higher cost ones and that we are doing the best that we can to minimize the costs, and that they have a choice. We could just state you can only use the county, or we could do only one, but there is a choice depending on what the employee wants that they can do. So I appreciate the efforts on that. I am concerned it's more to the insurance companies to decrease your costs. I think it's more important that we have preventative care out there so we can take care of our community, but we also have to help in that. You said the cost associated were certain plans were people that had higher cost medical, and how do we take care of our preventative to not have those increases as well. So it's a hand-in-hand partnership. Mr. Powers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Long. And I would just add, too, that I think our healthcare plan plays a big role in all of this, too. As you said, the majority of our employees are in that plan. I know Dee Pupa, the head of the plan, is here. And, keeping those costs low, they've done a great job for the plan, and that helps with the outside plan as well. And I know they're focused very much on access as well and continuing to listen to the membership in terms of their access needs and trying to improve that regularly. So just to let you know that we are listening, and the employee survey is very helpful. That feedback is very meaningful. We read it, we share it with plans, and they take it very seriously too. So thank you.
And I do not believe we have any public comments on this item.
No public comments?
No public comments. Supervisors, anyone else want to make any comments before I ask for a motion? In hearing none, please. I have Supervisor Huber that has just stated he would approve. Can I get a second?
Second, Bennett.
It has been
Second,
seconded by Supervisor Bennett. So roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett?
Yes.
Supervisor Parks?
Yes.
Supervisor Huber?
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Yes.
Chair Long?
Yes. So that motion is unanimous. Thank you for the dedication to help us. Help us. Next item, we have our Healthcare Agency 34 for our Behavioral Health Director, Mrs. Johnson.
Good morning, Chair Long, Supervisors, and CEO Powers. For the record, Savette Johnson, Behavioral Health Director. I am here today to request approval to accept a grant from the Department of State Hospitals for a little over $2.4 million. This grant would be used for our pre-trial felony mental health diversion program. This would allow for, well, in January we applied for this grant. The Department of State Hospitals put out an opportunity with $100 million for counties to apply for to either develop or enhance or expand their pretrial diversion programs. With the passage of AB 1810 in 2018, Behavioral Health has worked with various agencies in our county to be able to provide a diversion program without funding, just using the resources that we had and working together. So this was a great opportunity for us to really expand this, to add a senior psychologist and a community service coordinator that would be able to create a real program with dedicated resources to provide treatment, logistics planning, even help with housing for some of these individuals that because of a serious mental illness I'm looking for a word that I can't find, may have
Spurred on.
performed, performed is not the right word, but a misdemeanor or a felony, certain felonies. The word is not performed, but I can't think of the word right now. So this is an opportunity for us to really enhance this program, have dedicated staff working with this program, and to hopefully provide some housing to assist individuals with mental illness that are now involved in the criminal justice system, keeping them out of jail, keeping them out of the state hospital, which the Department of State Hospitals is backing. It recognizes as a best practice. Best practice is to provide intensive services in the community. So that's what we plan to do if we are given this opportunity to accept these grant funds.
Well, and that's what you just said about in the community is really important because they need to be able to communicate with the community, have the support of the community to really be successful in the community. So I appreciate that. Supervisor Bennett, were you going to make a comment?
Supervisor Parks was.
There you go. I heard the Zoom noise, but I wasn't sure who. Thank you. Go ahead.
First, I just want to thank Dr. Johnson so much for the great work that she's been doing. And this is an exciting opportunity. We do have a mental health court, but this gives an additional opportunity. And it's a collaboration I see with probation, behavioral health department, the district attorney, public defender, and our sheriff's department as a way to not only keep them out of jail, but also to not have this be part of their record. I think it's so important for us to have that focus on recovery and realizing, there's a life after mental illness, and that people, once they are able to recover and we give them the tools, and this program is just that, to provide them the services and tools that they need to help in their recovery, that they can go out there and become a functioning member of society and get a job and not have a police record for something that happened when they were having some mental illness issues. So I'm really glad to see this come forward. And I just really, again, want to thank Dr. Johnson for the good work that she has been doing. It's not an easy job. There's we have a lot of different things happening and always a changing environment. But so much appreciate with the leadership that she has given, and really look forward to this program. Our county is one of not exactly like all counties in the sense that we have really good communication between the different criminal justice portions as well as our behavioral health department. And to be able to continue that and to grow that, I think it's going to be nothing but a benefit to our citizens, and particularly for those with challenges with mental illness. So unless there's other comments, I definitely would support moving this forward.
Thank you. So there's been a motion by Supervisor Parks. Can I get a second?
Second.
Supervisor
Huber,
Zaragoza seconds it. So it's been first by Supervisor Parks, and I'll give it Supervisor Zaragoza the second. Mrs. Johnson, I just want to take a moment to say thank you to you. You have provided so many grant opportunities for our community since you've been on in this position as the director. And on behalf of the Santa Clara Valley, the amount of outreach, see, I can't even find my words today. The amount of outreach that you and your staff has done is really commendable. I know we can never do enough work. And as our jobs, it feels like we can never do more. But I just want to say thank you because so many of our community leaders know to talk to you, whether we agree or disagree on how things are going to be done. I just appreciate the open communication because that we could say we're doing it one way, but I've never heard that. And so I just want to say thank you because it really is a lot of work, especially with COVID and all the different things that are going on and the different people we have to talk to. I just want to say thank you. I've heard a lot of information just recently, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that to you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I also want to thank your doctor. Before you were there, I was a former BHAB, member, and it was excellent. And now, I think one of the things that you're doing now is also changing the board, to a more diverse board. That's going to help us tremendously. But you continue to do this excellent work, and I think this is going to help us in the pretrial felony mental health section. $2.4 million is significant. Is that what, for 3 years?
It's for 3 years,
For 3
October
years.
1st this year through June 30th, 2023.
2023. Thank you again, and thank the BHAB board, and I know that Supervisor Parks is there too, and thank you so much for the good work, and all your staff.
Yes, so this grant has been motioned in second. Therefore, roll call.
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so thank you very much. Again, tell your staff also the great work that's being done. And I know that Mr. Powers wanted to say something too.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Long. Just real quick, so much has been well said. But we think about and we talk about a lot the sort of the vicious cycle of those with mental illness committing a crime, being jailed, and then doing it again, reoffending, and that vicious cycle. This is the kind of program that can break that cycle. And I think the fact that the grant was awarded in this significant amount is a validation of it. I think it also reflects the trust that our public safety team has in Dr. Johnson and behavioral health. And the other word that's in this board letter is complex. This is really complex work, and it requires everybody of good faith sitting around the table, leaning in from every different perspective to improve things. And this is a revolutionary grant. So congratulations.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Mike, I think also, Doctor, I might help us with the homeless issues there too. I think
Possibly, because housing will be included, so yes.
that's fantastic. Yeah.
Yes.
I want to just thank you all for your support. I will definitely pass on the message to our team because this is a team effort. I can't do any of this alone. I have an amazing team and amazing agencies and department heads that I work with, and that's the magic. That's how it all comes together. So thank you so much for your support and your kind words. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much. The next item, I'm hoping we can go into a closed session for until our 11:30. So with that, we will move into closed session. I believe we'll go into 39, and then we'll come back. Thank you. Item number 39 for closed session, and there is nothing to report, correct, County Council? Correct. Okay, thank you for that clarification. We are now up to the 11:30 time certain, which is 35, receive and file the University of California Cooperation Extension for Ventura County report.
All right.
Hello.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Long, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Powers. I'm James Importante, Management Analyst with the County Executive Office. The county has had a long history of supporting the UC Cooperative Extension, more commonly known as the Farm Advisor, in the form of administrative and office support. In recent years, in June 2015, the board approved an agreement with the UC that captured the responsibilities of the county and of our local cooperative extension office. And part of that agreement is for an update to your board on an annual basis from the executive director and submit a report detailing activities of the cooperative extension in the past year. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Annemiek Schilder of the Ventura County Cooperative Extension, who's joining us on Zoom to go over her office's activities over the 2019-2020 fiscal year.
Thank you. And Ms. Schindler, we have your slides on.
Okay, morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We cannot see you. Do you want to be on video or just your voice?
I can be on video.
Okay, we can see you now.
Yes, well, good morning, Chair Long, Supervisors and CEO Powers. It's my pleasure to share with you our annual report for the 2019-20 fiscal year. And next, I just want to introduce our staff to you. We have 24 staff. They're not all in the picture because it's hard to get them all together, but we have 6 farm advisors, 3 field and lab research assistants, 5 community education specialists, 2 education support staff, a farm supervisor and field staff at the Hanson Agricultural Research and Extension Center, and 4 administrative support staff. So our extension office in the county government center and the farm in Santa Paula, we work together as one unit. We're also supported by 250 volunteers and 130 collaborators and partner organizations. Next. So as you know, we are part of the University of California Division of Agricultural Natural Resources. And so we have extension offices in all counties of the state, as well as 9 research and extension centers. And we work together with the campuses as well, UC Davis, UC Riverside especially. As you look at our budget, the county support is about 8%. And we thank you very much for that support, especially continuing in the next year because of all the budget situations. But basically, the other sources of support are the university, the UC Hanson Endowment, which is specifically for Ventura County, and external grants and donations. So basically, every dollar that the county provides, especially in supporting our infrastructure, vehicles, etc., the office is very important, brings in about $11 to the county for research and extension and education in agriculture and natural resources. Next. So as you also have experienced, COVID-19 affected us as well. We started working from home mostly on the 18th of March. And although the staff at the farm are still working, have been working at the farm, but we canceled all in-person meetings. We also had to cancel some research activities or postpone them. So it depended on what the risk was assessed as, how many people, what we had to do the research. And so we did lose some of the opportunities there. But we have developed virtual extension and education programs. Our meetings have been done on Zoom. And interestingly, we are finding that there's more attendance. So we are reaching more people that way as well. So there's some positive side to that. The plants that we had for our vegetable plant sale, the Master Gardener sale, and all the food that we were producing for our farm education program for the kids, we ended up donating that to Food Forward, Food Share, and schools. So it wasn't lost. Next. So I just want to quickly go through our programs and give you a little update on each. The time won't allow me to delve into detail, but hopefully you have received the hard copy annual report to look at the details. But our first program is Natural Resources Management, which is run by Dr. Sabrina Drill. and it focuses on resilient communities in the face of disaster and invasive tree pests. At this time, Sabrina went on sabbatical. She just came back from a year at the University of Oklahoma, looking at community resilience after disasters, especially looking at urban biodiversity. And she's also, among the many things that she does, she has a lot of connections in environmental groups, is working on a green print, which is a conservation plan for parks, open space, and working landscapes within the region. The other person in the picture is Julie Clark de Blasio. She's a community education specialist, and she works closely with the agricultural commissioner in the county on invasive pests of trees, especially the invasive shot-hole borer, of which you see a picture above. It's actually a minuscule beetle, but it's killing a lot of landscape trees, especially sycamores and other trees. She held 4 training workshops for the public and managers, arborists, etc., on how to identify, report, and manage these tree pests and pest infestations, and so that education effort and coordination effort is continuing. Next. Our next program is a livestock and range program, which is run by Matthew Shapiro. He works on livestock health and welfare in terms of, for instance, they completed a study on the trace mineral needs of cattle in Ventura County. Depending on the soil, there are certain trace mineral deficiencies that can develop, and so they designed a specific mineral supplement for Ventura County beef cattle. He's also looking at forage production and post-fire grazing, seeing how grazing affects recovery of rangelands after fire, and also to try to predict forage production, because it's very variable when grass grows depending on the weather. And he's working with a team, collaborators that have already 17 years of data from multiple locations where they look at forage production. And the picture to the right is showing Ventura, the Ag Commissioner's staff are helping to set up enclosures to study forage growth. And the picture below is showing a rancher who is counting cow dung patties in a study on low stress livestock herding and stockmanship to improve forage use efficiency on ranches. They're also doing a spatial analysis of cattle in the on the watershed of water quality. Next. Our environmental horticulture and plant pathology program is run by Dr. Jim Downer. And I should say, he doesn't look it, but he's been with A&R for 35 years. This year we celebrated his 35th year. And it's just with somebody with that much experience, especially a tree expert, I think we have a very valuable resource, and I hope he doesn't retire soon, because with the current budget situation, we have a freeze on hiring and we may not get a replacement of him. But he's very involved in the Climate Ready Tree Trial that's at Hanson. And that is a 20-year trial. It's now in its 5th year, looking at tree adaptation to drought and heat. With the changing climate, we need trees, especially in urban landscapes, that can withstand more stress. He did come back from a year in Arizona in the Chiricahua Mountains. He was at the Southwestern Research Station there, looking at drought and monsoon adapted trees in the region that may be useful also in California. Another important experiment that he has that's been going on for several years, and we need several more years of data, is the fertilizer requirement of landscape roses. So this is one of the many things he does. Next. So our next program is run by Ben Faber. It's Subtropical Crops, Water, and Soil. And we also celebrated a 30-year work anniversary for Ben. And he is amazing. He knows so much about the county and all crops. I always call him my fount of knowledge. And he writes prolifically blogs on avocados and other issues. So he supports the tree fruit industry, especially avocados. For instance, one of the new projects that were started this past year is on high density orchards of gem avocado. It's a new variety, and there's a lot that we still need to learn about production. The picture below is lemons. One of the important multiple year experiments is on grafted lemons and the best combination of the rootstock and the scion to look at yield and growth of those lemons. He wanted to especially feature one of his new projects that is, again, also with the Ag Commissioner, is looking at cutting down and chipping the shot-hole borer infested trees into wood chips to see if that kills the beetle as well as the fungus. And then those chips could be used as mulching orchards, which is an important tool for orchards to have prevent water loss and such. So that is one of the new projects. Next, please. He also supervises the Climate Smart Agriculture Program, and this is last year this program started actually in 2018, or early 2019. It's a new program. There's 10 education specialists around the state, and we also got one, Allie Fish, and she's supporting growers to adopt soil and water conservation practices. And so she organized a very popular cover crop field day. It was very well attended, and where farmers could learn about a multitude of cover crops that could be suitable for this area for different uses. And she also supported growers in applying for CDFA grants, and they got about $450,000 in the county to growers to apply to different practices such as cover crops, use of compost, those kinds of things. We also had a research symposium on soil health in February. Thank goodness, still before COVID hit. We invited Dr. John E. Dowu from New Mexico State University, a soil scientist, who was a very eloquent and good speaker on soil health, sustainability through soil health. And we are hoping to continue our collaborative research with him to improve soil health in the county. Next, please. We also have an irrigation and water resources program. Andre Biscaro is the advisor, and you can see him in the picture here installing weather monitoring equipment, which helps to determine water use and water evaporation in celery fields and other fields. To the right, you can see a raspberry tunnel, and they're also, the staff are collecting data for that. His main focus is nitrogen management and water management to try and optimize those. One, to make it more cost effective for growers, but also to prevent groundwater contamination. If people use excess nitrogen, it ends up leaching into the groundwater. The data that they collect on basically nitrogen uptake, how much nitrogen does a crop need through the growing season, is also used for a free web application, which is called Crop Manage. They continue feeding data into that to optimize it, but that's a tool that growers can use. It's not simple. They need training workshops, but they can use that to optimize to know when to apply fertilizer and when to apply water. And he also assists growers in training them for their nitrogen management plans that they have to submit to meet federal regulations. Next, please. Oleg Dagovich, Dr. Oleg Dagovich is our advisor who runs a berry and vegetable crops program. Oleg has been with us for, I think, 19 years now, also very experienced and knowledgeable. And he supports those industries by especially looking at soil-borne disease management. At the bottom, you can see a picture of a strawberry plant attacked by Fusarium wilt, very serious disease. That is, we don't have a lot of tools except for resistant varieties. At the top, you can see a strawberry variety, one of the newer varieties that was tested that is fairly resistant. And that's about the only thing you can do with that disease, except aside from chemical fumigation. And we're trying to get away from chemical fumigation in the county. He's also working on a biological method called anaerobic soil disinfestation, ASD for short, which relies on addition of rice bran to the soil that stimulates microorganisms to create anaerobic conditions, and then it will kill soil-borne pathogens. However, rice bran is expensive, and so he's looking at local sources of carbon to use in those trials. On the left, also a picture of a drip-applied herbicide in lettuce, and it works well, and it's less. You end up with less drift than if you sprayed. You have more drift than with drip application. Next, please. I also, aside from administrative responsibilities, I have started my research program. It's not easy, but I have about 20% of my effort is in research. And so I'm focusing on disease management in organic vegetables and fruits. And so at the bottom, you can see powdery mildew on pumpkin and celery leaf spot. I looked at compost teas and some biocontrol agents for powdery mildew control, and at varieties and plant density trial for the septoria leaf spot. And so I hope to continue. Due to COVID, some of our trials were canceled, so I couldn't do some of our experiments. On the right, you can see a picture of the Oxnard Historic Farm Park. I'm involved, which is a lot of fun, in trying to renovate the little Zinfandel vineyard that's there. These are vines that have come from Santa Cruz Island, and they were growing without any pruning. So I did a pruning workshop, and hopefully at some point we'll be involved in winemaking as well. So that's a lot of fun. Next, please. Our 4-H youth development program is obviously one of the flagships of UCANR. We did have the fair last year, and then of course we had to switch to more virtual program, which has been difficult for the clubs. The club program, we have about 515 club members in about 14 clubs throughout the county. Another big part of our education program is at Hanson. We have about 7,000 students normally come through on farm field trips through the year, and they get to harvest vegetables and learn about nutrition and how plants grow and pollination and things like that. And at the bottom, you can see pictures of the bags that the kids harvested that go back to their families. Unfortunately, we had to cancel the field trip program in March and April, so we didn't have that anymore. And also this fall, we don't have a program. To the right, you can see one of the 4-H scholarship recipients is a student, is going to Cal Poly now, studying plant science. So we feel like we really contribute to the interest and success of students in the future. Next, please. Our Master Gardener program is also very vibrant. We have about 200 Master Gardeners, and this past year we trained another 36 new Master Gardeners. You can see in the picture Dr. Downer teaching them how to prune fruit trees at the Hanson Farm. There's always a lot of new energy with a new group like that, and they're very excited and enthusiastic. They help to maintain the 9 different gardens, demonstration gardens around the county. And they also, at public events, they are our public face, and they also do a lot of education, especially on the ACP and Huanglongbing disease in citrus. They do a lot of public education. So they have been very, very helpful. Next, please. And the last slide here is not quite the last, but the last program is really at the Hansen Center. We had some special activities. We have a new farm supervisor, John Anton Giovanni, which has been very helpful because we were about 6 months without, and just realized that you need somebody to supervise what's going on. We participated in Ventura County Farm Day. I personally drove a tractor around with wagons full of people. It was a lot of fun. We received the Educator of the Year award during Ag Week from VC, totally local VC. And we also off and on have groups of students visiting the center. Next, please. So that brings me to the last slide, in that you may have heard that the Hansen farm is for sale. UCA&R has decided to sell it because of the continuing costs of maintaining the historic buildings, unfortunately. So we are re-envisioning the center. We want to grow a bigger, more vibrant center. And we're also looking at relocating near Cal State Channel Islands so that we can collaborate with them. This is going to affect our programs. We are leasing back part of the farm for the next approximately almost 2 years. That would be part of the sale. However, there's still a lot to be done to establish a new center. So that's it. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Schindler. Supervisor Parks, did you have a comment?
Oh, yes. I just want to say thank you so much. This has been the most fascinating presentation that we've ever received from the Extension. So thank you for that. I really like explaining all the different research that your staff are doing, and it is such a benefit to our community. I wanted to thank you for Dr. Downer, and I know he's a great asset there. His work on studying drought-tolerant trees was used in our approval of the general plan update, where our county is committed to planting or assisting in the planting of 1,000 trees a year. So he is assisting us with that, and really appreciate the good work that he's doing, so we select the right trees. The wonderful work you do with 4-H, those kids really benefit. And then the master gardeners that, essentially beautify our area. So many great studies that are being done, and I just really appreciate the program. I too am sorry that you'll be leaving the Hansen farm, and I just I think it was required to be, I'm not 100% sure, but in some kind of research or preservation. And then I also would like to know if you have already selected a place near Cal State University Channel Islands to move to.
Oh, thank you so much, Supervisor Parks. We haven't selected an exact place. We were looking at different farmland around the Cal State Channel Islands and possibly even on the campus grounds. But that's still in negotiation, and where James is really helping us to also look at the restrictions, like the zoning and all that. There's a lot of issues to look at, including water. So we haven't picked something out, but we have a general area and some options potentially.
I have some thoughts and would love to talk with you offline.
Oh, please.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Bob Huber. I just want to say thanks for the great presentation. You're doing amazing work. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Huber. I do know, as this is in my district, I've gone to this location multiple times, not only in my capacity as a county supervisor, but as a volunteer with the schools. And this program also provides plants for the school gardens as the classes are learning about all life science and so forth. And it's been really a wonderful program, and also educating our teachers. They've had free classes for our teachers all over the county, which has been beneficial. And then the master gardening and so forth. I just learned now that I have fungus on my squash at home So thank you very much. I was wondering why the leaves looked like that. But, you know, you touched so many of our community with the 4-H program. I know with COVID, it was a really big worry that they weren't going to be able to raise their livestock and so forth. And the programs that were done really helped the community. And so I just want to say thank you. I know hopefully you'll be still in my district if it's a farm that I know of. But I just think that this program is so robust and it helps in so many ways. And then there was also with the Santa Clara River, you've got the trails and the trailheads and certain things that are going on around that location, educating for the environmental items as well. And there's so much I want to say right now. It can't all come out at one time. So just thank you for the work that you're doing. And it's very beneficial, and I appreciate the advocacy that you do for all of Ventura County as well. So thank you. Are there any other comments? If not, thank you. This is a great presentation. Mr. Powers, do you have any comments?
Just real quick, talk about being off the radar. I think, you know, we're an ag county, but I think very few people know that this exciting, innovative work is happening. And it's great for our community, it's great for the ag community up and down the state, but the innovative growing soil and water practices that they're developing, disease-resistant plantings and trees. I mean, this is the kind of thing that's going to sustain ag for the future, and they're being so smart about it. But I appreciate your leadership, Dr. Schilder, Dr. Downer, and that Ben Faber. Dr. Faber is an absolute treasure. So just amazing people to have here in our county. Thank you.
Agreed. And with that, can I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved, Huber.
Thank you. It's been first by Supervisor Huber and second by Supervisor Parks. Again, thank you so much. And a roll call, please.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, and that motion is approved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Next is the 36 Auditor Controller to process necessary items. And it's on the County Clerk's Election Division. So Mr. Mark Lund, please come on down.
Good afternoon, Chair Long, honorable members of the board, and Mr. Powers. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Mark Lund, the County Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters, and Defender of Democracy.
That's a lot.
And you, Mr. Smith, good afternoon to you as well. Also, we won't be saying that to you too much longer, but congratulations to you as well. Today is National Voter Registration Day, and I'm here to respectfully ask your board to authorize the Auditor Controller to process the accounting transactions necessary for the increased appropriations and additional revenues as outlined in the board letter. This is kind of the end result of the discussions that we had and I had with you before your board in July, and of course the budget presentations that were just done. So this will help us greatly in conducting that election that is, as of today, 42 days away. So it's coming quickly. I'm very proud of the fact that we have another record in registered voters. We have, as of this morning, 482,000 registered voters. One of the things that we're most proud of here and will help us in this election is 73.9, to be exact, so call it 74%, of our voters now are permanent vote-by-mail voters. So we have about 24% of the voters here in Ventura County that are currently registered will use polling places, and that's really good because I've been fielding inquiries from members' offices and from the public in regards to what is happening with the election, because the information is out now with the in-person voting centers, and I wanted to tell you that part of this angst that's out there has to do with change. Yes, we are changing the way we vote in Ventura County, and so a little bit is that we have a very vocal poll voter constituency here, which is the reason we were reticent in the first place to change to the Voter Choice Act, because out of respect for those voters. But COVID ended all of that for us. So this technically is an all vote by mail election. Every registered voter is going to get a ballot. And I have to say that as a public official because I want them to vote by mail if they possibly can, just for safety's sake. I don't know what's going to happen with COVID-19, but I know we're going to be in the midst of a flu season as well. And so any of the gatherings that may happen at any of the 48 in-person voting centers that will be open starting at the end of October, October 30th to be exact, and all the way through Election Day, there may be crowds there this election. We've never experienced crowds in Ventura County. I don't know what to expect, but I would ask people to take advantage of what we've allowed them, different processes to vote. We're going to have some 34 drop boxes that will be out around, scattered throughout the county, that they can take their ballot and securely leave it in a drop box throughout the county. They are going to be out come October 5th. We are sending out vote-by-mail ballots. Part of this election, the law has allowed us to send out ballots early. So we've elected to send our ballots out on October 2nd, Friday. It's a week from this Friday. And then October 5th, all the drop boxes, which will be Monday, will be available for people to place their ballots and not to worry about them. If they want to spend some more time to evaluate their choices, the 48 in-person voting centers will be open, like I said, October 30th. They can leave them there. And the last resort is they can use the post office. So they have extra time now by the ballots getting there early. There is no postage necessary, as we all know, to get the ballots back to them. So they have many choices to communicate with us, and we ask them to please just vote. Because it's National Voter Registration Day, while I'm very happy that we're at the highest level that we've ever had here in the county, we could always use more. The more voters, the better voice here in Ventura County. So I will talk just briefly now, in respect for time, about how we assigned those in-person voting locations. Different in the past, in the old way of doing business, it used to be geography-based, where we would take 1,000 voters that would represent a precinct, draw a circle around 1,000 voters, and put a polling place there. And then sooner or later, we ended up with 398 polling places. Under this new style of voting, it doesn't deal with geography. Geography is subordinate. What's more important is the registered voters. And then on top of that, there's all kinds of rules and regulations in terms of access that the law requires us to do. And on top of that, this is not truly a Voter Choice Act election by proclamation of the governor. It's a vote-by-mail election, and by direction of the Secretary of State's office. So this is kind of a hybrid Voter Choice Act voting experience that we're going to have this time. So to our voters and to you, honorable members of the board, the way that we vote this time will be similar, but not exact the way we will vote next time, because COVID has caused all kinds of additional responsibilities for us to be able to employ just to be able to have an election. So I will end my presentation and open myself.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Zaragoza.
Mark, you just said something important. I'm sure you probably heard from a couple of people from South Oxnard.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so regarding the in-person voting polls, and you said it had to do with, not with population, but with registered voters.
The amount of registered voters.
That's important, because in fact, they sent me an email. They're going to send me an email regarding that. So what you just said right now is really important for them to understand.
And either myself or somebody from my staff are happy to talk to any of the voters that have those questions. Mm-hmm. And I want to add one thing. Mm-hmm. Because of the compressed time schedule that we had, we all thought that it was going to be a vote-by-mail election. We didn't know we were going to have in-person voting at all because of the pandemic. This isn't a perfect allocation of resources. We were also inhibited by, first of all, our old polling places. Many of them would not accommodate a voting center which is much more vibrant in terms of activities that we do, but also would not accommodate social distancing. And we ran into an awful lot of resistance from places that we sought to have these centers because they didn't want to have people in them. So this is an imperfect kind of new rollout to this. Next time will be much more accurate and much more on the registered voter module that this new act.
When that information comes to me, I think I got it yesterday or Friday. Who in your staff should I go to?
For what, sir?
For the additional information.
Just, you could call me, Tracy.
Okay.
Just, we want to take care of voters, because I know that there's an awful lot of stuff going around. We want to make sure that if you get it to me or to Tracy, I'll make sure that they get taken care of.
Fantastic, because then we're talking about why we're having more in-person polling places in Oxnard compared to South Oxnard and those kind of concerns.
Right. It's registered voters that's the main thing this time. Geography is secondary. So
that's what I thought, but
And knock on wood, the next time we're not going to have a pandemic, and so folks won't be fearful of us being able to place voting centers in an area where they can vote. And ultimately, why we were a reluctant partner to get to the Voter Choice Act, ultimately for voters, this is going to be a better deal. People can sit at home in their jammies and receive a ballot, and they have multiple ways to get it back to us safely.
Yep.
So we're looking forward to the furtherance of this.
That's a very good point you brought up of the registered voters as to the polling locations.
Right.
And so we've gotten a couple questions at my office in regards to the need for polling. Do we have anywhere that the city electeds or city managers could find out where, how many registered voters per zip code, for say, so that they can understand that?
Yes.
So you had said that we do 73.2%.
Yeah.
Or 73% is mail-in ballots.
Permanent.
So is that, as we saw in a COVID slide earlier today, it was interesting to see the breakdown by city where the registration is or where the mail-in ballots are.
Yeah, we collect that and we can provide that to you so you can see exactly what the numbers are.
Oh, great.
That would be very helpful because we did get a request for the Santa Clara Valley area.
Right.
And my concern with not having more polling areas is if someone can't get the transportation.
That's always my concern, yeah.
Like you said, the change and knowing where to drop the ballot off or trust that they could put it in the mail. So if I can get that information, that would be great.
I would like to have that too. I think it's important because the transportation was one of the issues too.
We'll get that to them. But remember, this is an all vote by mail election. So we're trying to encourage them to take advantage of that. But I understand their concerns, and part of the process of elections is you have to have faith in it for it to work. And so we'll do what we can to
Right. And you know what? Thank you for all that you do. At the March primary elections, I was there and you had the flu and you were still there, almost just amazing health-wise, just being there to validate and so forth. And so you put your heart and soul into this, so I appreciate that. The information you provided on the costing, it's services, it's staffing hours. So those are things that we need. We need those drop boxes. So I can understand the cost associated. Thank you. I know there's been questions about where does this money go and who are we paying? But to see your item here that we're paying for polling and staffing and
right.
And that.
And I'm thankful to that. Thank you for your kind words. Look, yes, I was sick that night, and that's the first time I ever went home early. But I have a great team, and they are responsible for what happened back then, not me. And I appreciate all their efforts. Yes, sir.
So the first ballots are coming out in the second?
We're gonna mail them on the second. And in addition, besides sending the ballots out early, I also authorized the voter information guide to go out today. So they'll have all the information about where to vote, where the drop boxes are, and all the rules concerning with voting. And just for the public record here, we are following health protocols there. We have to. And so folks that are going to come to our locations are going to be required to wear masks and to socially distance as best as they possibly can. We want to try to follow that law, and all of our folks will be socially distanced in reference to good health procedures for the public as well. So,
Thank you. Mr. Powers, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just comment and a question. You read the board letter. There's a lot of moving parts here. I know you and your team are making a lot of progress, and in order to host these in-person voting locations, I know you got to hire about 670 plus staff, and I understand you're making a lot of progress with that as well.
well, thanks for that. Yes, sir. And I want to compliment County HR, Sean's staff. This was kind of a big lift. I was trying to come up with a fancy word. This was a big lift for us because the time frames got awfully narrow for us to get this up and going. And so I made a call to Sean and said, look, we got to hire almost 700 people to put them in these places to work. And their staff has done a tremendous job. My staff, Christina Onias, does HR for me. She's here this morning. She also does fiscal. Her staff has done a tremendous job trying to bring these people in the door. So we're going to be hiring a lot of folks, but thanks again to Sean and his staff for helping us with that.
Well, thank you very much. And as soon as you give me that information on zip codes, we'll share it with our community leaders also.
Thank you.
It's good for them to know.
It is.
Supervisors on Zoom, do you have any questions? Supervisor Parks?
Well, I just thank you to Mr. Lunn. One, I really, as I mentioned during my board comment, like the ballot tracker aspect. People can watch and see where their ballot is and whether it's been opened and counted and all that. And I think people will enjoy that, and they can get that on your website, and I hope people do sign up for that. But most importantly, too, the fact that you have so many places where people can drop off a ballot.
Yes.
For those 72 or 73% that like to stick it in the mail, some of them may now want to actually drop it off, and they can do it at any polling place. And I said 47 in-person polling places and 33 additional places where there are drop boxes. And I just really am so glad that you're making it so easy for people to get their ballot in. And I know, supervisors, I put up on my website the location of the ballot box drop-offs, where there are boxes you can go drop your ballot off at. And I got over 70 people sharing that information. People really want to know where they can drop off their ballots. So I recommend you might want to do that on your social media, and as well as letting people know they can drop them off at their polling place. And I believe they can do that starting, I think it says October 31st. So good for you, Mr. Lund, for giving us a greater ability to vote. And like you say, you're here protecting democracy. I didn't see your cape, but I do appreciate your good work.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. You've been a big advocate and help, particularly with suggestions for how we can get the word out better, and I appreciate that. You're our best advertisers, and we are planning that social media rollout to exactly to your point. So,
any other? Yes, Supervisor Huber.
Yes, hi. I just want to say thanks a lot, Mark, for your hard work. Very much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Any others? I mean, I do have to say, I don't see the cape, but not all superheroes wear capes.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I also want to thank your staff, because, during election time, boy, they really work and work and work, even prior to that, just getting things ready. And I just got to commend you and your staff, for excellent work that you do.
Thank you. You're all aware of this because of what you do. We're just the figurehead. The people doing the work are the ones that are in the trenches doing it. And I'll convey that to them by you just saying that. They're hearing that as well, and I appreciate those comments. And I know that you interact with them quite often. So.
And it's good public relations when you go out there, they're really, really great, and they try to help you. And if you just say something, oh, you need X, or you need Y, you need a certain form, and they're there to help you out.
It's a complicated business.
Yeah.
It's enough to give you gray hair.
That's right.
So.
Yeah. But thank him anyway.
Okay. You're welcome, sir.
I'll give you a little chuckle on that one. Are there any public comments?
No public comments.
No public comments on this item. So with that, I get a motion to approve. I'll ask.
Huber, so moved.
Thank you. It's been first by Supervisor Huber and second by Supervisor Zaragoza. So roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes. So that motion is approved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you kindly very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next item is our 1 o'clock time certain. We will take a break until that 1 o'clock. We do have a closed session that will follow that 1 o'clock item on 38. So with that, thank you very much, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. Joining us back at the Board of Supervisors for September 22nd, 2020. We are now set up to do our 1 o'clock time certain. It's our de novo hearing to consider the granting the modification condition use permit and certification for final review. And at this time, I would like to request that County Council, is there anything that we need to state for this one?
Yeah, the board should actually make disclosures about if they had ex parte communications.
Thank you.
I did.
Okay, so Supervisor Zaragoza, you did have your, what is your disclosure?
Well, I had a meeting with the folks, you know, from the this item, and I, you know, spoke to them for. I listened to more than anything else. I did.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, when you say folks from this item, can you be more specific?
Yeah, the folks, you know, that are asking for the de novo, and also met with Greg. I can't remember his name, last name, Greg and Jane from the gas facilities.
Okay, so you spoke with the project applicant, Carbon
Yes.
California?
Yes.
And when you spoke with them, did they provide you any information that wasn't already contained in the record?
No, no.
Okay.
And there was actually, there was no communication back and forth. I just listened to
Okay.
what they had to say, but nothing different than the report.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Supervisor Parks, did you have something?
I met with no one.
Okay. Any of the other supervisors on Zoom?
This Bob Huber.
Yes.
Can you hear me? I met
Yes.
with Jane Farkas from Carbon, California, via Zoom on Friday the 18th. So I just wanted you to know I did do that.
Thank you
20
very
minutes.
much.
And
I'm
sorry,
This is Steve Bennett.
Supervisor Huber, could you repeat that? We couldn't quite hear.
On Friday the 18th, I met with Jane Farkas from Carbon, California, via Zoom for 20 minutes.
And Supervisor Huber, this is Jeff Barnes, County Counsel. Same question to you that I asked Supervisor Zaragoza. During your communication, are you aware of you being provided any information that was not part of the record today?
I'm not aware of any information that wasn't part of the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett?
I had no meetings with anyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I had a meeting, what was it, on September 17th with Jane Farkas and Chris Collier on Zoom. No information was provided to me that wasn't in the board letters. And I also had my office contact planning to make sure I had all the information. So I talked to both parties. Any questions?
No, that sounds good. And this is a somewhat unique land use matter, so I thought it might be helpful if I provided some legal background before the staff report.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Of course, yeah. So as Chair Long said before, this is a de novo hearing for the board to consider the granting of a modified conditional use permit and certification of a final revised subsequent environmental impact report pursuant to CEQA to authorize the continued operation of an existing oil and gas facility for a 25-year term, the installation of 2 new oil and gas wells, the redrilling of 1 existing well, and the use of Konigstein Road to access the oil and gas facility, and the full-time use of an existing flare. The applicant is Carbon, California. This matter is actually coming back to the Board of Supervisors. The board approved a previous request for a modified conditional use permit for the same facility on June 21st, 2016. It was a 3-2 board vote on that date. After that board approval of the project and certification of an EIR, the organization that's now known as Climate First Replacing Oil and Gas, otherwise known as CFROG, filed a lawsuit against the county challenging the decision in Ventura County Superior Court, alleging that the county's certification of the EIR and project approval violated CEQA. Seafrog prevailed in the lawsuit based on the court's finding that the EIR failed to adequately address the project's air quality and traffic safety impacts. The court ruling nullified the county's approval of the modified conditional use permit, otherwise known as a CUP, and also nullified the county's certification of the EIR. Carbon thereafter modified its project slightly, and the planning division will speak to this during their presentation, to basically request one fewer new well than was being requested before. And Carbon, the applicant, also worked with the planning division to revise the EIR to address the court's issues with the version that the county had previously certified, but the court found deficiencies with. The county's current application for a modified CUP, again, based on its revised project description, is before your board for consideration, as well as a revised EIR. In order for your board to approve the project, you must find that it meets the permit approval standards set forth in the non-coastal zoning ordinance, and planning will address all of this, and that the revised EIR complies with CEQA, and that the county has addressed the issues that the court found with the previous version. If your board does approve the project today, the next step would be for the county to return to the Superior Court for the court's review and confirmation that the issues which were previously, that were subject to the previous court ruling had been addressed. And so I'm happy to answer any questions. One other issue that was raised by commenters and I thought might be helpful for me to address now is the fact that, or the issue of the project's consistency with new policies that are included in the 2040 general plan that your board approved on September 15th. These policies, new policies address flaring, transportation of oil and oil and water, and also setbacks of new wells, oil wells from dwellings. Again, your board approved these new general plan policies on September 15th. However, the new policies do not take effect until October 15th. And so the policies are not yet in effect. The planning division and county council has preliminarily found that the project before your board today would not comply with these three new policies. However, again, the policies have not taken effect yet. And so as of today, the project is not inconsistent with the current version of the general plan that's now in effect. And so your board could approve the project today if that's your will. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions. Again, realize this is a somewhat unique project and situation.
Can I ask for clarification? So are you stating that this fits within the current general plan?
Yes, that's staff's determination.
Okay, thank you. Supervisors, do you have any other additional questions? You're free to ask them at any time, but I figure with county council, if there's any other questions that you might want. Okay, in hearing none, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it, and we'll come back to you if we have any further questions. So at this time, I will open up the public hearing with authority and let everyone chuckle on that one. And then we will start with our presentation. Just to give an outline, what we'll be doing is a staff presentation, then applicant's presentation is about 15 minutes. I believe they are on Zoom. Then we will have public comments, which I believe we have 13. How many?
We have 16 via Zoom and 2 to be read.
Okay, we have 16. I'll give them a minute and a half. So those public comments, you have a minute and a half. And then if you're in Spanish translation is needed, please let us know. Additional time will be done. Then also after the public comments, we'll have the applicant's rebuttal, which is 5 minutes. Then closing comments by staff. And then I will close the public comment and our board will deliberate and vote. So that's the agenda for today's 1 o'clock, and I will now pass it on to staff for presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Long, Supervisors, and Mr. Powers. I wanted to take a brief moment and introduce to you one of our team members here. I'm Dave Ward, the Planning Director, but Mindy Fogg is the Planning Manager for Commercial Industrial. This is actually the first hearing that she's had the pleasure of being here with us. She's been here almost a year, and she comes with a wealth of background working for the counties of San Diego and Santa Barbara, as well as doing consultant services as well. So she's been a significant team member on the commercial industrial work projects, and we're happy to have her. And then Christina Barrero, Senior Planner, will give you the presentation.
Thank you, Director Ward. For the record, I am Christina Barrero of Planning Staff. And before I get started, Chair Long, Mr. Powers, and Supervisors, I want to just give you a little background about who's available to answer any questions you may have. So this is going to be a co-presentation. I'm going to be talking about the project for planning purposes. And Mr. Steve Rodriguez, who prepared the revised subsequent EIR, is going to be talking about the environmental document, and he is on Zoom. We also have members of Ventura County Air Pollution Control District available on Zoom, as well as members of the Public Works, Roads, and Transportation Department available in the audience, and I believe on Zoom as well. So before I get started, I do want to draw your attention to some errata comments that we received. I'm just going to just briefly tell you that, but at the end of my presentation, I'm going to go into detail about what those two errata are. So before you today, as Mr. Barnes had already expressed to you, you have two actions to consider today by your board. The first one is to make a decision on the minor modification to CEP 3543, which is PL 13-0158, and also to certify or not the final revised EIR that is included in your board packet. Mr. Barnes did give a brief description of the history of project history for the site, and I'll give you a little more information about that. So the site was granted by the oil lease was granted by the Board of Supervisors in 1976, and it allowed 6 wells. From 1976 to 1983, there were several modifications, but in 1983, modification 4 was granted, and it included the EIR, and that EIR was part of the reason why in 2016, planning staff did prepare a subsequent EIR, and your board in 2016 did certify that project. On June 21st, 2016, your board did approve the same PL 13-0158, and certified the subsequent EIR. And there was also an appeal associated with the project at that time, and that appeal was denied. So the appellants were Seafrog and Mr. Davis, and Seafrog did file a lawsuit with the Ventura County Superior Court. And on December 4th, 2017, the Superior Court, with Judge Reeser presiding, did order that the CEQA document, the subsequent EIR, was invalid and required staff prepare a revised subsequent EIR. And on October 9th of last year, 2019, the applicant did submit a revised project. So that is the project that is before you today. And it basically is a reduction in the new wells. So in 2016, your board did approve 3 new wells. The new project before you today is 2 new wells. And also the full-time use of the flare is also proposed today.
Can you explain something? We are September 22nd, 2020. So it's almost a year later that it's coming to our board. Can you explain what the process is, why it would take that long?
So EIRs are very robust and they include a lot of information. So they do take a long time to be prepared. There are studies in the EIR that are in exhibits A through J, I believe it is. So those had to be prepared, and those were submitted with a draft EIR that was submitted on October of 2019. So it did take a while for the applicants to prepare the reports and for planning to review the project and put it out for distribution again.
And then once they submit the application, it takes us a year to review? I got questioned why it's so close or right after the approval of the general plan, and so I wanted to make sure it was clear for any of those watching why.
Chair Long, supervisors. So staff worked with the applicant and the consultant in our process to move the case along as quickly as we can. As Ms. Burrow is describing to you, there's the technical analysis, checking in with other county agencies that are involved in reviewing that CEQA document, going through an administrative draft stage, and then getting it ready for publication and the public review. That public review adds a chunk of time as well. That happened in June is when that started. We also had the COVID affect us during the March and April timeframe as well. So this hearing date was the first date that we could target. Your board was dark in August, and then of course we had the general plan hearing on September 1st, and so then this date was set for the 22nd. So it might look like this, why couldn't this have moved quicker in the process? In fact, our technical review really, this is the earliest date that we could have brought it to your board.
Thank you for the clarification.
So just to give you a little information about where the project is located, it is located between the cities of Ojai and Santa Paula in the unincorporated area. It's approximately 5.5 miles east of the city of Ojai, and it is adjacent to Highway 150. The project's parcel is 19.83 acres, and the Agnew lease itself is approximately 2 acres, and it's a existing developed pad. The lease area for the Agnew lease is approximately 768 feet northwest of Koningstein Road. So for the zoning and general plan designation, zoning is open space, 20 acres, minimum lot size. The general plan designation is open space, and it also has an Ojai Valley area plan designation of open space, 20 acres as well. The project site, as you can see from the map, is the black and white dotted line with the aqua hatching. So the surrounding area, so it's predominantly open space. There's low density residential development surrounding the site along Highway 150 and also in the Koningstein Road area. The project site is approximately 2,000 feet north of Highway 150, and it's 2 miles west of Thomas Aquinas College. So the project description, Mr. Barnes gave some information about that, but I just want to give a little more information, the specifics of it. So the request before you today is to continue the Agnew lease in the operations and the drilling for 25 additional years. The drilling of 2 new wells, and as it was stated earlier, in 2016, your board did approve 3 new wells, and this is the revised project, only 2 new wells. The redrilling of 1 existing well. So there are 5 wells total on the site, should your board approve the project today. The full-time use of the existing flare to authorize Koningstein Road as the access for trucking and maintenance trips for the lease area. And the maximum number of tanker truck trips would be 1, and these are one-way per week, 16. And the maximum maintenance trips is 28, also one-way trips per week. So this is a picture of the Agnew lease up close. You can see the 2 red dots are the approximate location of the proposed 2 new wells. You can see the graded pad, which is the Agnew lease, and the start of the access road from the lease to Koningstein Road. This road is a private driveway that connects to Koningstein, and the existing facilities will remain on the site. So here's some pictures of the site. To my left is Highway 150, looking west towards Ojai. The picture on my right is the intersection in question, and it's Koningstein Road and 150 intersection. The bridge is the bridge that has been an issue in public comment, and then the adjacent road is Highway 150. The picture on my left is of Koningstein Road looking towards Highway 150. And the picture on my right is the private road leading to the Agnew lease, and the red arrow is pointing to that access road. Picture on my left is the existing wells and the pumping units, and picture on my right is the existing equipment. On my left is the existing flare that is proposed to be used on a full-time basis, and on my right is the site looking towards Highway 150. So now I'm going to have Mr. Rodriguez chime in to discuss the environmental review.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, we will bring you on. I do not see or hear you yet. And Mr. Rodriguez, if you can unmute your microphone. There we go. I can see you and hear you now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Christina. And it's a pleasure to be here virtually to address your board. Christina, if we could have the first slide, please. This slide shows the environmental review path that this project has taken over the years, starting with the certification of an EIR in 1983. And the project began, or had been operating at that time, has continued to operate until just recently. The facility is now shut in, waiting for approvals of the requested permits. In 2016, the subsequent EIR was prepared to allow the additional wells to be provided at the project site and to allow the use of Koningstein Road for tanker trucks that remove produced fluids from the project site. Approval of the use of Koningstein Road is required because the use of Koningstein is not allowed by the existing conditional use permit that was approved for the project. The project was using a dry Arizona crossing over the creek that's near the project site. Unfortunately, in 1995, that crossing was destroyed in a storm, and so the use of the Koningstein Bridge was the only access available to the project site. So that project was approved. The EIR was challenged. The challenge was upheld, and in response to that, the revised subsequent EIR has been prepared in response to the court order. And the emphasis of the analysis in the revised subsequent EIR is to evaluate air quality and traffic safety issues that were identified by the court. Next slide, Christina. In the revised subsequent EIR, some mitigation measures are identified in response to the analysis included in the 2020 EIR as well as in the 2016 EIR that was prepared. As you can see in this table, the 2016 EIR and the more recent EIR identified a potential noise impact resulting from drilling operations, short-term operations to construct the new wells. Drilling operations would last about 2 weeks. It would be about 2 weeks in duration. That impact could be reduced to a less than significant level by erecting a temporary sound curtain around the drilling site. No mitigation measures are required for long-term noise impacts associated with the operation of the project. The analysis that was included in the 2016 EIR included a noise study that to conduct that, or to prepare that EIR, a noise study was prepared and which measured existing noise conditions at the project site. And those existing conditions included the operation of the 3 existing wells and the operation of the existing flare. Based on those noise measurements, it was determined that under existing conditions, the nighttime peak noise level was about 45 decibels at the project site, and during the daytime, peak noise levels would be about 51 decibels. With the proposed project that was being considered in 2016, that project would have doubled the number of oil wells at the project site from 3 to 6. When you double a noise source, that results in a 3 decibel increase in noise levels. So using that noise principle, the noise analysis determined that with the proposed project, which at that time was 3 new wells, noise levels at the project site resulting from the use of the flare and all 6 wells operating would have been about 48 decibels during a nighttime peak and about 54 decibels the daytime peak. Those on-site noise levels would have resulted in noise conditions at the nearest receptor of ranging between about 23 during decibels at night and about 30 decibels during the day, which is a less than significant impact, so no mitigation measures were required. The 2020, the revised supplemental EIR, now includes some mitigation measures related to the use of Königstein Road by oil tankers that would be serving the project site. The tankers that would be serving the site are the same truck that would be serving other existing oil wells along Königstein Road. And the new mitigation requires that those tanker trucks only travel to the project site during daylight hours, and that if approved by Caltrans, that the project install 2 truck crossing signs along Highway 150 at appropriate sites. And if feasible, those truck crossing signs would have solar-powered flashing lights. The remaining mitigation measures were also are included in the 2020 EIR, were also included in the 2016 EIR, and those were measures to avoid impacts to nesting birds. It's a pretty typical mitigation requirement for construction projects. And there were also mitigation measures to avoid the potential for impacts to California condor. Next slide, please. In terms of the additional air quality analysis that the court required as part of their judgment, basically the court wanted to see 2 things. The first was estimate emissions from all project-related sources. And that includes short-term construction emissions, long-term operation emissions, and so those are stationary sources, and emissions that could result from the operation of trucks and vehicles traveling to and from the project site. Those are mobile emissions. And then after those emissions have been estimated, compare those emissions to the 5 pound per day air quality threshold that has been adopted for the Ojai Valley. Next slide, please. And on this slide, you can see the results of that analysis. The proposed project, the project's construction-related emissions and operation-related emissions are summarized on these two tables. During construction, project would emit about 4 pounds per day of ROC and about 112 pounds per day of NOx. Construction emissions are not, or excuse me, the significance threshold of 5 pounds per day is not applied to construction emissions. However, there are policies in the county that construction emissions should be reduced to the extent feasible, and the revised supplemental EIR does include recommended conditions of approval that would reduce construction-related emissions to the extent possible. And then in the table at the bottom, you can see during the operation of the project, ROC emissions would be 4.55 pounds per day, NOx about 0.5 pound per day. Both of those are below the 5 pound per day threshold adopted for the Ojai Valley.
Could I interrupt for a second?
Yes, Supervisor
so
Parks, did you have a question?
you don't add the ROC and the NOx together?
Supervisor Parks, no, you don't.
Okay, thank you.
It's 5 pounds per day per pollutant.
Okay, and they removed one of their oil wells from the application since the last time they were before us. Was that because they exceeded the ROC?
That is correct. That was what prompted the change in the project description. Here, this is an example where the CEQA process resulted in a meaningful change in the design of the project.
And having an agreed upon threshold, so we know that now because of the judge. Thank you.
That was the direction of the judge. So just to emphasize, when the evaluation of the operation-related emissions, those emissions included the existing and the proposed wells, the full-time use of the flare to manage the gas produced by the existing and the proposed wells, emissions from other on-site equipment, tanks and pipes, and the other infrastructure located on the project site, and the mobile emissions that would result from trucks traveling to and from the project site. Next slide, please. So the project is also regulated by the APCD, and they have issued the project currently operates under a permit to operate that sets emission levels that the project may not exceed. Right. And then in addition to the PTO, the permit to operate, there are a variety of rules and regulations that the APCD enforces that are applicable to the project, and you can see some of those on this slide. Next slide, please. One of the other components in the analysis that the judge wanted to see in his order was to evaluate the potential health risks of the project. Health risks resulting from exposure to toxic air contaminants that would result from the construction and the operation of the project. The health risk analysis was prepared using two different methodologies. The first one was evaluating health risk impacts evaluating health risk impacts consistent with guidance included in the Ventura County APCD's guidelines for the assessment of air quality impacts. And under those guidelines, only the emissions from mobile sources, trucks traveling to and from the project site, would have been evaluated. And that information is included in the EIR. The EIR also included an evaluation of potential health risks resulting from all project-related emissions. So that would be stationary sources as well as mobile sources. And the results of that those analyses are included on the next slide. So the county has adopted significance thresholds for health risk analyses. For cancer-related health risks, the threshold is 10 in a million. For chronic hazards and acute health hazards, it's an index of 1. There's really no units associated with that. It's just a value of 1. And as you can see in the table, using or evaluating only the mobile emissions resulting from the project is substantially below the adopted significance thresholds. In the lower part of the table, you can see the results of the evaluation of including all of the project-related emissions, and the excess cancer cases would be about 5 in a million, below the threshold of 10, and the chronic and the acute hazard index results are substantially below the threshold of 1. I'd like to go back to that, Christina. Thanks.
Actually, yes, IT, if you can go back, we wanted to move his picture maybe up higher so we could see the full graph for the community. Thank you so much.
It's important to note that this health risk analysis was prepared when the project still included the drilling and operation of 3 wells. So these numbers are the health risk impact associated with constructing and operating 3 new wells and drilling redrilling an existing well on the project site. The project description was changed to remove 1 well from the project site, and we knew that that would further reduce potential health risks, but we already knew that the health risk impacts were less than significant. So we did not redo the health risk analysis because we are certain that the impacts would be less than what you see depicted on this table.
Steve, thank you for clarifying that. And if there's a way that you could put that on this slide so that people know that this information is for 6 wells and not 5 wells, I want to make sure when we're presenting this information, it's clear to the public. I don't want them assuming, you know what I mean?
Could I ask a question too?
Go ahead, Supervisor Parks.
Reading the staff report, it looks like the health risk impacts were evaluated based on the maximum exposed individual receptor model, I guess MEIR. And I know that more recent studies have come out looking at the California Council on Science and Technology that talked about the setbacks that actually we used that information to adopt our general plan, which talks about things like benzene, right, and the hydrocarbons. If this was evaluated based on that, was there an evaluation based on that? And if so, what were the outcomes?
I will take a crack at answering that. to prepare a health risk analysis, there are several steps involved. And one is to identify all of the toxic air contaminants that could be emitted by the project. And for oil well projects, those emissions are fairly well understood, what those toxic air contaminants are. So those are identified. The project also included an analysis of the emissions that would result from the project. So we know what type of toxic air contaminants we're dealing with. And based on the air quality analysis, we know the quantity of those emissions. The next step in the process is to distribute, disseminate those emissions across the landscape, if you will. And that is, there are computer models that do that based on the topography of the project site and wind conditions and weather conditions at the project site. So we know what the concentrations of the toxic air contaminants are at individual locations and receptors on and near the project site. Once we have that information, the models take a health risk factor that is derived by an organization known as OWIHA, the Office of Health Risks Analysis and Assessment, or something like that. It's a California state agency. And so there's a lot of math that is done. And if you were to look at the health risk assessment that's included in the EIR as a technical appendix, there are pages and pages and pages of printout that result in, that takes that process and through all of that math and the calculations and the model results, we come up with these results. And so I think the answer to your question is that the health risk factors used in the health risk assessment were the most recent factors published or available from OWIHA.
Okay, and I guess the question that I asked was specific to the CSST, right? And how they would analyze it by the distance of the well to the location, and the from their research and the potential exposure of benzene and hydrocarbons, for example. So I guess it's the interpretation of the data in making the analysis. And we used, as you were saying, this one, the OWIHA, and when we did our general plan, we were looking at what we considered the best science in terms of looking at the appropriate distances. So just something to weigh for our consideration. Thank you for answering the question. You did a really good job.
And that again, just to clarify, what you're presenting is based on the current general plan guidelines, correct?
That I'm not sure I can answer. This
Sorry.
is the reason.
Jeff Barnes, could you answer that, please?
Yeah, I think I can clarify. So the general plan, neither the existing or 2040 general plan goes into the specifics about health risk assessments. What I believe Supervisor Parks was referring to was one of the new policies I mentioned before, having to do with setbacks of new oil wells from dwellings. And so I believe Supervisor Parks was referring to a health model that was used to help design those setbacks. But the general plan itself does not include preferred methodology for assessing health risk.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. So as we saw before, the project-specific air quality impacts, both in terms of emissions and health risks, were determined to be less than significant. The EIR, as EIRs are required to do, provided an evaluation of the project's cumulative air quality impacts. And the way that is done is if a project would result in 2 pounds of ROC or NOx emissions per day, the county's air quality management plan, if it results in more than 2 pounds of emissions per day, you need to determine consistency with the air quality management plan. If the project is consistent with the air quality management plan, it does not result in a significant cumulative air quality impact. Conversely, if the project is not consistent with the AQMP, it would result in a significant cumulative air quality impact. And how do you evaluate or determine consistency with the AQMP? It is based on the population characteristics of the project. If the project is consistent with the population projections included in the AQMP, then the project is consistent with the AQMP. This project would not result in a general plan amendment or a zone change that would result in additional housing or employment opportunities that would require or could result in an increase in population in the county. Therefore, the project is consistent with the population projections included in the AQMP, and the project does not result in a significant air quality impact. Next slide, please. All right, well, the second thing that the court wanted to see in the revised EIR was additional analysis of the potential safety impacts resulting from truck traffic using Königstein Road and Highway 150. You see on the table at the top of the slide, under existing conditions of the conditional use permit that the project is operating under, the project could generate up to 24 one-way trips per week. So that would be 12 trucks in, 12 trucks out. As a result of the project application, that would be reduced to a maximum of 16 one-way trips per week, which is essentially 1 truck in, 1 truck out per day. There was a little bit of the additional truck trip was included in there in the event a condition that existed at the project site that required an additional truck trip. And that could be, there was a big rainstorm and water accumulated in the secondary containment berms around the tanks. You needed to get that water off of the project site. That would require an additional truck trip per day. The project would also generate traffic just from general maintenance trips to the project site. And you can see in the table below, under the current CUP, there is no limit in just day-to-day traffic, but under the proposed CUP, that would be limited to 28 trips per week, or 14 trips in and 14 trips out. Next slide, please. So a traffic report was prepared for the project using the requested truck volumes. Those trips were added to the existing conditions that exist on Highway 150 and Königstein Road. And in the table below, you can see that the level of service delays at the intersection, those numbers, the eastbound left turn, 7.5 seconds for the AM and PM, southbound approach, 9.6 and 9.7 seconds. Those are the existing conditions today. as well as the conditions that would exist after the implementation of the project. So what that table shows us is that the project would not result in any change to the level of service of the intersection, which now currently operates at level between the A and B range. Next slide, please. This slide is providing some information regarding the road conditions at the project site. The 1983 EIR provided evaluation based on a condition that Königstein Road at that time was 14 feet in width. That has subsequently changed. The road has been improved, and as you see in the table at the top, the Königstein Road now, the pavement width is 32 feet. I think it's 2 12-foot lanes and a shoulder. So that does comply with the county's road standards. The bridge, however, still remains at 24 feet in width, which does not comply with the today's standards. There have been the 1983 EIR provided analysis based on the width of the bridge and the narrow width of the road, that there could be instances where trucks would have to stop and maneuver and let one pass and that's really no longer applicable to the project because the road was widened. And we're getting information that the concerns about the 14-foot former roadway width comes from the County Roads and Transportation Department, and they're saying the road width is really no longer a factor for the project on Königstein Road. Next slide, please. So the other component to the traffic evaluation included in the EIR was the potential for traffic safety impacts resulting from the tanker trucks traveling on Königstein Road. And that evaluation included information from a variety of sources, including the traffic report that was prepared by ATE, a local traffic engineering firm, information from the County Transportation Department was also included. And the analysis is fundamentally based on evaluation criteria included in the county's initial study assessment guidelines. In summary, that the analysis concluded that the project would not substantially increase truck traffic or vehicle traffic on State Route 150 or Königstein Road. Traffic volumes are now low and would continue to be low. And in fact, the project reduces the maximum number of trips that could occur. Let's move on to the next slide. Some of the other information that was included in the analysis is recent data regarding the existing safety conditions at the intersection as measured by reported accidents that have occurred at the 150 Königstein Road intersection. And a query was made of Caltrans, and between 2016 and 2019, there were no reported collisions at that intersection. County Roads and Transportation had some additional data over the past 20 years that showed that during that period, there were no collisions at the intersection resulting from the use of that by tanker trucks, and that between 2002 and 2013, there were 2 reported collisions at the intersection, but neither of those involved a tanker truck. Next slide, please. And then another component that was included in the traffic safety.
Madam Chair, before we go to this next slide, this is Steve Bennett.
Yes.
Pardon me for interrupting Mr. Rodriguez, but I want to go back to your last slide.
Shoot.
I have
Yes.
some data that indicates that there, between 2009 and 2019, there were a number of accidents within a mile of this intersection. Do you have that data?
I am not familiar with that data.
All right, thank you. I'll dig that out during the rest of the presentation then. And thank you.
So another.
Go ahead, Steve.
Of the trip. Yes. Another component.
I'm done. Yeah.
Safety analysis was sight distance. How far you can see. How far can a driver see to the east and west on up and down Highway 150 when they are stopped at Konigstein Road and making a turn onto the highway. And based on traffic speeds and vertical and horizontal alignment of the roadway, you can see that the amount of distance that's available to the east and west, 350 feet, 500 feet, and both of those exceed the minimum sight distance that would be required based on Caltrans requirements. And lastly, the last slide.
Before you go on to number of trips, I was wondering, in a previous hearing on this, I believe it was transportation showed a video of a truck, a tanker truck, negotiating or trying to negotiate the turn onto Konigstein Road.
Yes, I'm
and
familiar
crossing
with that
this.
video.
Yeah. Are circumstances different now? Because in that video, as I recall, the tanker truck crossed the center yellow line in order to make that turn. Are the road conditions different than in that video?
As far as I know, the road conditions are the same as when that video was taken. This particular topic is addressed in some detail in the EIR and includes input from the county transportation department, specifically related to trucks crossing the yellow line.
Could I ask if it's possible to have that video be part of this record, because it influenced me and it still influences me, and if the conditions have not changed, then that situation still is applicable.
Supervisor
Would
Parks?
that be a question for County Council?
Yes.
County Council?
I think we need to start with planning to see if they can pull up the video.
Okay, and I guess because it's this is a de novo hearing, that information that was given at the previous hearing may not be part of the record today, but I would very much like it to be, because, as I said, I remember it to this day because of the fact of the maneuvering of the truck required it to cross the yellow to turn.
Supervisor Parks, this is Planner Boero. The Exhibit 6 of your board packet does include all of the exhibits that were included in the 2016 hearing. It may take a little bit of time to pull up the video. We don't have it in this presentation today, but we could pull it up, hopefully, if you'd like to see it again.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
It makes sense for another reason too, and that is that we have a different board of supervisors today than we did when we last heard it. And since it influenced my decision, I think it may influence others, and it is part of staff's presentation to us that got us to where we are today, I think. So yes, maybe before the end of this, we might have that. So I'm glad we mentioned it early, if it's possible. I know it, not everyone's a magician. It's not that easy to just do those things, but if you can,
Right.
I'd very much appreciate it.
So planning, could you reiterate, so the information from the hearing on 2016 is in the record? And if you could tell me what was the record it passed? So who was it that voted?
So Supervisor Long, yes, Exhibit 6 of the current board letter before you today does include a link to the Board of Supervisors hearing and the exhibits that were included in that, and the PowerPoint presentation by staff is included in there. And at the 2016 hearing, would you like to know who voted for the project?
Yes.
So the two that did not vote for the project or dissented were Supervisor Parks and Supervisor Bennett.
Okay, so the other three did vote for it.
Correct.
Okay, I was confused by what Supervisor Parks was asking, so I wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
And can we complete that? Who were the three who voted for it?
Supervisor Parks, that was Supervisor Zaragoza, Supervisor Foy, and
Supervisor. Okay, and then also with
So
that
it
video.
was a different board.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why I'm thinking, Supervisor Huber may not have been able to go and watch the entire meeting of 2016
right.
to see that video.
I was told that planning does have the video, and at that time, is the traffic safety, was it the same as what is now? Let me clarify that.
If Mr. Rodriguez would like to clarify that, I think he said yes, it was.
Okay, so the traffic.
Well, I'm not aware of any improvements to the road that have happened in the last several years.
Okay, and then you reiterated there was no accidents. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I understand all this. Okay, the video, please. Hold on one second. We're going to do a screen share to show the video. We're very high tech here.
You're very high tech.
Very high tech. We, by the way, let me take this moment to say we are #1 in the digital for all the counties in the nation.
In the nation, #1.
That's right. Hey, it was a lot of work to get there, so figure I might as well take this moment while we're waiting.
I was not anticipating you could do it like immediately, but.
Well, Supervisor Parks, you ask, you get.
Yes. We're blessed.
Uh-oh.
All right, so now we just need the Zoom screen on our projector. There it is. Look at that. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay, and that is with traffic and the truck turning. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I think the screens are back. So Steve, do you want to continue, or Supervisor Parks, do you have any further questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. So back to you, Steve, and then to make sure that our PowerPoint, oh, look at that. I'm so impressed. Great job, you guys. Okay.
Here we are.
So Steve, keep going.
Guess, as I indicated before, there is extensive evaluation of the yellow line issue in the EIR. And just to summarize in testimony regarding a different project, the Nesbitt Hearth project, which is an oil well project that takes access from Koenigstein Road. The Public Works Agency Transportation Department concluded that it was not a significant safety impact at the Koenigstein 150 intersection. The trucks turning in and out of the project site was not a significant safety impact. And we got a similar feedback from Caltrans when in their review of the project. The last thing I wanted to mention, the project will
I'm
also...
sorry. Regarding Caltrans, again, going back to memory, when the project was originally approved, it had an alternate route, as I recall, that was destroyed. But they were required to use that alternate route, specifically, I believe, because Caltrans had said using the Koenigstein would be dangerous. So have they changed their position, Caltrans?
I'm not certain regarding their original input, but I do have I'm going to quote out of the EIR. This is the letter that we got from Caltrans. It says the nearest state facility, the proposed project is State Route 150. Caltrans does not expect project approval to result in a direct adverse impact to the existing state transportation facilities.
An impact to the facility. Okay. And I'll look, see if I can find their quote regarding the safety of using that road for tanker traffic.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then to wrap up, the project, so typical operations is a tanker truck traveling to the site, typically once a day. The drilling of the proposed wells and redrilling of the existing well would require that a drill rig be moved onto the project site. The EIR has some suggested conditions of approval to address potential safety impacts when those operations occur. And that concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any additional questions that you may have.
Mr. Rodriguez, this is Supervisor Long. I do have a question. I heard a comment from Supervisor Bennett that said he thought there was an accident a mile or so ahead or below. I also I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear. There's some background noises going on. And then I also heard that Supervisor Parks was asking about Caltrans providing a different route. Since this project is before us now, did Caltrans suggest a different route to us with their stating that there were no collisions? Was there any conflict that they saw or commented to us in the route that was being presented?
Chair Long, I can answer that.
Okay, planning can answer that.
So Caltrans did not provide a letter that said to use an alternate route.
Okay.
The alternate route, the proposed route from 1983 was washed away by flooding in 1995. It is a stream. There's some protected species out there. So in 2015, when we received a Caltrans letter, it did say that it was that they had no issues with the project, and also they reiterated that point again in 2019.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm, Supervisor Parks and I were on a different meeting with Caltrans, and they presented a path that was different, and so I figured they usually do that. So if they hadn't this time, I was just wanting some clarification. Thank you.
Do you think, would transportation have recollection of what I am referring to regarding Caltrans and transportation coming to opposite conclusions when this was heard previously?
I believe we have them on Zoom.
We have David Fleisch on Zoom. If he's on, we can have him speak. Dave, if you're there, if you can unmute
Yes,
your
I'm here.
mic.
Here we go. I want to.
Oh, this is Supervisor Bennett, if anyone's wondering. Hello, Supervisor Bennett,
Okay,
yes?
Yeah, thanks. This is Supervisor Bennett. Yeah, I do have that data. It comes from a transportation, I'll get this exact wording here, the TIMS, which is the Transportation Injury Mapping System. And they pull from the CHIP database, the California Highway Patrol database. And it shows 29 collisions on Highway 150 within 1 mile of Koningstein Road between 2009 and 2019. With this being a de novo hearing, I want to ask Mr. Barnes, I'm identifying that information out there, and I just wanted to find out whether that's appropriate to identify that information, but it is a piece of information that my staff has just sent to me here recently.
Mr. Barnes.
Yeah, by all means. Yeah, this is a public hearing, and if you have relevant information or potentially relevant information, then it's appropriate to identify it for the record and for your board's consideration.
So that's 29 accidents, and people can go to the TIM site to find that. Comes from the California Highway Patrol data, and it is 29 accidents between 2009 and 2019 within 1 mile of Koningstein Road. So, okay, so I wanted to get that out there while we were still on the presentation of data about this project. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Bennett, for clarification, if it says less than 1 mile, do any of those accidents correlate to this intersection?
I only have that data in front of me, that 29 accidents within a mile.
Okay, so I'm just
data that specifically says that particular intersection.
Okay.
I think the best, in my mind, my opinion, the best you can do is conclude that whatever you want to conclude about that stretch of road, that mile stretch of road in terms of safety.
I just wanted clarification for public. Thank you. Is Dave Fleisch on Zoom? We were trying to get him to connect. And if I look at my participants, hold on. I do see Dave there. There's a red button and a muted. Dave Fleisch, if you're on, if you could unmute your microphone. David Fleisch. Thank you. If you could call him, that would be great.
Is Glenn Durasett on there? He is also from transportation and available.
Okay, Glenn Durasett. Is that what you said? Okay, Glenn Durasett. Glenn Durasett, if you can unmute your microphone and speak on this item. Hello, I see you or hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Glenn Durasett. The intersection analysis that was done for this covers the intersection. Yes, I'm sure there were other accidents within a mile. This is a windy, mountainous roadway. What was the other question?
Were any of those in? No, I'm not going to ask. Supervisor Parks, what was your question?
I was wondering if transportation recalled that when we previously had this hearing that the Caltrans was had a different opinion than transportation regarding the safety of the road. I think they were talking about needing traffic signals, and but they actually came out concerned about the safety of trucks turning onto the road. And I thought that led to the requirement for an alternate road or for traffic signals that then were not put in. But do you have any recollection of Caltrans' opinion when we last heard this?
No, I do not.
Okay, Thank you. And it is in the record, so I'll see if I can pop it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions for transportation since we have them on the line from supervisors? And hearing none, thank you, Glenn. Appreciate that. And any other further questions for Steve Rodriguez on the EIR from our supervisors? Okay, and seeing none, thank you, Steve. And I'm going to keep handing it back to planning. What's the next?
So I just wanted to clarify some points that Supervisor Parks and Supervisor Bennett did just address. So in the project, I believe it's in either in the EIR or in the conditions, it does say that the tanker trucks would only be turning from Koningstein Bridge left towards Santa Paula. They would not be going right. And also the other point is that the 1983 EIR, there was a condition in the project conditions that prohibited I believe it's a 3/4 ton truck, which is a tanker truck, from going on Koningstein and using that alternative route that did get washed out.
Okay. And then again, does planning know if there's any accidents in this area, or how do you identify where the accidents occurred that were in question?
Not with what Supervisor Bennett had just said. It's just the intersection that was evaluated.
Okay, and that's required for the EIR?
Yes.
Okay, and thank you.
Okay, my clicker is frozen here.
No, it's tricky.
Okay. So as stated earlier by County Council, this project, well, the 2040 General Plan was approved last week by your board. The new policies from the General Plan, which are included below on the slide, would make this project inconsistent. However, if your board does decide to approve the project and certify the EIR today, the project would be consistent with the current General Plan. Just a brief description of what the policies that would be inconsistent with a 2040 General Plan, not adopted yet, is the oil well distance. So the first policy relates to the distance of the oil wells. Believe that it is the new policy requires 1,500 feet distance from offsite receptors, sensitive receptors. So the new wells, the two new wells, would be located approximately 871 feet from the nearest sensitive receptor that is not on the project site. And for the second policy regarding conveyance for oil and produced water, the project is requesting and will need to be having trucking happening because there is an analysis in the Ojai Valley Area Plan Policy Evaluation, which is Exhibit 9 of your board letter, that does talk about the feasibility of a pipeline construction. There's no pipeline that is within a short distance from the project site. So based on the topography of Sulphur Mountain Road and 150 and the easements that would need to be taken from property owners and Caltrans, the nearest pipeline is about 1.5 miles down the road, and those impediments would essentially prohibit the lease, Carbon California, from connecting to that pipeline. And the last point is gas collection and use and disposal, and the applicant is requesting the full-time use of the flare. So again, consistency. So the project is consistent with the allowed uses matrix, which is section 8105-4 of the non-coastal zoning ordinance. It's also consistent with the development standards for oil and gas, which is 8107-5.6, and it also is consistent with the CUP findings of the non-coastal zoning ordinance. So staff did receive several public comments on the proposed project. These are just some of the public comments that we received. It's important to note that we did receive Caltrans comments, and I did just previously specified to your board that in 2015 and 2019, Caltrans reviewed the project and said the proposed project is not going to be impacting the state facilities, which is State Highway 150. We did receive a comment from CalGEM, and I'd like to point out that all of these 4 comments in the first part, which is under comments on the draft EIR, are included in Section 8 of the draft and final EIR for the project. So CalGEM did just provide some requirements for oil and gas, which are handled by Carbon, the applicant, and the state, which is CalGEM. And they also did specify a mapping error. And it's important to note that that error, which is just a error in the scale of the maps in the EIR, it's to the figures in Section 3 of the project description. There was an error because the scale was not correct. So that was seen, and it was corrected with the final EIR for the project. So the site has not changed location, it's not changed size, it's existing, and it just was an error in the scale. So all of the maps that are included in the final EIR are accurate. And we also have staff received a comment from a public citizen, Mr. Toth, and he had some questions about the drilling rig setup and takedown during the drilling phase and the noise that it would cause. And I'll get into that a little bit more later, but staff did update the conditions of the project to address his concerns. So we also received some comments, a total of 30 additional comments, written comments, after the board letter was posted for the public. And the themes of those comments were basically the project is inconsistent with the 2040 general plan update. Air quality impacts are still there. Transportation, traffic safety, and circulation is still an issue. And the map location that I just talked about. We also did receive a comment from the city of Ojai, and basically that comment was that the proposed project would be inconsistent with some of the policies of the 2040 general plan. So, as I mentioned, there are 2 erratas that your board did receive, and these erratas were additions to the project after the posting of the board letter to the public, and those include staff's inadvertently leaving out one of the findings for CUP approval, and that's the last finding, and it's consistency with CEQA. And so there's a brief description of how the project is consistent, but to summarize, there are mitigation measures that have been placed on the project to reduce impacts, and so the subsequent EIR has been evaluated per the court order and per the court order and CEQA, and it is consistent. And we also, as I just mentioned, just received an errata talking about the clarification for condition 1, which is regarding drilling rig setup and takedown. And that description is included in your errata, and the additional text is underlined, and it basically talks about the drilling phase would be 2 weeks. There's a certain number of employees that would be on site, and the drilling would be done during daylight hours. So for the public hearing, staff did mail notification, did electronic notification, and placed a legal advertisement in the Ventura County Star. Also interested parties that I had received that they wanted to be notified of the hearing were also notified, and all of the notification was done in compliance with non-coastal zoning ordinance section regarding noticing of a public hearing. So here are the recommended actions on the screen. I will not read them, but again, I do want to reiterate your points. The tasks that you could vote on, it would be to make a decision on the project before you and to either certify or not certify the revised subsequent EIR. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
I do have a question in regards to slide number 33. It stated that, however, the 2040 general plan does not take effect until October 15th. You stated that this EIR does not, this project is consistent on 3 items, but I would like to hear from legal counsel whether we are allowed to weigh this decision of certification on a project that is not in place yet, or I just don't want to be in a lawsuit. So I'd like to understand what the legal ramifications are on this.
Yeah, that's a good question. So as I stated at the beginning, and just to elaborate on that a little bit, in order to approve any project before your board has to find that the project's consistent with the existing general plan's policies. And so the 2040 general plan, again, those 3 policies have not taken effect yet. They've been adopted, but they haven't taken effect yet. And so the project, as of today, is consistent with the current general plan because those new policies have not taken effect. And so your board can approve the project. Those policy, there's no policy inconsistency because, again, the policies are not in effect. That being said, it is within your board's discretion to look at those issue areas. And I should take a step back. And I mentioned this earlier as well, but just so everyone's crystal clear, to approve any discretionary permit, your board needs to find that the project meets the permit approval standards. And so if your board has concerns over the project, and those same concerns are addressed in the general plan policy, your board can't deny the project based on the policy inconsistency, but your board, it is still within your discretion to not be able to make the permit findings of approval based on similar concerns. And so, you know, what I'm saying is that your board cannot deny the project because it's inconsistent with those policies, but your board can still have concerns and not approve the project based on those broader issue areas, if that makes sense.
And those were the areas in which the planning talked about those 4 points.
Let's see, I'm not sure which 4 points.
Chair Long, there are 7.
Oh, 7, sorry.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
7 findings at the end of the board letter.
Okay, so they have to be on those 7 items.
Yeah, so your board has, so the burden is on the applicant to affirmatively, you know, convince your board that those findings can be met. And that's separate and apart from the new general plan policies that we were discussing.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any further questions from staff? If not, I have the appellant on Zoom, and the appellant has 15 minutes. Applicant, sorry. Speeding through my presentation here.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hold on. Do we see you? Sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen and I didn't see anybody. Can you, okay. Yes, do you have a PowerPoint?
No, I do not.
Okay. Yes. Let's take the planning one down and then we can see you better. All right, restarter at 15. I apologize, I interrupted. Okay, ready, set, go.
Good afternoon. I am the applicant for the project, not appellant. My name is Jane Farkas, and I am the Director of Land and Regulatory Affairs for Carbon, California. I'd like to thank County Planning and County Council for all of their help and input getting the project here before your board today. I believe that Christine and Steve did a great job presenting the project and going over the history and the EIR and where we are today. I'm not going to reiterate everything that's been presented to you, but I'd like to highlight a few points. The project was originally approved in 1976 for 6 wells. Only 3 were drilled. This is not a legacy permit. The project was reviewed again in 1993, and an additional environmental document was completed with the best available information at that time. We began the 3rd CUP renewal process in 2013. The county prepared a subsequent EIR to address the use of Koningstein Road and air quality guidelines to complete the last 3 wells. This was approved by the Planning Director, Planning Commission, and this board in 2016. Seafrog's issues with the project, as approved by the county, revolved around the county's subsequent EIR, and they asked that additional environmental analysis be completed. The judge agreed that some additional environmental analysis was needed, so Carbon worked with county planning to find the best EIR consultant who can conduct this additional review, respond to Seafrog's issues, and comply with the judge's order. A traffic study was prepared, as well as an air quality assessment, analysis, and health risk assessment. County planning, public works, APCD, and county council reviewed the draft document, provided revisions. Those were made, and the document went out for a 45-day public review. I have worked as an environmental consultant for 18 years, and I have reviewed a countless number of environmental documents for different jurisdictions all across the state, and worked with some of the most amazing people and best in the business. And I understand the CEQA process, and I believe that in this case, like Mr. Rodriguez said earlier, this is a case where the CEQA process really worked. And the reason is while we were working through the EIR with the consultant and the air quality engineers, we decided that it would be best to remove one of the wells to be completed. And we did this to ensure that the project fell well below the Ojai area plan thresholds. We received one comment letter during the EIR public review process from a neighbor, like Christina said, that was concerned with the noise regarding bringing the drill rig in and during nighttime hours. So we worked with planning and revised the project description to state that we'll only bring it in Monday through Friday during daylight hours. And then we also did a step further and said that we'd only perform workover rig well repairs Monday through Friday during daylight hours unless there was an emergency situation. There were no comments from other neighbors, Seafrog, or the public. And let me restate that. During the EIR process, there were no comments from other neighbors, Seafrog, or the public. The potential project impacts have been mitigated to less than significant, and we have done everything that we've been asked to do over the past 7 years to get this modern permit re-approved. One thing that's important to me is that, Carbon's a local company. We're based in Santa Paula. Our production fields are all here in Ventura County, and we employ 30 Ventura County residents. This does not include the dozens of local service companies and contractors that make it possible for us to operate. We've played by the existing rules the entire process, and then I ask for you to approve staff's recommendations. I'm available for any questions, and we also have our CEQA attorney, Gianetta Giovanco, in the Zoom queue to provide support to County Council, or if you have any questions regarding the legal case. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. You still have 10 minutes. Is there anything else that you wanted to say?
I'm good right now. I'd like to reserve like you said, some few minutes at the end for some rebuttal if there's something that I'd like to comment on through the public process.
Yes, you have 5 minutes at the end. Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So you're asking for 2 additional wells. Are the 3 wells currently in operation?
The 3 wells were in operation through the county process. Once the judge said that we needed to go back and do the EIR renewal revisions, then the county asked us to shut the project in. So December 17th, or December 2017 was when we idled the wells.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We will now open this to public comment. Oh, Supervisor Parks, you have a question.
Sorry, I was slow unmuting. You were saying Carbon is a small company. So do you have any other wells that are, that might need to be capped or plugged out there? I was just seeing that that's kind of one of the issues about, I guess they call them abandoned or orphaned wells. Do you have some of those?
We are involved, and we have a program with CalGEM where all of our wells that are idle are inventoried. There's certain wells that they've been idle for a long time. They're candidates to be plugged. And yes, we are continuing. We have a certain amount that we have to do every year. I believe we've already done 3 this year, and we have a few more on track to do this year. And that's all with oversight by CalGEM. So yes, we are abandoning wells as well.
So you have, it sounds like, do you know how many wells that remain to be plugged or capped that are abandoned?
In our entire field?
Yes.
All of our fields? Yeah. I don't have that number off the top of my head. We do a few a year, and, just to make sure that we're keeping up with the policies.
Okay, because I obviously some companies have actually gone bankrupt because they couldn't cap all their wells because it's a pretty expensive process. So I just wanted to make sure that we aren't going to continue that process of having more of these uncapped, unplugged wells. And then
no, ma'am. No, ma'am. We are very good. We're responsible in what we do. We compliant with CalGEM. That's very important to me to make sure that we're on top of those programs and that we're taking care of what we need to do in order to stay compliant with the state and federal regulations and local.
Okay. Do you have any outstanding orders right now from CalGEM to remediate?
No, we do not.
Okay. And just a final question. Do you have an estimate of the number of wells that still need to be capped?
I do not at the top of my head, ma'am. I apologize.
Is it like a dozen or 100 or 7 or nowhere, somewhere in the ballpark?
I would say I don't know that. I can't give you an exact number off the top of my head. I apologize. I can see if I can find that information.
But you're talking about being a small company. Do you have more than 100 wells?
Total? Yes.
Do you have more than 1,000 wells?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have Dave Fleisch online. And Dave, if we could just hear from you before we go to public comments. I know we had a question on transportation from Supervisor Parks.
I'm sorry, I did not hear the question previously. If I could have it repeated, please.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Dave. Linda Parks here. I was remembering that at a previous hearing on this, and one of the reasons why I was opposed to the project was because Caltrans had a letter that was sent in that was mentioned safety concerns and the need for traffic signals and the widening of the bridge and those kind of things. And I was wondering if you recall that letter.
I don't recall any letter like that off the top of my head, no.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Dave. I know you're probably in other meetings, but I wanted to make sure we took your efforts and listened, so thank you. Now we will be going to public comment. I have you stated 18. Okay, so we have 20. All right, so our IT will help me to make sure that those on my list are in the queue. The first one, we have a minute and 30 seconds for each speaker, just to reiterate. And so the first person is John Brooks, followed by Olivia Simonson. So John, if you could, I don't see him on my screen. Does anyone know if he's on? Oh, he is. John, I see you're unmuted. If you'd like to unmute your video, that's okay, but go ahead.
I'll find what my video is. Excuse me a moment here.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, just a moment.
Oh, yeah, he's doing his video.
There I am.
There you go.
All right. Chair Long, before you start the clock on me, I wonder if you could give me the 20 minutes that you spent with Jane Farkas.
Sir, this is for public comment only. Please continue.
Could you could you disclose what the contents were of the discussion you had with her?
Sir, this is your public comments. You have a minute and 30 seconds.
All right.
Please continue.
I'm raising an objection to these ex parte conversations that were held with 3 supervisors when we do not get the same treatment. So I am president of CFROG. My name is John Brooks, and I hope you've read the detailed comments about this project from our organization, and especially from our lawyer, Kevin Bundy. Chair Long, you say you don't want a lawsuit. You better get ready for one. There's so many things wrong with this project, the new EIR, I hardly know where to begin in this extremely short time that I have. Let me remind you that we're here today because Judge Reiser said, among many other things, that your board did not follow CEQA. I'm glad that Supervisor Park showed the video. Not only do the trucks have to cross the double yellow line into oncoming traffic, but when they turn onto Koningstein Road, they have to cross into the opposite line there as well. So you really need to take a look at that. And in the video, you can see that a truck almost nails the back end of the tanker as it passes by. It cost the county thousands of dollars to fix those mistakes, and you're being asked to make similar ones. The analysis fails to include operational emissions from the regeoled well with the flare emissions from all 5 wells, and the air quality impacts would exceed the Ojai Valley thresholds. You see that in our documents. I do hope that you read it.
Thank you
The
for your
errors-
comments. Next is Olivia Simpson, followed by Albert Balda. Badal, sorry.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and staff, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the Carbon Agnew Modified Conditional Use Permit. My name is Olivia Simonson, and my family is a royalty owner, which means that I am part of the Agnew lease. Permitting continued production here will allow our family, like many other California families who are beneficiaries of mineral ownership, to access the minerals that we own. As you know, and as has been stated today, the conditional use permit modification was originally approved by the Board of Supervisors in 2016, some of whom will be voting on this issue again today. The 2 areas that required further study, according to the court, after the original board approval were 1, trucking, and 2, flaring. And those 2 areas of further study show no long-term significant impacts. The board gave Carbon a list of requirements that Carbon needed to address, and they did so. Other than improving the conditions of the project, nothing about the project has changed that should make the outcome of today's vote any different than it was in 2016. And I would like to urge the Board of Supervisors to vote yes on Carbon's conditional use permit modification. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Albert Balda, and then Brad Prokut. Albert, if you can unmute your phone and your video. I see you. I can't hear you. I still cannot hear you. Can you unmute your phone? There you go.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors and staff. Thank you for the time. I'd like to speak in support of Carbon Agnew Modified Conditional Use Permit. Given that Carbon has complied with the CEQA and county requirement that have found that there are no long impact on environment, traffic, and safety, and boards should approve their conditional use permit. Oil and natural gas is a bedrock industry in Ventura County, which provides many jobs and millions of dollars in tax revenue for the county to fund services like first responders and schools. Carbon is asking to run already existing wells, not creating new ones. Seeing as there is no downside to growing them to granting them the permit, it would say a lot to me about the county's priorities if you were to deny a company that has more than complied with the requirements they have been given. Our urge yes vote, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I understand that there's not a Brad Polkut online, so we will move it to Kevin Bundy and then James Folkrod. Okay, Kevin, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
I'm sorry. I think I have my can't get my video to work, so I may just do
That's
this in
okay.
audio format.
Go ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
good afternoon, Chair Long, members of the board. My name is Kevin Bundy. I'm an attorney at Shute, Mahaly and Weinberger. I do have a letter in the record on behalf of Seafrog, and just want to highlight a couple of points for the board's consideration. First, the EIR's air quality analysis remains incomplete and inaccurate. The EIR says that ROC emissions from the project are below the significance threshold, but it's very close to the line, 4.5 pounds a day. And the problem is that that figure is based only on emissions from the 2 new wells. It does not include all project emissions. In particular, this project would allow continuous flaring from the entire project, from all 5 wells, yet the EIR's estimates are based on the 2 new wells alone. If each of those 5 new wells were included at the same amount, the significance threshold would be exceeded. The EIR also omits any operational emissions from the re-drilled well, which will likely increase production. Those operational emissions from increased production above the baseline have to be included. And as a result, the EIR's air quality analysis is inadequate to support a conclusion that that threshold won't be exceeded. Finally, I want to touch briefly on what County Council touched on regarding the findings for this project. The board can't make those findings without contradicting the findings made just last week in support of the general plan update. This project would allow trucking and flaring for 25 years, and the board cannot make findings that that's not detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare without contradicting the contrary findings that it made last week. Seafrog would urge the board not to approve this project today. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments, Kevin. Next, I believe James Folkroyd is not on. Helen Connolly is not on. Therefore, it'll be Jack Bruker and then Robin Gerber. Jack Bruker, I do not have an audio for you, only a video. And the video is on mute or turned off. Okay, there's your microphone. Are you there? Jack Bruker.
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Glad to hear it. Yeah, so my name is Jack, and I'm commenting on behalf of the Central Coast Young Energy Professionals in support of the proposed project. Central Coast Young Energy Professionals provides valuable networking, advocacy, and leadership opportunities for employees and contractors in the local oil and gas sector. This project will help keep high-paying jobs in our county and will allow young energy workers to continue to earn a good living locally. We respectfully request that you approve the staff recommendation on this item. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Robin Gerber and then Jeffrey Starkweather. Robin, if you can unmute.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. Can you see me?
No, I cannot. If you unmute your video. Or
There we go. Sorry.
click it. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Chair and supervisors, I think our attorney for Seafrog, and I'm past president and member of the advisory board, Kevin Bundy very well set out the inadequacies of this permit. But what I want to talk about is the conflict with the upcoming, about to go into effect general plan, speeding this approval through a mere 3 weeks before that general plan goes into effect, subjecting your constituents, their children and their grandchildren, to 25 years of trucking of oil and produced water, continuous flaring within 871 feet of dwellings. This is an inconsistency that should not be subject to a minor matter of calendar technicalities. You're balancing 3 weeks against 25 years. Voting in favor of this permit demands that you contradict your demonstrated beliefs in science, which you showed over the last 2 years in passing that general plan. Voting in favor will create the kind of legal hypocrisy that we are sick of seeing in this country. It undermines the public trust in the laws you make, not just today, but for all the years to come in this county. And so with the issues with this permit, I really urge you to not grant it today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Jeffrey Starkweather and then William Gaddy.
Am I there?
You are there. Go.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I wanted to sort of essentially reiterate what Ms. Gerber said. But more specifically, you, not a couple of weeks past, strengthened our regulations, and virtually everybody from the Ojai Valley was behind those regulations. Anybody that articulated any points of view, which would strengthen the health and safety regulations. It seems to me somewhat hypocritical to have regulations that you have backed scientifically that are technically not inconsistent based on the regulations, but as your planners said, you can find that they are consistent with the old ones, but you can equally find it is not compatible with the regulations you have passed. And I would urge you to follow the decision you made earlier based on science, based on protecting the Ojai Valley and all the rest of the county, and deny this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, William Gady, and then Luke Faith. William, if you could unmute your microphone or your camera. Hello, William. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, county staff and board supervisors. I would like to speak in support of Carbon Agnew Modified Conditional Use Permit. Carbon has met all the county and CEQA requirements with no significant impact on our environment, traffic, or safety. For the last 10 years, I have lived in Upper Ojai, less than a mile from the proposed drill site, and have oil wells less than 1,000 feet from my home, and have never once had an issue with the wells themselves or any type of traffic from servicing wells. While the world is in chaos, our own state struggles to keep its lights on. Local oil and natural gas provides a major degree of energy security to the state and reduces California's dependence on imported oil from foreign countries. Carbon is also providing many jobs to employees in Ventura during a time when unemployment is extremely high. We are a small business trying to keep our doors open, and they are helping us in that effort. It also will help by putting money back into our community during a time when so many small businesses and people are struggling to stay afloat during the crisis. Please do not punish compliant companies like Carbon by denying their projects to continue. It will not only affect them, but many employed by them in our community. I urge a yes vote on Carbon Agnew's Modified Conditional Use Permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Luke Faith, and then I don't believe Sarah is on. So Luke, I hear you, and there we go. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Long and supervisors. My name is Luke Faith. I'm an operations supervisor for Carbon California. I would like to thank you, County Planning, as well as County Council, for all of their help and all of their input in getting this project here before your board today. Carbon is an extremely responsible operator. As a company, our first priorities are protection of our team members, protection of the members of the public, and as well as protection of the environment that we live in. Every day, we strive to keep our operation and our community safe and clean, and we have a long track record of achieving these goals. We have a long and fruitful relationship with the Los Padres National Forest, as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife in the Condor Recovery Program. Throughout the course of this entire project, Carbon has conducted all of the legal and environmental steps required for approval. A health risk assessment, an air quality analysis, and a traffic study have all been conducted, reviewed, revised, and show emphatically that it is a safe and responsible operation that should be approved. As a community, we are currently facing some of the most trying times that we have seen in a very long time. The current pandemic and the widespread civil unrest that have swept our country have affected each and every one of us, perhaps most significantly over 100,000 Ventura County residents are currently jobless. We need our elected officials to support local business.
Thank you for your comments. Sarah Otterstorm is not online, therefore Jeanette Javincho, and then Julia Coates. So Jeanette, your microphone is on, no video.
Yes, I'm actually representing Carbon. I'm just here to answer any questions.
Okay, you have a minute and 20 seconds if there's anything else you need to say.
Nothing from my end. I'm just available if there's anything I can assist with.
Okay.
Could I ask what your expertise is?
Pardon me?
What is your expertise?
I'm a Sequan land use attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next is Julia Coates. It's a read. Okay, we are now, that finalizes the Zoom and phone calls in. We will now move to emails. So Brendan.
Yes. Dear Supervisors, I'm a marine scientist, mother, and citizen of Ventura's West Side who is deeply concerned about climate change. Thank you for taking the courageous and helpful steps in the new general plan to ban flaring and tanker truck transport from new oil and gas wells. We cannot afford to allow the emission of greenhouse gases flaring produces. The impact of climate change are already being acutely felt here in Ventura and will only exponentially increase. Today, you are being asked to approve flaring and trucking from these new wells for the next 25 years. This is wrong. There's no vested right for these new wells to escape the provisions of the new plan that takes effect next month. You must reject this permit. Thank you for your consideration, Julia Coates.
Thank you for your comments, Julia. The next person up is Christopher Young.
Dear Chairperson Long and Board, Carbon California is asking you for a favor. They would like a pass on the regulations that will shortly take effect in our new general plan. They are asking you to approve them being able to transport, flare, and locate wells in a manner that will shortly be illegal. They are asking for this special treatment for a period of 25 years. Are they kidding? I trust that at least 3 of you will vote in accord with common sense based on our new general plan and with the well-being in mind of the people of Ventura County. Thank you for your work and leadership. Christopher Young, DC.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Ron Whitehurst.
20 years ago, Saudi oil minister Sheikh Yamani said that by 2030 there will be a huge amount of oil and no buyers. He famously said, oil will be left in the ground. The Stone Age came to an end, not because we had a lack of stones, and the oil age will come to an end, not because we had a lack of oil. Our new reality is that oil in the ground is a stranded asset. We as a culture cannot continue to develop oil resources and have any hope of a livable planet for our kids. Drilling new wells is disrespectful of those who live in the area. Ventura County is a leader in this transition to a clean economy. A path for phase out must begin in communities disproportionately harmed by extraction. Wealthier, more diversified economies like ours can phase out more quickly while assisting poorer communities to transition. By tightening regulatory controls, we prioritize public health and safety and environmental protection over fossil fuel production. To fund the transition, we can implement the Ventura County oil production tax called out in our new general plan. Drilling new wells is folly. Chevron and Shell and others are taking billions in losses and cutting tens of thousands of jobs. Smaller companies are declaring bankruptcy and investors are looking elsewhere. If this is approved, the oil company may go bankrupt and the public will have another well to close in to the future of thousands of dollars, to the tune of thousands of dollars. Ron Whitehurst.
Thank you for your comments. Jan Dietrich then.
Chair Long and Board of Supervisors, the application being heard to drill new wells contradicts the new general plan. Due to oil price volatility, drilling new wells goes against policies for a smooth energy transition. Approving new wells contradicts goals for social justice and public health. It is antithetical to keep global temperatures below 1.5 degrees Celsius. With the COVID oil production cuts, we can maintain those cuts for a managed retreat from oil. Next, Raising the price of fossil fuels is required for two reasons: to disincentivize using fossil fuels, to ensure closing in and abandoned wells, and to raise funds for transition. The county will soon explore a local oil and gas production tax. To illustrate, a tax of $2 per barrel, increasing $2 per year, could raise a minimum of $50 million during 5 years. Wells can be capped, oil field wastelands restored to health, displaced workers can be trained for green jobs, and work on climate adaptation projects, providing greater local economy stability. A managed retreat from oil and gas with carbon pricing is essential. At the federal level, we have a carbon tax bill advocated by Citizens Climate Lobby, and which we asked the county to endorse. A sample resolution is attached. The Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act creates a simple, comprehensive, effective national carbon fee and dividend program. It is for the good of the economy and people, with funds going into the pocket of every American, allowing the individual decisions to spend it. This is the shifting mindset, taxing fossil fuels to help transition to energy independence. Dan Dietrich, Ventura Chapter Leader, Citizens Climate Lobby.
Thank you for your comments. Mandy Gady?
Good afternoon, county staff and board of supervisors. I would like to speak in support of the Carbon Agnew Modified Conditional Use Permit. I am an Upper Ojai resident as well as a small business owner in our community. I live a few streets away from the proposed site. I have never seen a negative impact from carbon environmentally or from traffic to our community. I am in support of local oil and natural gas providers that meet counties and CEQA's requirements and do so responsibly like carbon. Our own local producers operate under the most stringent regulations in the world. I would like to add, in a time with such uncertainty to so many financially, I commend them bringing more revenue and jobs with their project to our community. I urge a yes vote on Carbon Agnew's Modified Conditional Use Permit. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Mandy Gaddy.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Annalise Anderle. And this is the last read, I believe, last comment.
Chair Long and Board of Supervisors, I suggest the gas produced on the Agnew lease be sent by pipeline to either the Hamp or Ojai leases to the east. These leases gather their casing gas to California Resource Corp for processing, then sold to SCG. The gas line should be in use according to the Air Board. If this work is done, the flare can be eliminated and air quality improved. Thanks, Annalise Anderle, Petroleum Engineer.
Thank you for those comments. So those are the last of the public comments. Thank you to everyone who made those comments. We will now go to our applicant. We have 5 minutes for the applicant to rebuttal.
Thank you very much, Chair Long. I won't use all my time again. Just wanted to remind everyone that this is not a legacy permit. This permit, if approved, has an end date and would be reevaluated in 25 years. This is an existing project that was originally approved for 6 wells, and we're only asking for 5 to ensure that we comply with county and court regulations. We've been working on this project for 7 years, and we have followed the existing rules throughout the entire process. We pride ourselves as a local company on our environmental stewardship. Carbon continues to enhance our sustainability program and protection of the environment, and allowing us to continue business at this Agnew site would allow us to continue to invest in this community. So thank you very much for your time, and we would absolutely appreciate a yes vote on this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your rebuttal. Is there any questions for her while we have her?
I have one. Could you give me an estimate on how much it costs to cap an abandoned well?
So we're working on a couple wells that we've just done. I believe it is about anywhere between $75,000 and $100,000, depending on how deep the well is, if there's any additional concern from CalGEM.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask another question? Since I wasn't at the Supreme Court, you stated 3 of the wells were shut down while this EIR was created. Why would that happen? Can
You asking the applicant, or are you asking?
The applicant? Since you didn't use your 5 minutes, I might as well ask you.
Okay. Okay, yes. We were told by county planning that when the judge decided that we needed to go back in and redo the environmental document, that we didn't have a permit that we could continue to operate under at that time. So they asked us to shut the wells in until the environmental document was completed and that we made it through this process. So
Okay.
we are looking forward to turning all those wells back on.
I have county counsel holding his hand up. County counsel.
And I can elaborate on that. My recollection is that the operator was required to shut in because as part of the 2016 approval, Carbon was asking the county to allow use of Königstein Road to access the site. That access was not allowed in the previous permit. And so Carbon was basically trying to abate a potential violation of them using Königstein Road. And so when the permit was nullified, then they had no approved access route. And so my recollection is that was a major issue there.
And so the reason why they had no access route was because of nature took out the
exactly
bridge or something?
And I think that was in 1995. They're supposed to use another access route, and that got taken out. And exactly. So then they started using Königstein instead.
And so they weren't allowed an emergency route because of that? Or they have to rebuild it? I just am trying to understand.
Well, they as part of the 2016 request to the county, they were asking to formally be allowed to, not formally, to be allowed to use Königstein Road because they were not allowed to before. As far as I know, they never, before that, had asked to use Königstein on an emergency basis or on an ongoing basis.
Okay, thank you. Planning, is there any other comment? I got it from the applicant, but I didn't get that question, and I got it from county council. Is there any other information?
Oh, about the shut-in? No.
Yes.
Don't have any additional information.
Okay, great. If there's no other questions, then we go into the closing comments from the staff.
I do.
Oh, you have a question. Please go ahead, Linda.
Yes,
Supervisor
I
Parks.
wonder if I've looked through this, looking at the allowance for trucks to go over the yellow line. Even though all these changes have been made, you're still going to have that same situation if nothing has changed to the roadways in terms of lanes and angles and all that. So that's something that the county is okay with?
Do you want to address that, Christina?
This is David Fleisch. I presume that question's for me.
Oh, David, hi, go ahead. I have a voice from above come down into this meeting room. Sorry, it was funny. Dave, please go.
Yes, the fact that a truck it's one truck a day, they've been asked as part of the application to provide traffic control. We're asking for additional signs. All of those are appropriate measures for that to be a safe operation.
So it is kind of tacitly saying, it happens. It's going to go over the yellow, and that's kind of that's the problem that I have. I've seen some of this where it's the trucks substantially go over into oncoming traffic in order to make the turn. So that is a concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to the closing comments by staff.
Thank you, Chair Long and Supervisors. Yes, with regard to the traffic safety, we believe that we've addressed all those issues and that traffic safety is mitigated to below significant with all of the conditions of approval, as well as the existing mitigation measures. Two other points. One that jumped out at us from Mr. Bundy's testimony He asserted that we did not analyze all the emissions of the project when in fact we did. And I believe we explained that early on in the presentation, but I just wanted to reiterate that. And with regard to comments about the timing of this project, as we explained earlier, I just wanted to reiterate that we diligently processed this discretionary application, and this was the timing of it. We were working parallel to the general plan update. We were aware of it. We were keeping track of it, but nonetheless, our team continued to just process this project in good faith.
And thank you for commenting on that, because someone had stated about the process that we were speeding through this. And I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that government sped through anything. So I needed clarification on that, because I actually thought there was a delay on this because all hands were on deck for the general plan, and we didn't have this come to us before the general plan. And the perception is that we're avoiding having this case because of the general plan and the new rules and regulations that we're going through. I just thought I'd call the elephant out in the room and just ask about the comment of speeding through and then the timing of the general plan.
Absolutely. No, there was no speeding. There was no trying to beat or play around with the timing of this and the general plan. We kept each other informed, and we stayed true, and we in fact talked about what if this project doesn't fall in a window that is approvable, and we were prepared to change the recommendation should that happen.
Okay, and then the other question I had was, when we do code compliance, and because we have planning here, when we do code compliance and some permit comes up, we hold them to the rules and regulations of that time, correct? And not to future regulations that the state might pass and so forth. Is that true?
Yes, Chair Long, Supervisors, that's correct. So we do our analysis based upon our regulations and policies and zoning standards that are in effect at that time. And that's where we do our consistency, and it's incorporated into the record for this project.
Okay, because I'm just asking, I know that even with some rules of planning ordinances and so forth, when the state passes something in January, it doesn't mean that we don't approve something in October because of what we know that's coming in. And that's where I'm trying to understand the fairness of this for any business or person that's coming to the county, and trying to make sure that there's we're utilizing everybody in the same fair, equitable way. So thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, are there any other comments from the supervisors to staff in their closing comments?
Chair Long,
yes.
I'd just like to make a couple more points.
Yes, please.
So, as you recall in the staff's presentation for the project, I just want to reiterate that we already said it, but the total emissions for all permitted structures and uses out there during the operational phase would be 4.55 pounds per day, and that is below the 5 pounds per day threshold in the Ojai Valley Area Plan. That includes the flare, the trucking, everything out there. So staff does feel that the project is consistent with that area plan policy. Regarding the comment about the pipeline from Ms. Anderly, I did touch on that in my presentation. And just to reiterate, the nearest common carrier pipeline is southeast of the site under Sulphur Mountain Road, and it would be physically impossible to create a pipeline to go over Sulphur Mountain Road. Also, the easements that would have to be obtained, and just the price of it being there. And also regarding the flooding, so just want to clarify that again, that in 1995, the initial access route that was granted to the project was flooded, and there are protected species out there, and it's also over a creek. So if so obviously they can't use the road, but if they were required to, they'd have to get permits from Fish and Wildlife, and as well as build build it. So that would be a burden on the applicant.
Thank you for clarifying that. I do appreciate it. Any other counties or any other supervisors, questions, comments? We have closed that. Then if there's no questions for staff, we'll close the public comment period. And we'll now open it up for board deliberation and for voting.
Supervisor Long?
Yes, Supervisor Bennett.
Yeah, I will start on this. First, I recognize that the board majority voted for this on a 3-2 earlier. So I want to note that. I know that people have brought up, and there have been a lot of conversations about our new general plan policies coming up. And I'd like to point out that this board voted unanimously for these revised oil policies about flaring and trucking, et cetera, at the August 6th, 2019 hearing. Carbon California filed their revised EIR on October 9th, and they had noticed that we had new oil policies out there. They could have applied for time extension on the existing wells and not adding the new wells. Then they would have had a very different sort of application process. And now we have this EIR and CUP that have only been out for a few days, haven't had a lot of public review. I think that given everything, that the best thing for us to do is to delay the actual vote on approval of this and bring it back in either December or January. And I think that would give everybody plenty of time to do all of the analysis, et cetera. So my thoughts are either December 8th or meetings in January.
I would.
So that's my input. I'd be curious what other board members think of that. Thank you.
I would like to hear from staff. From what they said in their initial was that they presented all this information in July of this year, and that information has been out there for the community. So I would push back on why there would be a delay on this. Planning, could you describe what we have done for public process?
While planning is getting ready to answer, I'll say my comments were a full and accurate EIR and CUP. How long has the full and accurate EIR and CUP? Yes, there were drafts out there, but how long has the full and accurate one been available? Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, planning.
Supervisor Bennett, the full EIR was the full revised EIR was put out for public comment, public review on May 5th, and it followed the 45-day public review period that is required by CEQA. So it was from May 5th to June 19th. Noticing for that that document was per the requirements of the non-coastal zoning ordinance for noticing. And so we did receive just those 4 public comments during that period.
And the CUP?
The CUP has been in process since 2013 when it was submitted for the 3 new wells and the other components that we talked about today. Per the court order, the court required the revision to the EIR or the subsequent EIR. And in October, planning did receive the revised project and draft document from the applicant.
Thank you.
My question simply is, when was the full and accurate combination of EIR and CUP? When was the full and accurate CUP made available to the public?
Chair Long,
yes.
Supervisor Bennett. So the board letter contained the CUP, all the findings necessary, and the findings for the certification of the supplemental EIR. So that is what was provided through the clerk's process last week, and maybe the clerk can indicate what day and time that was released.
So it was not, so my Supervisor Long is appropriately, questioning my comment. My comment was full, accurate EIR and CUP have only been available for a few days. And I think that's right, submitted through the process last week. It's only one of my reasons for suggesting that that more time is the best way for us to handle this. But I'll be curious what other board members think of that idea and that proposal. Thank you.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Bennett, if that's a motion, I would second the motion to continue this item. And I think it's important that we look at the EIR and the CUP. And if that's a motion, I'll second the motion that we continue this item.
All right, great. I'll be happy to make the motion. I'll let a few more comments get made before I actually make it. But yes, I'll be happy to make that motion. Thank you.
It's very much easy to push this ball down the road. And I think it's very disheartening for businesses to go through the process that they're requested by court process. And for the staff here in Ventura County to present the information that they have on the 7 points, saying that it is they're wanting us, they're suggesting to us that the findings are there to approve this project. I find it very hard, based on past meetings, that now we're okay with pushing projects down the line. And I'm very sensitive in that fact, especially when I've asked for more time on different projects and have been told that planning has been working extremely hard and doing their due diligence and that we don't need to do that. So I understand the motion here is to delay, but I would also motion to approve this de novo hearing as presented by staff in full support of what they are stating.
Great. I'd just like to go back. I appreciate a delay is always an issue for anybody with a project. We as a board, not on a 3-2 vote, but unanimously voted for these revised oil policies on August 6th of 2019. Carbon California decided on October 9th, all right? So that's more than 2 months after we voted for that to file a revised application. And they could have done any one of a number of things and recognized that. They didn't know whether this application was going to get through the process before we adopted the new general plan or after, but it happens to be coming forward about 3 weeks before the new general plan applies. They could have, if they wanted to, taken that into consideration. They chose not to. So I think I'll make the motion that Supervisor Zaragoza thinks that this be handled in the first or second meeting in January, that the board revisit this item, and that'll give the public and everybody plenty of time to review this. So that's my motion.
It's a second. Mm-hmm.
So it's been motion and second. Staff, can you respond to Supervisor Bennett in regards to the ordinance of it was passed and then Carbon submitted this?
Thank you, Chair Long. So the project renewal and the additional wells, as stated, have been in process since 2013, but the judge's order basically nullified it, nullified the approval of that project. And so that's why they had to reapply. And that reapplication did come in October of last year. And the oil policies were tentative policies at that time that, yes, Carbon was aware of, but it was unknown whether or not, they would be approved after public testimony, after the process. And so we continue to process the project based on existing regulations. Did that answer?
So the application that they put in was not after what Supervisor Bennett was stating, that they knew that this was going to be approved, and then they submitted it after knowing that it was going to be approved. I'm just getting clarification.
I'm sorry, I just think
Go
you
ahead,
put words in my
Supervisor
mouth.
Bennett.
I just want to be clear, I appreciate your comment. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I didn't say I didn't say that they knew we were going to approve it. I say they knew we unanimously voted to include these revised policies in the general plan update that we were doing August 6th. I didn't say they knew for sure we would adopt it, but if we unanimously voted for them, I think it wouldn't be illogical to assume the board would, there would be at least a significant possibility that the board would then be adopting those unanimously voted on. But I didn't say they knew for sure we would adopt them. I want to be clear. But they did know that we had unanimously voted on them, and I think staff has made that clear in their answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That helps me. And then also, if this was pushed down to January, does that mean that it is now in the regulation, held to the regulations of the general plan of 2040?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's what this motion would be doing, is setting this de novo hearing for the modified CUP into the 2040 general plan.
Chair Long, supervisors, and also County Council Barnes, I think we should get clarification on what the motion would mean, because the direction was to pick a date certain for it to return for the purposes, if I understood correctly from Supervisor Bennett, for more public review of the environmental information as well as the CUP and the CUP findings. As County Council Barnes and Planner Barrero described to you, that there would be different policies for us to evaluate after October 15th. Therefore, the report, the findings, the analysis would change. So that's slightly different than what the motion is directing. I just want to be clear about that we would be then providing more time for a new report and analysis and new findings and a different recommendation from staff.
It is true that if the motion passes, there will be new policies that will apply to this. There will be the new general plan. This is from my perspective. I certainly want to hear from Mr. Barnes, but that's partially why there is enough time there for staff to do that analysis. Also enough time for the general public to do a review with the new guidelines being applied, and I think appropriately, since we had unanimously as a board revised these policies, indicating at least some kind of support of the Board of Supervisors for these policies before they submitted their plan. But yes, there would be a new analysis that would be required. That's my understanding, but let's find out what Mr. Barnes has to say. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. There would, as Planning Director Ward said, and as Supervisor Bennett recognized, if we continued it to a date and time certain for the hearing to be continued past October 15th, there would need to be analysis and presumably a recommendation of denial based on the new general plan policy that would then be in effect.
And so what I'm hearing, Supervisor Bennett, is that you don't want it before October 15th. You want it after.
I won't comment on that except to say that January, my motion is January, and January is certainly after October 15th. My comment is not about October 15th. Thank you. My motion is not about October 15th specifically.
Okay, there is a motion on the table. It's been first by Supervisor Bennett and second by Supervisor Zaragoza. Excuse me. Are there any further discussion?
Would you repeat the motion, please, so we all understand it?
Yes.
And I also have a question.
To continue.
Sure. My motion is simply that this be continued, and I'll ask County Council if that's the right word, that this hearing be continued until January until the first or second meeting in January, based on staff's ability to pull that off with the holidays. Thank you.
And I understand there's some questions from planning that they're having a discussion, and we'll hear back from them in a minute. Did you have any other question on that, Supervisor Parks?
Yes, thank you. The question that I have is there a time frame under state law that we have to have a hearing on this?
County Council?
That's a good question. I haven't looked at it. The Permit Streamlining Act may apply to this project, given how this project was recently revised, and given the court ruling. My gut tells me that there would be no issue in moving it back to January, but I haven't looked at that. There's a slight chance it would be an issue, but I don't think it would be.
Planning, do you have a question or comment?
No, Chair Long.
Okay. So,
you know, there are a couple of things that I would really like to have, and that includes that Caltrans report, which I wasn't able to dig up, but I know it exists because of my concern for the road, and I knowing that nothing has changed on the road from the last time I voted no because of that concern, but I would like to have that available for the board members. And also, since there's a tremendous amount of cost associated with capping wells, just like when we build dams, for example, we don't really think about how much does it cost to take that dam away. And it turns out to cost like hundreds of times more to get rid of it than to build it. And we're in the same kind of situation with capping wells. I mean, you can put a well in the ground for a lot less with the amount of bond money that's being put up for these wells to get capped, and that mitigation. I think that needs to be considered, because I read like there's in the state of California, only the wells that need to be capped, there's like $79 million in bonding, but it costs something like $5.8 billion to actually do it. And I feel like we have to look at the full life cycle. And then that relates also back to, I know they have, this company has somewhere between 100 and 1,000 wells. They have an unknown number that need to be capped. I'm just wondering if there's any potential of finding out how many in Ventura County are in this situation, if there's funding to take care of those before we potentially increase that issue. So that's something that I would like to find out. But I really appreciate the information. I wanted to hear more about air quality and was able to get some good information on that. And I do also note that there is some, something to say for all the testimony that here we went and approved standards that we feel are protective of health and safety in our general plan just a couple weeks ago. And here we are with the question of, can we go ahead and approve this even though those standards that we all agreed are necessary, or the majority agreed that are necessary, are being violated in this particular proposal. But I would like to at least get the information as much as I can. So with the request for a continuance, if it is illegal to continue it for that period of time, it certainly will give me time to look up the information that I'm interested in.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. County Council, are we at a place also that if their current CUP is being held up because of the road, which I understand is non-significant, is there any way that we could also allow them to use the 3 wells that they have been utilizing based on the traffic report that we hear? I am concerned on abandoned wells like Supervisor Parks is using, and to have those wells not being utilized could be not good for us. So having those wells continuing to be used as they were, can we give them a emergency permit to do the operations while this is coming through?
No, I wouldn't recommend that.
Okay.
Okay, so let's vote.
All right.
I would also if we're going back, the testimony that we received that is contradictory to what I think one of the members of our board stated, and that is in relationship to the 4.55.
Supervisor Parks, your volume has gone away. Are you still there? Are you still talking? Maybe the interruption of internet. I hate when that happens. Too many people.
Maybe I'll just jump in.
Go ahead.
I've confirmed the Permit Streamlining Act would not be an issue if the board approved the motion on the floor.
Okay, thank you. And if Supervisor Bennett or Parks comes back on, we cannot hear. Maybe she can forward her comments to planning. Lori, if you could do the roll call.
You repeat the motion, please?
And I'm sorry, just to jump in.
Yes.
The motion would be cleaner if we could have a date and time certain.
January 12th or January 26th are the two meetings in January.
Okay, so County Council, can you repeat the motion for us?
The date.
My understanding is that the motion was to continue this hearing until
January 26th.
And can I get a time certain?
I'll look to the clerk for that.
That's what.
Can we do 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Right, 1 o'clock, January 26th would be my motion.
January 26th, 1 p.m.
And just to further clarify, then that would involve bringing the project back and conducting an analysis based on the general plan policies that are then in effect.
And
I think the motion would be to direct staff to do whatever they need to do legally to have this come back, and both legally and appropriately to have this come back and be properly ready for a board vote.
And I will defer to Supervisor Bennett. That's fine. That language.
Okay.
Second.
Dave Ward, are you clear on this motion?
I am, as far as coming back for the date and the appropriate analysis that we need to do for the CUP findings. But I just want to clarify, Supervisor Parks raised 3 other points, so this should also be part of your motion. You're seeking additional information related to the Caltrans traffic data, the capping of wells. You're asking for what information there to be brought back, and then you asked about how many wells in the county that need to be capped. So those are things that we may or may not have as staff. So that would be the applicant helping to prepare technical analysis for staff to bring that back. So that's why I want to be clear if those 3 requests are part of the motion.
We have Supervisor Parks back. If you could clarify, please, Supervisor Parks.
Supervisor Parks, can I jump in? I would prefer if we keep this one motion clean just for legal purposes and all that, and then make your motion second. I'm not opposed to it, but let's keep the 2 separate. It's just I think it'll keep things cleaner because we have the whole issue of, like County Council was talking about, the Reform Act and all of that other stuff.
I disagree, and that is because I think the information I'm requesting is relevant to a decision. The 3rd item that I asked about was we heard testimony that only 2 of the wells are considered in the 4.55 tons of ROC or pounds of ROC a day. If that's the case, I think the chair said it was all 5 wells. So I want clarification on this because I think it's relevant, to make sure that the information that we're making decisions on is accurate.
I don't disagree. I'm just trying to keep the motion separate for legal. Why don't you make your motion first, and we'll vote for that, And then, assuming that it passes, then we'll vote for the second motion about the delay. Does that work for you? I'm just trying to keep them.
Yes,
Should be.
because I do want it to be part of the record that leads us to.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine having them both be voted approved today, right? But,
We have the county council.
Which is the first vote?
Well, my understanding was that Supervisor Bennett's motion was on the floor
Yes.
because it was seconded by Supervisor Zaragoza, and that was the kind of more straightforward motion to continue to the date and time certain with.
And then we can do Parks's.
That's what's on the floor, yeah. So
Yes.
Procedurally, that should be voted on first.
Okay.
Yes.
yes, it can be, but to meet Supervisor Park's request, I can pull that motion off if Supervisor Zaragoza would agree, and then we can let Supervisor Parks make her motion. We can vote on that, and then vote on the second motion. It's not the end of the world, but Supervisor Parks, does that work for you? Just so you make sure, that way you'll be assured that your motion, that your part of it is going to happen also.
That works for me.
Is that clear, Supervisor Parks?
Yes.
Does that work for you?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'll withdraw my motion, Supervisor Parks. You want to make your motion?
So
Yes.
Supervisor Bennett and
request-
Supervisor Zaragoza have removed their motion. They're holding it to now have Supervisor Parks make her motion.
That's right.
Go ahead.
I would move that we get information on the number of uncapped wells, orphaned wells that Carbon has in our county. And just if we have the state, that would be great too. It'd be good to know. And then secondly, if the air quality pounds per day relate to all the wells on site or just the additional wells. And the third one was to access a previous memo Caltrans had sent, and I think that has to be somewhere in the record, but I don't think it is in this record before us.
Can I ask?
So I'd like to second that motion and ask staff, does staff see any problems with that happening within the time frame? Because I can change the time frame on our motion, for when it comes back if we have to. But can that be done by the second meeting in January? This is my question for staff.
Yes, we believe we can do that, Supervisor Bennett.
And then my other question
So
is the abandoned wells. Isn't that information we can get from Dogger, or you have to have from the
Yes.
applicant?
I think you can.
I know
And
you
it's
can get
not
it from Dogger.
now,
So I'm,
it's CalJam, I think.
yeah. So I know the answer is yes.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure that we have a third party that is providing data so that we're looking at things correctly. Thank you.
Okay.
All
Okay,
right, I
it's
second
been
that
motioned
motion.
by Supervisor Parks and seconded by Supervisor Bennett. Are there any questions in regards to this motion, or do we need clarification on the motion? In hearing none, I'm looking at everybody. Okay, vote please.
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
No.
All right, Madam Chair, I would like to make the motion that we continue this hearing on this item to the second meeting in January at 1 o'clock. And if the clerk will help me again with that date, I would appreciate it.
Second.
It's been first by
Jan-
Supervisor Bennett and second by Supervisor Zaragoza.
And that's January what, the 26th, did you say?
26th at 1 p.m.
26 at 1 p.m.
Yeah.
Is there
Thank
any
you.
questions
Can I ask
on?
that if, in the interim, if county council finds it's a violation of the subdivision map act or otherwise, to bring that back and let us know? And so we aren't in violation of any laws requiring more expeditious processing?
Yeah, that's a good idea. And just for the record, yeah, Permit Streamlining Act.
Does that
There you
need
go.
to be put in the motion?
I'm happy to put it in the motion, yes.
Yeah, there's no harm.
Yes, please put it in the motion. I do not want us to be.
One second.
Thank you. It's been first and second, and I really disheartened of the fact that we're slowing down the process of businesses that are doing the exact thing that we're asking them to do, and staff is stating they've hit every mark, and yet we're saying, no, you can't open up your business. So I just want to make sure that that's on record. Thank you very much. Please, roll call.
I'd just like to get on record before, I'd like to get on record before the roll call, just that when you say doing everything that we asked them to do, we did identify what it is we want from oil wells on a unanimous vote in August. In October, they chose not to put in an application that would be consistent with that. So I think that's I would just like to have your comment on record. I want to get that on record. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. Is there any other comments from supervisors before we do a roll call? In hearing none, roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
No. 4 yeses, 1 no. So that motion passes, and this will come back to us in next year. I do ask for the 2 new board members that come on if planning can make sure that they're educated on this item. Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes today's meetings and the open session. We will now be going into closed session. I do not believe there's anything to report out. Please log in at 1 o'clock tomorrow for the COVID update for our press conference for Ventura County. And thank you so much. Be safe and appreciate all your work out